We have breaking news. Trump has just told the Iranian people that help is on the way and to take over their institutions. He just released a statement saying, Iranian patriots, keep protesting, take over your institutions, save the names of the killers and abusers. They will pay a big price. I've canceled all meetings with Iranian officials until the senseless killing of protesters stops. Help is on its way. Make Iran great again. Why is this big? Well, on Air Force One 2 nights ago, Trump said the Iranian leaders had called him and a meeting was being set up, which seemed to open the door to a diplomatic solution with them. His envoy, Steve Witkoff, also spoke with the Iranian foreign minister over the weekend, and it's been reported that behind the scenes, J.D. Vance specifically has been urging the president to pursue diplomacy and non-military solutions before getting involved with strikes, but it seems that has failed. So now what? We'll see, but we know the president over the last couple of days has been briefed on a wide range of kinetic and non-kinetic options that include ordering military strikes on regime sites or launching cyber attacks. It may be interpreted, though, from a statement today that he's chosen kinetic. He's meeting with his national security team today to discuss options once again. How many protesters have been killed in Iran by the regime over these last couple of weeks? It's hard to know an exact number as the internet remains blacked out, but the U.S.-based human rights activist news agency says that number is at least 1,850, with at least 16,784 arrested, while many think the number is much, much higher. The UN Human Rights Council also just released a statement condemning what they call a clear violation of international human rights law. Wow.
And all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it. Wait, hold on. I got one more video.
We have breaking news. Federal agents have shot another person in Minneapolis. What happened? So this is according to Homeland Security. They say agents were conducting a targeted traffic stop of an undocumented Venezuelan immigrant who attempted to evade and then crashed into a parked car. An agent caught up on foot and the suspect resisted and assaulted the agent. And then two additional people from a nearby apartment building came outside and started also assaulting the agent with a snow shovel and broom handle, which allowed the suspect to get loose and begin assaulting the officer as well, to which the officer shot the suspect in his leg. All three of them then ran into an apartment building and barricaded themselves inside. Again, all according to DHS. Is everyone okay? The agent and suspect are in the hospital while the two others are in custody. Wow, have Minnesota authorities confirmed this account? The city of Minneapolis confirmed the shooting, saying the person shot has non-life-threatening injuries. They demand ICE to leave the city and state immediately and said a press conference will happen at 10:15 p.m. So like right now, but they offered no additional details, although they urged Minnesotans to remain calm. Has this started a protest? Yes, as the story spread, about 100 protesters gathered at the scene of the incident. Border Patrol arrived in military-style vehicles and had their vehicles swarmed. They then retreated while firing at least 2 canisters of gas. Then ICE showed up and sprayed chemical agents in the faces of some protesters who approached them. And at one moment, someone fired several fireworks at the ICE agents. This is all still ongoing right now. Wow.
And we are live. Yo, this is Set with S.E.T Media, guys, and I'm back with another one. All right, guys, I am a little bit late on this one. I was supposed to start at 9, but a lot of information was coming through. So I had to corroborate some information, look over it, all this good stuff, you know, just so I can present it to you guys. And then, of course, I fell asleep. I know. My tired ass. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get right into it with Trump talking about this great healthcare plan. So let's get into that. And then we're going to get into the press briefing, or the White House press briefing. And then, of course, we got our Iran updates and more geopolitical matters to get into, guys. So let's not forget to double tap that screen, like the video. Let's get right into it.
Today, I'm thrilled to announce my plan to lower healthcare prices for all Americans and truly make healthcare affordable again. We're doing things that nobody's ever been able to do.
I know, Tove, again, I was low-key disappointed in myself. I was like, bro, like, really? Really? But yeah, as soon as I hopped off, I did like at least like 4 hours of studying, research, cooking, and then went to bed.
Calling it the Great Healthcare Plan. Instead of putting the needs of big corporations and special interests first, our plan finally puts you first and puts more money in your pocket. The government is going to pay the money directly to you. It goes to you, and then you take the money and buy your own health care. Nobody's ever heard of that before, and that's the way it is.
Yeah, it's pretty much he's reversing the way the ACA subsidies were going, or the enhanced ACA subsidies, which was supposed to help bring down healthcare costs for, well, American citizens. But all it did was raise healthcare premiums because we're giving billions of dollars to these insurance companies. And that's actually supposed to help with costs, but it seemed like it only helps them with costs while they raise the costs on us. So it going to them is not helping affordability for the American citizen. So in Trump's mind, what his plan is to reverse it and send it to the American people and see how that goes through these healthcare savings account. Now, these already existed, but I believe he wants to put more into these.
Is the big insurance companies lose and the people of our country win. This proposal locks in the massive discounts on prescription drugs that my administration is achieving through our most favored nation drug pricing agreement. Now, when you hear about that, for 40 years they've been trying to do it, but they never were able to do it. No other president was able to do it. I got every other country to approve it by the use of tariffs and
I mean, let's be real. One, Trump, you're the only poor person that was wanting to touch it because everybody else is too afraid to touch Obamacare, not change one little thing about Obamacare, even though it was somewhat failing on affordability. Providing care, okay, it was doing great, but on the terms of affordability, it was failing year over year, and it was getting more expensive year over year.
other things. They all
I mean, let's be real. The beef that Donald Trump has with Obama is legendary at a certain. It's legendary. And man, these two guys really don't like each other.
approved it. Nobody else got it. No other president got it. And for the most part, they didn't even try because they felt it was impossible. It'll bring down drug prices 80, 90%, in some cases, just numbers that nobody's ever heard of before. Your prescription drugs will come way, way down. And under this policy, the prices of many drugs will be slashed by 300, 400, and even 500% starting this month at the TrumpRx.gov.
So the TrumpRx.gov now, the site is up, but it's not it doesn't have anything on there yet. It's supposed to be where Medicaid and Medicare patients or recipients can get lower drug prices, phenomenally lower drug prices from certain companies like Pfizer, AstraZeneca, and they'll start bringing these drug prices down to most favored nation pricing. So whatever nation is paying the lowest, that's what we'll be paying on TrumpRx.gov.
So
which should help with healthcare a little bit.
Instead of Americans paying the highest drug prices in the world, which we have for decades, we will now be paying the lowest cost paid by any other nation. So any other nation that's paying the lowest cost, that's what we're going to pay. And the American people will get the savings. So I have to reiterate, the lowest price in the world is what you're going to pay. Before, you were paying the highest price in the world by far, and the politicians did nothing about it. So I'm asking Congress to complete the work that we've started. Next, my plan would reduce your insurance premiums by stopping government payoffs to big insurance companies and sending that money directly to the people. Obamacare was designed to make insurance companies rich. I call it the Unaffordable Care Act, with billions of dollars in taxpayer subsidies that helped their stock prices skyrocket over 1,700% as you paid more.
I mean, which is true. Like United Healthcare, the biggest, these guys reject so many claims. I mean, they have the highest rejection of claims. I think like 30% of their claims that get put in get rejected, and they leave a lot of people ass out. These guys are one of the people that was benefiting. These duplicitous bastards were actually gained their stock went up about 1,000% under Obamacare. And we're talking about the company that everybody cheered when their CEO died, that I was against the cheering of, but I kind of got where y'all was coming from because I'm like, yo, this company do practice in very duplicitous insurance policies. Like, it's pretty damn grimy how you can pay into something all these years, and then when it's time for you to use it, these guys want to create any reason for not to give you it. It's like insane.
Money for healthcare every single year, more and more. The premiums went higher and higher. I want to end this flagrant scam and put extra money straight into the healthcare savings account in your name, and you go out and buy your own healthcare, and you'll make a great deal. You get better healthcare for less money. That way you can choose the care that is right for your family. To further reduce insurance premiums, my plan ends the giant kickbacks to insurance brokers and corporate middlemen that only drive up the costs, and that's what they're intended to do, drive up the cost. But we're driving down the cost. And it fully funds a long neglected part of the law known as the Cost Sharing Reduction Program. This measure alone should cut premiums on the most popular Obamacare plans. It's hard to believe there are any because it's a hated program. It's unaffordable, but it's going to cut them by an average of 10 to 15%. Next, the Great Healthcare Plan. That's the name. It's called the Great Healthcare because it's great healthcare at a lower price. Mandates unprecedented accountability and transparency from insurance companies. and all healthcare providers so that special interests can no longer profiteer at your expense. As the saying goes,
I mean, yeah, because I'm gonna be real with you. One of the main reasons why the Dems were pushing for the ACA subsidies, it wasn't honestly for affordable health care. Now, let's be real, they were actually right when they said, well, if we don't, do anything at all, we don't extend the subsidies, then yes, healthcare costs, healthcare premiums will triple and double. But even if they extended these, but even if they do extend them, your healthcare premium will still go up by 18-30%. So, I mean, if you can't afford 18-30% more on your healthcare premium, I mean, trust me, them passing the ACA subsidies wasn't going to do anything for you anyway.
sunlight is the best disinfectant. That is why my plan orders all insurance companies to publish rate and coverage comparisons in very plain English. It requires insurers to publish detailed information about how much of your money they're going to be paying out in claims versus how much they're taking in profits. In other words, you will be able to watch the scam. It forces them to release detailed data on how many claims are being denied and whether those denials are eventually overturned on appeal. And most importantly, it will require any hospital or insurer who accepts Medicare or Medicaid to prominently post all prices at their place of business so that you are never surprised and you can easily shop for a better deal or better care. And you're going to end up doing both. You're going to get a better deal and better care. We will have maximum price transparency and costs will come down incredibly. I'm calling on Congress to pass this framework into law without delay. Have to do it right now so that we can get immediate relief to the American people, the people I love. Thank you very much.
And all right, shout out President Trump for this great healthcare plan that we will be reading up on. It does sound like he just gave us the main points and what was the purpose of it, but it seems like the main selling points is, of course, the reduction of prescription costs and the reversal of the ACA subsidies to going to these insurance companies to go into the American people, which should encourage some type of pricing competition that the insurance companies will start fighting for the patients or for the recipients instead of just increasing their pricing while also running off of billions of dollars. Sounds better, but we'll see how it works out.
We just signed.
Mr. President,
Let's go ahead and recap Trump taking questions in the Oval Office.
on Iran, Mr. President,
Let's talk about this.
I've got one in the milk. Coming from a family, my dad was a dairy engineer from Texas Tech
So you're a
University.
big, strong guy.
There it is. Drink lots of whole milk in my day. Would you look at this as being a shift from what the industry kind of went woke with the oat milk and the almond
It's
milk?
going the exact, it's amazing.
It's going exactly the opposite direction. Let's talk about the impact of dairy farmers on this whole thing.
There are a lot of changes being made in the last year. As you know, we're still a little bit less than a year. I think there's probably never been a year like this for a president or for a country. We have tremendous success. We've had success with everything we've done. And the economy now is coming back. And here's an example of farmers. They're going to be working harder to produce because it's not going to be watered down by something. And it's great to see it. And if you'd like a zip of that, I'd give it to you. It's actually been here. It's only been here for a few minutes before we started. It's not 5 days. 5 days and open, right? Yeah, it's not. But it's an honor. What we've done in the country in the last year, it's incredible. All of us together, it's incredible. So I appreciate the question.
Mr. President, on Iran, you said that the killing has stopped. Who told you that the killings have stopped there? And if it's the Iranian
we
regime?
have been informed by very important sources on the other side, and they've said the killing has stopped and the executions won't take place. There was supposed to be a lot of
Yeah, now the Iranian foreign minister has came out, like I said in the previous show, and said that the protests have been quelled. They're now under control, even though there's been reported to about 2,700 to 12,000 people died or protesters have died or been killed. And that's what's coming out so far. Now, out of Iran, they're saying about 2,700. Media outside of Iran is saying 12 to 20,000. And then, of course, we have the Iranian leadership saying that, yeah, we're still in power. Protest is over. And now we got Saudi Arabia, Israel, and other Middle Eastern countries telling us not to strike Iran because, well, the protest is a bust, and we was only going to strike them if the people could take control of their institutions and we can catch them off guard. Well, not really off guard, but catch them while they're not able to access their institutions or their military. And that seems to have failed, because it seems like if we used to attack them now, they'd start striking Israel, Saudi Arabia, military bases, which we don't need right now.
Executions today, and that the executions won't take place. And we're going to find out. I mean, I'll find out after this. You'll find out. But we've been told on good authority, and I hope it's true. Who knows, right? Who knows?
We've seen
Crazy
line
world.
backs, so how do you trust
No,
them?
you've seen that over the last few days, and they said people were shooting at them with guns, and they were shooting back. And, you know, it's one of those things. But they told me that there'll be no executions, and so I hope that's true.
Does this mean military action is now off the table against Iran?
We're going to watch and see what the process is, but we were given a very good statement by people that are aware of what's going on.
Is that still considering military action? Is that still a
There's
threat?
no executions. Everyone's talking about a lot of executions were taking place today. We were just told no executions. I hope that's true. That's a big thing. Yes, but
The foreign minister of Greenland, she said a while ago in a press.
Now, Trump was told that there would be no executions of the prisoners or the protesters that was arrested. And they said there's about like 10,000 protesters that's been arrested. Now, what Iran did, they already executed one person. They executed one person, and his name is Ali. I'm not even going to try to pronounce his last name, but his name is Ali. And he was arrested for pretty much working with the Mossad during the protest. They took his phone. They said he found information of him talking to a known Mossad agent. And he was executed yesterday. But they said they've hold off on not executing any protesters.
Conference in an embassy of Denmark that she made very clear in the meeting that happened here in the White House what are their limits. She also said that it was a very respectful meeting. Are those limits going to be respected?
well, we're going to see what happens with Greenland. We need Greenland for national security, so we're going to see what happens. They're going to brief me on the meeting right after this conference. In fact, the sooner I get you out, the faster I'm going to know exactly what happened. But we have a very good relationship with Denmark, as you know. We'll see. But, we're doing the Golden Dome. We're doing a lot of things, and we really need it. If we don't go in, Russia's going to go in, and China's going to go in.
I mean, that is true. And there's two things we need out of it with Greenland. One is it's military strategic positioning. So we need a good strategic positioning in the Arctic, which we don't have, to be quite honest with you. I mean, I guess we have Alaska, but that's not as close to the Arctic as we would like. It's not like how Russia's dominant in the Arctic because they're right there. And then it's not also like how China's also got their, they got their roots in the Arctic. And let's be honest. I mean, we're closer to them than they are. So it is completely unreasonable how people are on us saying that, oh, why are we trying to take Greenland? Because it's in our self-interest. And let me tell you what else is in our self-interest. Molybdenum. Yes, it's a rare earth. It's a rare earth mineral that's, pretty rich in Greenland. And we use it to make our high temperature metals for our jets. And if we don't have that, we can't make our nice fast jets. So I'm sorry, there's just too much, honestly, strategic interest and self-interest in Greenland just to let Denmark have it.
And there's not a thing that Denmark can do about it, but we can do everything
There's
about
no
it.
more than what they can do that
Well, we're going to see. I mean, look, we're going to see what happens, but we need it. I'm not the first one. This was talked about by President Truman, and 40 years before President Truman, they were talking about it. They've been talking about this for 100 years. This is not anything so new. A lot of people don't realize that, but this was a hot subject, probably not as hot as it is now, but it was a hot subject for a long time. We need it for national security, and that includes for Europe. And I spoke with, as you know, Mark, the head of NATO, and he really wants to see something happen. It's very
Now, also on the update of naval. Now, we do have, actually, I do believe NATO has actually sent some naval boats out there to Greenland, which is hilarious because it's like, oh my God, it's cute. It's cute because it's like, you guys really think you could take us? And if you don't know what I'm talking about, I got it right here for you. Shout out to our guys over here at, which is Al Jazeera or First Post? Al Jazeera. And they'll go ahead and explain it. because yes, Europe is kind of showing their disdain with us trying to take Greenland. And the thing is, I'm like, bro, shouldn't y'all be worried about Russia? Or didn't y'all spend the whole day doomsdaying on Russia? Hilarious. But okay.
European military personnel are arriving in Greenland in a show of solidarity with the Danish territory. It came after a meeting between US, Danish, and Greenlandic officials in Washington ended without a settlement. President Donald Trump has made repeated calls to make Greenland part of the United States, quote, one way or another. Greenland is located in a strategic part of the world. It sits mainly in the Arctic Circle, an area that also encompasses the likes of the US, Canada, Russia, and Norway. Our correspondent, Rory Challens, is in Greenland's capital, Nuuk, with the latest.
This building here is the Joint Arctic Command Center in Greenland's capital, Nuuk. And if any country did invade Greenland, be that Russia or China, as Donald Trump has been warning, or even the United States itself, Donald Trump has refused to take military action off the table, then this place is Defense HQ. Now, it's seen plenty of activity in the last day or two, with Denmark and now European allies all sending extra military personnel to Greenland. Now, there are countries like the UK, Germany, Norway, Sweden, and France who are all participating in Denmark's Operation Arctic.
Not to be that guy, but sadly, none of you guys are battle hardened. I mean, if Russia came in, they're dusting you guys. You'd probably be able to fight off China because they don't got too much military experience. But if US or Russia steps in there, yeah, these soldiers won't stand a chance. But I do like how they're basically putting NATO soldiers, basically our own, in front of us to, get in the way of our interest. And it's cute. It's cute. And we'll see what happens with this. Because if Trump pulls out of NATO, I'm just going to tell y'all, y'all provoked it.
Arctic endurance. This is on top of Denmark saying last year that it was going to increase funding of Arctic defense by $4.2 billion, going to 2 new Arctic ships, maritime patrol aircraft, drones, and radar systems. Now, this is for 2 reasons. One is to persuade Donald Trump that Denmark and its NATO allies are taking Arctic defense seriously. But also, it would have the effect of making any US military incursion into Greenland that much more complicated.
Hell yeah, it would. Bro, what are we going to do? We're part of NATO. What are we going to do? Attack our own? Like we're attacking the people on our own side, unless Trump pulls out of NATO and say, yo, if y'all don't get out of there, it's going to get real. I think that would be the only way to get these guys to withdraw, or to honestly pull their whole card in a way, as we say it in the streets. Like, I don't know, we could pull their whole card, we could test their gangster and be like, all right, we're pulling out of NATO and we're going into Greenland regardless. Now you're enemy combatants. What you going to do now? And they most likely will withdraw.
About that for a second. Denmark and its European NATO allies are having to consider military deterrence against the United States. Rory Challens, Al Jazeera, Greenland.
Okay.
French President Emmanuel Macron says France will beef up its military presence in Greenland soon.
The Europeans have a particular responsibility for Greenland, an autonomous territory of Denmark, because this territory is part of the European Union and also because it's part of one of our NATO allies. France has decided to join the exercise programmed and launched by Denmark in a sovereign and independent manner as part of Operation Arctic Endurance. The first French...
Bro, y'all can't even stop a bunch of radical Islamists from hopping on y'all shores. Y'all can't even stop the boats coming onto your shores, bro. Like, really? Okay, bro. Okay, to position yourself against America, but not to position yourself against a foreign invasion is hilarious.
Military team is already on site and will be reinforced in the coming days by ground, air, and maritime means.
And Natasha Butler reports from...
No, literally, bro. The Europeans are going to bitch out like Corey Holcomb did. Literally, they're going to step down. If we pulled out of NATO the next day and say, yeah, we're going into Greenland and now you're enemy combatants, now what? Yeah, they're going to pull out of NATO. They're going to pull out of Greenland. They're going to be all right. We didn't think he was going to do all that. And that's all Trump would need to do. Would Trump actually take that action? I actually highly doubt it. I'm not sure if that'd be the best one. So right now, even I would be somewhat against it, but it would pull their card though. Because I'm not really turning it. Let's be real. They didn't really do anything to us, but somewhat go against our interest in Greenland. Now, maybe we can buy Greenland. Maybe they're only doing this so we don't have military persuasion to go into Greenland. And then also we just handle it the economic way, because shout out to my man Gaming. He actually sent me something saying that the US is going to buy Greenland for $700 billion, which I'm like, wow, that's close to $1 trillion, but it is what it is.
Paris.
Well, it was a pretty somber speech by the French President Emmanuel Macron addressing French.
Oh, and shout out to my man Jet for starting us off, guys. You have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements? I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage with it. Just $2 and up, and make sure we double tap that screen and like the video.
Armed forces. He said we are now living in a brutal world where there is a new form of colonialism. He did not mention US President Donald Trump by name or Washington specifically, but he talked very much about the fact that Europeans must be ready to defend Greenland, must be ready to protect their own.
Hold on. So not only the Europeans positioning themselves against Russia, but you're positioning yourselves against the USA as well? So y'all positioning yourselves against two superpowers who could wipe y'all off the map in a day. I mean, good luck with that. Good luck. Oh, and one of the superpowers is basically your entire military power when it comes to NATO. Good luck with that, man. God bless. I hope that works out for you guys.
Sovereignty. What we've seen in the past few months is European countries often being on the back foot when it comes to Donald Trump, often being very slow to respond. But there is a shift that does seem to be changing, particularly since the US's actions in Venezuela. We have seen now European leaders far more ready to take what Donald Trump says at face value, to take it more seriously and respond. And that is why countries, including France, have decided to send military personnel to Greenland. Emmanuel Macron says that history will judge European nations if they don't take their responsibility for what could happen. Natasha Butler, Al Jazeera, Paris.
Meanwhile, Russia's foreign ministry rejected Washington's claim that U.S. intervention in Greenland is necessary to stop threats from Moscow and Beijing.
I mean, because let's be real, though. I mean, Russia never expressed interest in Greenland. I mean, if they took it, it'd be beneficial to them, but neither has China. And if they took it, it'd be beneficial to them. It's just none of them has talked about it, but even Trump knows that, look, bro, if you did take it, it'd be pretty beneficial to you. So I'm just going to get on top of it. And I'm just going to tell people and try to fear monger. Well, if we don't take it, it's going to be our worst adversaries who take it. So you might as well work with the devil that you know, instead of Russia and China.
The myth that has been promoted by Denmark and other NATO and EU countries for many years of some form of Russian threat looks especially doubtful. Initially, this myth was used by Washington to justify its claims on Greenland. Now we found out that Greenland is just a natural sphere of influence for the US.
Yep.
This is stated in its recently published national security strategy.
It is.
Don't miss out. Get the full.
Well, it really is. I mean, she's not lying. They just don't like it, but she's not lying when she said, yo, this is just about your national security interests. I mean, duh. Are we not supposed to work within our interests? It kind of lets you know that the European countries have gotten too used to America operating outside of its interest. They've gotten too used to it. So now it's like the whole world is shell-shocked when we start working in our interests, when we start shutting down our hemisphere, which we should have been doing in the first place. It lets you know that these guys have literally gotten used to us not operating in our own self-interest and with theirs. It's crazy. But let's also cover what's going on in Iran, because Iran's foreign minister says no executions of protesters, as Trump was talking about. Then we'll make our way back into Trump. Let's go ahead and get right back into this.
So today I'm delighted.
A crisis not fully averted, but at least delayed for the time being. U.S. President Donald Trump says Iran has informed him the killing of protesters has stopped, something he previously warned would lead to, quote, very strong action.
We have been informed by very important sources on the other side, and they've said the killing has stopped and the executions won't take place. We've been told on good authority, and I hope it's true. Who knows, right? Who knows? Crazy world.
Iran's foreign minister is rejecting reports of executions, calling it a campaign against his country.
Hanging is out of the question, as I said. This is another piece of misinformation campaign that they have started to provoke President Trump and to drag him into this this question, and which could have.
Oh, pretty much, the Iranian foreign minister is saying that there's been propaganda around the Iranian protests, saying that it's been trying to be framed as a revolution, so they're trying to get Western interference in it. Which, I mean, if you count, Israel and the CIA being involved in these protests, like, you can already say there's Western interference. But what they want is a strike on Iran to help out the protesters. And what the foreign minister is saying is that, look, this is all being stoked by foreign interests to get President Donald Trump to attack Iran. None of what you guys are seeing is organic. It's not that serious. All of this is being stoked by foreign actors who are not Iranians. And there are inflated numbers they're saying as well. Because like I said, they're claiming about 2,000 to 2,700 people or protesters have been killed. But foreign media outside of Iran, they're the ones spreading the 10,000 to 20,000 people killed. So, I mean, who are you going to believe? Inside Iran or outside Iran? It's a tough decision to make, I'll be honest with you.
Disastrous consequences.
What's your bias?
Analysts in Tehran say protests have now mostly ceased there, as most anti-government protesters do not want to see Iranian cities bombed. Meanwhile, military experts have told Al Jazeera the US, while capable of long-range strikes, similar to those conducted in June, doesn't have the assets to launch a full-scale military action, as there are no aircraft carrier groups in the region. Dmitry Medvedenko, Al Jazeera.
Don't miss out.
And shout out to our guys over there at Al Jazeera. Now let's get back to President Trump.
Reported that Health and Human Services released frozen funds to Planned Parenthood. I'm wondering why this happened and why Planned Parenthood is receiving any federal funds.
I don't know anything about it. Bobby, do you know anything about it?
What was the question?
It's being reported that frozen funds were released to Planned Parenthood in December by HHS. I'm wondering why that happened.
I have
not heard that.
I have not heard that.
Mr. President,
Mr. President.
on NATO, right now, it sounds like you are saying that you would potentially acquire Greenland by force. That would be a NATO country.
You're saying that.
Are you saying that? Would you do that?
No, you're saying that.
Would you acquire them by force right
You're
now?
telling me that that's what I'm going to do. You don't know what I'm going to do.
So what are the options?
Your
then?
network
Because
doesn't know either.
the Danish foreign minister said that there are still fundamental differences after the meeting with Rubio and with the vice president. Are you willing to leave the NATO alliance in order to get what you want with Greenland? What are the options right now?
I mean, and due to the video I just showed you, he might do it since, NATO and the Europeans want to go ahead and place their troops in Greenland, acting like they're going to fight us? I mean, why else would they put their soldiers there? And like I said, all Trump got to do is withdraw out of NATO, say you guys are now enemy combatants, and if you don't get out, you will be eliminated, and they will withdraw. They will, trust me.
Telling you what I'm willing to do, certainly. I'm not going to give up options, but it's very important. Greenland is very important for the national security, including of Denmark. And the problem is not a thing that Denmark can do about it if Russia or China wants to occupy Greenland. But there's everything we can do. You found that out last week with Venezuela. There's everything we can do about things such as that. Not going to happen. We're not, I can't rely on Denmark being able to fend themselves off. They were talking about they put an extra dog, and they were serious about this. They put an extra dog sled there last month. They added a second dog sled. That's not going to do the trick.
Denmark fought alongside the United States in both Afghanistan and Iraq.
I appreciate it.
But
I have a very good relationship
they're
with
an
Denmark,
ally.
and we'll see how it all works out. I think something will work out. Yeah.
Mr. President.
Look, man, we understand the Danish, but Denmark, not Danish, but Denmark. We understand that these guys are, our allies, and they can remain our allies. Just go ahead and sell us Greenland, or we can take it. I mean, either one. Look, we could be allies and you sell Greenland to us, or you could always have that bitter taste in your mouth and we can take it from you. I mean, the choice is yours.
The de facto number 2 in Venezuela right now, he seemed pretty reluctant to work with the U.S. And obviously
They just gave us 50 million barrels of oil.
The number 2, the Venezuela security chief.
I know the number 1. We just had a great conversation today, and she's a terrific person. I mean, she's somebody that we've worked with very well. Marco Rubio is dealing with her. I dealt with her this morning. We had a long call. We discussed a lot of things, and I think we're getting along very well with Venezuela. Yes.
Mr. President, created a new Assistant Attorney General position dedicated to rooting out fraud in the
Yeah,
United
he's
States.
fantastic. The person is fantastic.
Who is it?
It's a he.
When are you
I will
gonna
tell
nominate?
you maybe within minutes. I mean, I don't know if it's appropriate to say yet because we're going through a process, but we have chosen a person who's very tough, very smart, very fair.
And
You
why-
gave a speech yesterday in Michigan about how you recalibrated the American economy to work for workers, U.S. auto factories. We've seen core inflation's completely tamed. You lowered the trade deficits, the lowest amount since 2009. American exports are growing, but we're also waiting on the Supreme Court case for the tariffs. Given the success that you've had in the first 12 months, what is at stake in this case,
It's a
sir?
little bit like whole milk. I can't believe we even have a case. This was a case started by very China-centric people and also anti-American people, frankly, people that don't want us to do well. Tariffs have helped us stop 8 wars.
Oh, guys, let's not forget to double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Appreciate support, by the way. But let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. And he is right. I mean, yes, tariffs have gotten us, well, better trade deals with countries, which reduced the trade deficit. I mean, it has also stopped conflicts from escalating due to tariffs. I mean, bro, we're throwing out tariff on anybody who don't act in our national and our interest, especially what we were trying to do with India for buying Russian oil, and they backed off because of tariffs. So, I mean, and we're also bringing back manufacturing because we're placing tariffs or sector-specific tariffs on like pharmaceuticals, semiconductors, cars, steel and aluminum. And this is what's bringing manufacturing back to the United States. So, I mean, yeah, so far there's only like 3 good things about tariffs. There you go. I mean, they said it was going to sink the economy. We're going to be in a recession. I mean, boy, how wrong was you guys? I mean, positive GDP growth, inflation's down. I mean, come on. Now, unemployment's a bit, worrisome. I think we're at 4.4, but we still have pretty good economic markers. Oh, and the stock markets have seen record highs like all throughout last season. Well, last winter.
They've helped us get the best trade numbers we've ever had. They've helped us get $18 trillion brought into the country. And maybe above all else, they've given us tremendous national security. Just the threat of tariffs. You saw that just yesterday when I put tariffs on a certain country. We won't talk about that country, but you know who it is. Based on the fact that if you do business with that country, it's going to make them, it's going to bring them to the table a lot faster. So we have made.
And this is why, people who say that, tariffs are paid by the customer don't know what the fuck they're talking about, sadly. It's kind of hilarious to watch people think what they know tariffs, just because you heard CNN say, it's a tax on the consumer. No, it's not. Bro, it's literally a tax that the importer pays to receive their product from buying it outside of the United States. Now, if this importer wants to buy their product from inside the United States, which we're promoting, or to raise the price of foreign products to make American products more appealing, I mean, I don't get how you guys don't understand that. And then you really don't also understand is that if we have too much leverage, which is our consumer market, to these companies like China, then they actually eat some of the tariff, and the importer will probably eat some of the tariff either to their profit margin or their overhead costs. Now, a lot of people don't even understand business to understand how tariff works on that, or even on the macroeconomic side. But I mean, hey, you can listen to the guys that say tariffs is a tax on the consumer while looking at the consumer price index, and that doesn't reflect it whatsoever. I mean, the base tariff is about 10%, and the consumer price index, went up 0.7? Does that sound like we're eating tariffs? Okay, then.
Hundreds of billions of dollars with tariffs. We have very little inflation. Think of it. Inflation's gone down, and productivity, everything has gone up. We've never taken in money like we have. We've never had anywhere near $18 trillion invested in our country. Neither has any other country. It's the biggest number by maybe 5 times. 5 times, not 5%, 5 times. Nobody's ever seen numbers like this. We have plants going up. You mentioned I was in Michigan yesterday. I was at the Ford plant where they make the Ford 150. It's one of the original plants. It was from before World War I. It's a giant plant. That plant was probably going to be closed. And 2 years ago, they were doing very poorly. And now they just announced yesterday that they're going to go 24 hours around the clock, 3 shifts, which they rarely do. That's Ford, and Ford's having the best numbers they've ever had. General Motors having the best numbers they've ever had. Stellantis, which hasn't been here, is now investing billions, tens of billions of dollars on building in the country. We're building auto plants all over the country. We're building AI all over the country. We're leading China by a lot, and a lot of it has to do with tariffs. That would be.
I mean, and that's also true. Like I said, when we put these tariffs on these companies, it's kind of threatens them to say, look, it's either going to build in America or your product would just be unaffordable and nobody's going to buy it. And then another company is going to take advantage and bring their company in here, and they're going to get the prosperity of our consumer market. So it is our tariffs are pretty enticing when it comes to these big companies who make most of their money off American consumerism. I mean, that's why it works so well with the pharmaceutical companies who make 75% of their profit from us. So when we put 100% tariff on them, we got a lot of pharmaceutical companies scrambling to come build in America. I mean, that's just how it works. And here's the thing. A lot of people don't even understand how a supplier can eat a tariff to maintain business. They can, no, the tariff is 30%. They can drop their price by 30%. And it's basically the importer pays nothing. That happens. Or they can split the cost. If it's 30%, the exporter drops their price by 15%. The importer takes it to the profit margin or overhead, and none of it gets passed on to the consumer. And this usually happens under a very saturated market, aka a lot of competition, to where if you raise your price, you can lose out on market capital. But then a lot of you guys never took macro or microeconomics to understand it. So I'm filling you in basically. And that's pretty much how it goes.
Very disappointing.
So I'm sorry to sit there and say that tariffs is just a one-rate track to the consumer. Incorrect.
Decision. And especially since the people that are fighting me are people that want China to do well. And we're doing great against China. We're doing great against everybody. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world.
And shout out Tove. She says, PSA, public service announcement. Racist rhetoric and insults towards the host is an automatic ban from the channel. Yes, we know the obscure ones as well. Grow the fuck up. I mean, yeah, come on. You got to start throwing racist slurs because what? You can't prove me wrong or I'm just cooking you. Like, I'm telling you stuff you ain't never heard before. I mean, you should be excited for this stuff. I mean, you can super chat in, help towards a goal. You can come up here and you can tell me how you're right and I'm wrong, and I'll be happy to hear you out. But until then, just stay in the comments and cry to the mods. They're good people, man. They'll always give you a shoulder.
World, as they say often, we're right now the hottest country anywhere in the world. And a year and a half ago, we were a dead country. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, now let's go ahead and get over to the press briefing that happened yesterday. Let's see here. Shout out Caroline Levitt. Let's see what they got to say.
Okay, good afternoon, everybody. A packed room today. Thank you all for coming. President Trump is making America affordable again through his proven economic formula of powerful tariffs, fair trade deals, massive middle-class tax cuts, energy dominance, and aggressive deregulation. The overwhelmingly positive economic data released this week underscores the significant progress the president has already delivered. Tuesday's CPI report marked the latest confirmation that President Trump has defeated Joe Biden's inflation crisis. Since President Trump took office, core CPI has increased at just a 2.4% annualized rate, substantially lower than the 3.3% annual rate inherited from the Biden administration last January.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. People who say that, oh, the tariffs get passed on to the consumer. Well, the consumer price index would actually reflect that by showing at least a 1 to 2% increase across the board when it comes to the price index. Actually, if it was all getting passed down to us to 10%, then you would literally see a 10% increase in the consumer price index. But annually, we've seen an average of 0.24%. Now, this first month, I believe, actually, no, in December, I think we actually seen a 0.7, which is the highest increase, I mean, since 2022. Well, no, that's wrong, actually. Not since 2022, but I believe it's since the, what was it, the beginning of 2024. So 0.7. So when you guys are saying that tariffs are being passed down to the consumer, I mean, you kind of sound dumb saying that, seeing that the consumer price index don't reflect that whatsoever.
As inflation cools, Americans' wages are rising, giving the American people more purchasing power. And with what is likely going to be a record-breaking tax refund season in the next couple of weeks, the American people will be reaping the rewards of the massive tax cuts that were signed into law by the president. Thanks to President Trump's signing of no tax on tips, overtime, Social Security, boosting the child tax credit, and locking in the 2017 Trump tax cuts, independent estimates project the average American tax filer could expect up to an extra $1,000 bump to their tax refund next year. This is going to be a helpful boost to working families who are making ends meet. On the energy front, the national average price for a gallon of regular gas this week fell to its lowest level in 5
Oh, really? Okay, then tell me what tariffs mainly affect, macro or microeconomics. Please tell me, because I love when people come in and chat, and sometimes they lie. You might actually be the truth. A lot of them like to lie and say, "Oh, I have an economics degree," and I asked them what does tariff mainly affect. I asked them what a market equilibrium is, and they don't know what the F it is.
5 years, thanks to President Trump's drill baby drill agenda.
So please,
according to Gas Buddy, the average price for regular gas on Monday was below $3 per gallon in 43 states, below $2.75 per gallon.
I mean, yeah, and that's one dub that the Dems don't want to talk about, is how gas pretty much went from the average of 306 pretty much just in, I believe, November or December, down to about 279. So about 280, maybe lower than that now. That's just, I believe that's the last time I checked, but we're at 279 and falling. So, I mean, yeah, Trump definitely brought down gas prices
in 30 states and at or below $2.50 per gallon in 17 states.
All right. Thank you, my friend. Thank you. Because usually when people say that, they're trying to be a condescending dickhead. I appreciate you.
In fact, gas prices were below $2 a gallon at stations in at least 19 states. Don't forget, this was unheard of just a couple of short years ago. Overall, drivers are projected to spend $11 billion less at the gas pump this year than they did last year, resulting in hundreds of dollars in critical savings for the average American family. We're also seeing the housing market rebound as borrowing costs ease and income growth outpaces home price gains. According to a new report, also released this week from the National Association of Realtors, existing home sales in December rose to their fastest pace in 3 years. To further improve housing affordability, President Trump has recently announced and directed Fannie and Freddie to purchase $200 billion worth of mortgage bonds. As a result of these actions, mortgage rates have fallen to their lowest level in years. As of last Friday, rates for the average 30-year mortgage are down more than 1 full percentage point. Because of these significant declines, monthly housing payments are now at their lowest level in 2 years, and we expect this decrease to continue. As someone who was enormously successful in real estate, President Trump understands that owning a home is about more than just having a physical asset.
And then you also got to bring down the price of building a home. I mean, that's one of the main drivers of home pricing. I mean, is the fact that the materials that it costs to build these houses, and how a lot of these companies don't even see it profitable to build single family houses. The only profitable housing is these multi-family houses, like, you know, the rich ones, $500,000 and all that good stuff. So that's one of the main problems in the housing market, is that it is too expensive to build houses or build a single family housing, and it's not profitable enough.
It's about empowering young people to stake their claim in the American dream.
Yeah, but that's the thing, though. Like, what's being sold? Is it these multi-family houses or the single-family houses that, you know, young family starters would get into, like them around my age, in your mid-20s, early 30s? So, because that's the main problem is, we can't really find single family housing. I mean, if you're doing well, there's a whole lot of multi-family one. And I'm not talking about apartments. I'm talking about the 5-bedroom, nice big old houses. They got plenty of those because that's what they can make profit off of. The problem is they can't make profit off the single family housing, which is the starter house, which is supposed to be for us guys who are, well, or the guys who are starting families around their mid-20s and early 30s and on.
It's about giving newlyweds a place to make their own and start a family. It's about promoting the spirit of hard work, determination, and yes, the rugged individualism that has made America the greatest country in the history of the world. President Trump knows America is strongest when it's a nation of owners, not renters, and he is determined to unlock that opportunity for as many Americans as possible. That's why he will outline additional housing initiatives during his major speech in Davos next week, and we look forward to seeing many of you there. Finally, this morning, President Trump unveiled a healthcare plan for America called the Great Healthcare Plan, and a video message detailing his solutions to lower costs for all Americans and significantly improve our healthcare system. The Great Healthcare Plan will accomplish this through 4 common sense pillars. Number 1, permanently lowering prescription drug prices. Congress can get this done by codifying President Trump's historic most favored nation initiatives into law to guarantee Americans the same low prices for prescription drugs that people in other countries around the world pay.
Yeah, I mean, the lower drug prices is pretty much due to the fact that he's putting tariffs on these pharmaceutical companies, getting them to drop their drug prices, the most favored nation, and of course bringing manufacturing here to the U.S., which is also going to help lower drug pricing. And then, of course, lower insurance premiums. Well, he believes that if we reverse the payments of the ASA subsidies from the insurance companies to the people, that should lower insurance premiums and holding big insurance companies accountable, because they are savages. I mean, bro, like I said, you're paying monthly hundreds of dollars to these guys just for them to debate you on if you need it or not, or if you actually need the coverage. It's kind of crazy. And maximum price transparency. I mean, that's always nice. I mean, hopefully they're cracking down on fraud and the Medicare and all that good stuff. Medicare and Medicaid, I mean. Well, mainly Medicaid.
Additionally, by increasing consumer choice by making more verified, safe pharmaceutical drugs available for over-the-counter purchases. Number 2, the Great Healthcare Plan will stop sending big insurance companies billions in extra taxpayer-funded subsidy payments and instead send that money directly to eligible Americans to allow them to buy the health insurance of their choice. Additionally, by funding a cost-sharing reduction program for healthcare plans and ending kickbacks from pharmacy benefit managers to large brokerage middlemen. Number 3, the Great Healthcare Plan will maximize price transparency by requiring any healthcare provider or insurer who accepts either Medicare or Medicaid to publicly and prominently post their pricing and fees to avoid surprise medical bills. This is an incredibly popular policy that has been bipartisan for many years, and President Trump is officially and firmly calling on Congress to get it done. And number 4,
I'm sorry, but that kind of sounds like something we should have been done. Like it's kind of funny that this is even something. Oh, we're now holding big insurance companies accountable. Shouldn't we just started this? I don't know, like 10 years ago. Like, I'm just saying, it kind of sounds like something we should have been done.
Holds big insurance companies accountable by requiring them to publish rate and coverage comparisons up front on their websites in plain English, so consumers and everyday Americans can make the best purchasing decisions for them and their families. These are common sense actions that make up President Trump's Great Healthcare Plan, and they represent the most comprehensive and bold agenda to lower healthcare costs to have ever been considered by the federal government. Congress should immediately take up President Trump's plan and pass it into law. For Americans watching at home, you can visit greathealthcare.gov right now for more information on the Great Healthcare Plan. And with that, we will open it up to questions. In our new media seat today, we have a familiar face, Riley Gaines. I'm surprised it took us a year to get you here, but I'm very happy to see you. I know you have a new podcast, The Riley Gaines Show. And so thank you. And you brought a beautiful baby and your lovely husband too. So thank you so much for joining. And why don't you kick us off?
Absolutely. Well, thank you. First and foremost, congratulations to you. Being a girl mom will change your life in the best way possible. So excited you get to shop all the pink and the frilly and the bows. I was in Washington, D.C. earlier this week for the Supreme Court case. There were 2 arguments that were heard surrounding sex-based rights and if it's constitutional for states to pass laws that ultimately protect those rights for women. If the Supreme Court rules as anticipated in favor of maintaining these sex-based rights, is the administration prepared to take action against the states? I believe at this point it's 23 states that don't have those protections for women?
Absolutely. And as you know, Riley, the administration already has done so. We've taken action in a number of fronts against these states who are failing to uphold the president's executive orders and this administration's policy of simply protecting women in women's sports and in women's private spaces. We've gone to the mat with large universities in this country as well to try to fight for what's fair and what's just for women and girls across the country.
Oh, guys, let's make sure we double tap that screen and like the video, guys. Let's get more people on the conversation by double tapping that screen. If you have any questions, comments, jokes, or disagreements, I'll be happy to read it out loud and engage you with it. Just $2 and up. Appreciate the support. And hey, I'll tell you this, for for a misogynist and sexist that the libs try to claim that Trump is, he did a lot for women than the Dems did. I mean, the Dems let guys with wigs in y'all locker rooms, in y'all bathrooms, in y'all sports, and Trump over here trying to take these creeps out of there. So I'm just like, it's kind of crazy how he's the misogynist and sexist and not the guys who are literally letting men wear wigs to assault women in bathrooms. And you're like, it's wild, but bathroom, locker rooms. I mean, come on now. Like, really? Can y'all really say y'all liked women after, ignoring that, turning your head towards the fact that y'all were letting men with wig on go in there and assault women in their bathrooms and locker rooms? Like, can y'all really say that y'all appreciate women? Can y'all really say y'all appreciate women? Y'all still out here fighting for transgenders to be in their sports. I mean, isn't that pretty disrespectful towards women? To pretty much, like, I don't know, instead of them being a biological being, they're now an identity. Like, it's pretty effed up. Like, it's hard to say you respect women when instead of seeing them who they actually are as a biological being, you want to just make them an identity. But you love women, though. Okay.
So I know you were at the arguments. I listened to them myself as a woman and as a former athlete. And I think the president speaks on common sense on this issue, that women's sports and private spaces should be protected, and that there are two genders, there are two sexes. That is not something we should be afraid to say in this country. And I think, frankly, it was quite alarming to not only hear a couple of justices gravel over that basic, fundamental biological fact that.
No, and here's the wild part. Like, so shout out to Hellbat, and then I'll touch on this. Shout out Hellbat. He says, not sure, but has anyone else realized that ever since NATO was formed, we have been getting fleeced, or is that just me? Bro, trust me, we all know that NATO's been playing us. And as soon as we act in our own self-interest, they want to kick, scream, and cry. But then also, there was somebody in the chat that said, well, that transgender thing's a 1% problem. And I said, you know how effed up that sounds? Because you're pretty much ignoring, like, all right, so one transgender takes opportunity away from almost every girl in that division. So we're talking about hundreds of girls in that division you don't care about. Hundreds of parents who pay for their daughters, like sporting, they give them trainers and all this. I mean, nutrition and all that good stuff. And that's all wasted because of these transgenders who are coming in unfairly. And you're just saying F up. This is why I'm telling you, you can't say you like women when you have that mentality. When you're saying, well, it's just 1%, the 1% harms hundreds of thousands of women. And that's all you got to say. But you're saying, but Trump's the racist and misogynist, though. I'm sorry, but there's some type of hidden misogyny in the liberal party.
Men and women are different but inherently equal, but we are certainly different, and women deserve such rights. We hope and expect that the Supreme Court will rule in the right way on this matter. Thank you. Gabe.
Thank you very much. A lot to talk about.
Sure. Isn't there always a lot to talk about?
Very sad.
What can you share about the president's meeting with Maria Corina Machado? Is it underway? What can you share about that? And then also, the president said yesterday that Delcy Rodriguez was, quote, a terrific person. Does the president trust the remaining members of the Maduro regime?
I will say, to your first question, the meeting was about to begin as I was stepping out of the Oval Office moments ago. So my understanding is that it's underway right now. I know the president was looking forward to this meeting, and he's was expecting it to be a good and positive discussion with Ms. Machado, who is really a remarkable and brave.
Which is very confusing right now. So we're not sure if we're going to bring in Maria Cachado, or we're going to keep in Delcy Rodriguez. And Delcy Rodriguez was the VP of Maduro, but now she's the interim president, and then pretty much sworn in by the Supreme Court, basically by the regime. So we don't know if we'll be working with Maria Machado and she's going to come in, or we're going to be working with Delcy Rodriguez, who seems like she actually turned on Maduro and she may be willing to actually work with us. we'll see how that all works out. Because if she's not willing to work with us and keeps up that rhetoric, then I'm gonna be real with you, she probably will be taken out, and we will install Maria, because the regime has already released political, political allies of Maria Machado. So we'll see where that goes. That might just be a good gesture, or it might be them, preparing for Maria to take power. We'll see.
Voice for many of the people of Venezuela. So the president looks forward to obviously talking to her about the realities on the ground in the country and what is.
Oh, guys, and not to be, I guess I got to do this. Because for some of you guys who want to, downplay the transgender issue, please, guys, give me 2 minutes. Don't scroll away yet. Just give me 2 minutes to prove a point here. Now, this was sent to Amanda Gilbert, and she made the statement that there is no documented evidence of transgender person in the United States ever causing an issue in the bathroom. We have real issues we need to address. The transgender community is not one of them. Let's focus on improving things for all our youth. Susie Robbins with Equality Utah's Transgender Advocacy Council. So somebody sent her all of these stories that you can go look up yourself. You can go headline for headline, and you will find these stories. So VA judge finds transgender teen guilty of sexual assault in Loudoun County High School's girls' bathroom case. This comes from CBN.com, CBN News. Another one, Oklahoma transgender student charged with assaulting female high school classmate in bathroom. Fox News. All right, let's go to another one. Transgender Wyoming woman convicted of sexual assaulting a 10-year-old girl in a bathroom. So I wasn't bullshitting you when I said that. Another transgender girl flashes 4 freshman girls in their locker room after a swim class in Wisconsin. Oh, shout out to Fox News. And watch. Teenage girl was terrified in locker room with naked transgender woman, because I guess she was walking around in full swing. Jesus. All right. Transgender suspect threatens to rape Christian girls, inject HIV in people wearing crosses. Copycat Nashville shooting. Male inmate convicted of raping females at Rikers Island's women's facility because guess what? He claimed to be transgender. And these are all News Yahoo. I said you can go line for line, headline for headline. Don't be a lazy bastard now. I even said Yahoo News, Fox News. There's a lot more here. Male rapist who identifies as a female transfers to women's jail. Assaults females. No shit. LifeSite News. You can look all of these stories up, guys. And if you don't, then you're just afraid of the truth. BBC, rapist guilty of attacking women before gender change. But there's not a problem here, S.E.T. Then y'all just don't care about women then. Period, point blank. Well, let's get back to it.
Is taking place. As for Ms. Rodriguez, the president did speak with her directly this week. As you know, he revealed that to all of you yesterday. And Secretary Rubio and the administration have been in constant communication with Ms. Rodriguez and other members of the interim government in Venezuela.
Just to let you know, guys, that was just page 3. There are 8 pages of stories of transgenders assaulting women in bathrooms, after sporting events, in jails, locker rooms. And y'all just sit there and be like, oh, it is not a problem, S.E.T. Oh, really? Really? Okay.
They have been extremely
Don't ever tell me
cooperative.
you like women.
They have thus far met all of the demands and requests of the United States and of the president. And I think you have all seen that play out. We obviously had a $500 million energy deal that was struck in large part because of the cooperation from Ms. Rodriguez. Venezuela and Ms. Rodriguez have also confirmed that they will be releasing political prisoners from Venezuela. There were 5 Americans who were recently released this week as well. So the president likes what he's seeing and will expect that cooperation to continue.
And regarding the investigation into the leak that the president referenced yesterday, what is the administration's position on the Washington Post reporter? The Post has reported that she was told that she is not a target of the investigation. Does the administration believe she did anything wrong? And then also, what is the administration's position on the Pentagon Papers case from the
here's the crazy thing about about DIC Rodriguez is that we were leaving her in, but she was Maduro's right-hand woman. So it's kind of weird not to think that she wasn't involved in any of his, narco trafficking or anything like that. It's kind of crazy that we just left her in as if she's just this innocent angel and she's going to, it actually does seem like she's going to work with us. But innocent angel, she is not. I mean, trust me, she believed in all of Maduro's policies. She was rocking with the man, but it does seem like she's changing too and out of fear for her life. We'll see how far that goes because it's looking like we may just keep her in there as a puppet, or we'll bring in Maria Cachado, which is basically our own personal puppet.
1970s that affirmed.
Either way, they're getting a puppet leadership, sadly. Either way.
Reporters' right to publish classified information under certain circumstances.
Well, since this is an active investigation, I don't want to comment on it much more than what we did yesterday to obviously confirm the investigation. And I can confirm what the Attorney General stated and the President as well, which is that the individual, unfortunately, a contractor at the Pentagon, chose to unlawfully leak classified and very serious information to this Washington Post reporter. Hence why the reporter's home was looked into by the FBI, rightfully so. And the administration is not going to tolerate leaks, especially from within the national security apparatus.
And shout out to what was it? Biggest complainer. That's hilarious. He said, we appreciate you being able to debate both sides. Oh, of course, bro. I try to come from both sides as much as possible, but sometimes, bro, on the left, I mean, look, bro, y'all hearts be in the right place, except for on this transgender issue. Most of the time, your hearts are in the right place. And sometimes you have a little bit of suicidal empathy, but I mean, you're fellow Americans. So we love you guys, even though you hate us. But I mean, come on now. You're not that bad.
Apparatus of the United States government that put our nation's integrity and our national security at risk. Full stop. The president will not support that. I know the Secretary of War will not support that, and it will not stand. And legal action will be taken against anyone, whether it's a member of the press or whether it's an employee for a federal agency who breaks the law. If you break the law, and if you endanger our men and women in uniform, you are going to be held accountable, period, full stop. Jackie.
Does this administration believe that this reporter or any reporter has a right to publish classified information under certain circumstances?
Look, I think that we do not believe that individuals who have been given the privilege of holding a top secret clearance should be illegally leaking that classified information. And I know the American people agree with that. And I think it's a basic tenet of journalistic integrity not to publish information that could directly endanger the operational security or the brave men and women who are serving this country in uniform and putting themselves in harm's way to protect not just the people of this administration, but all of you in the press and all of their fellow Americans as well. Jackie.
Thank you, Caroline. I wanted to get the White House reaction
Now, if you don't know that Caroline Leavitt has actually did two things. She's cracking down on leakers, and there was a leaker that she got out of the DOJ, not DOJ, but the DOD, the Department of Defense. And she removed him because he was leaking information to, I believe, Venezuela. He was trying to leak information to Venezuela on our operations and on our plans of what we were going to do. I mean, he was caught for it, and ironically, he is Hispanic, so it kind of shows that leaker basically was a spy in the Department of Defense, and he was able to get this information and try to leak it to Venezuela. I mean, this is why he got pretty much locked up. And then Pam Bondi also talked about how the fact that I think she fired like the entire prosecutor's office of Minnesota because they were trying to take a 1-year vacation to avoid prosecuting prosecuting the obstruction cases of the protesters. So she fired all of them.
Iranian state TV broadcasting an implicit threat to the president's life. It was images of the assassination attempt in Butler, Pennsylvania, according to reports, with the message, "This time it will not go wrong."
I have not seen that, to be honest with you, Jackie. We'll take a look, and I'll let the president and his national security team examine that footage to ensure its legitimacy. Again, I haven't seen it, so I can't comment on it. What I will say with respect to Iran is that the president and his team have communicated to the Iranian regime that if the killing continues, there will be grave consequences. And the president received a message, as he revealed to all of you and the whole world yesterday, that the killing and the executions will stop. And the president understands today that 800 executions that were scheduled and supposed to take place yesterday were halted. And so the president and his team are closely monitoring this situation.
Yep, they've only done one execution so far, and it's of a confirmed person, a confirmed protester who was taking instruction from a Mossad agent. That's the only person they executed. They've held off on all the other executions of protesters, which they were about to do 800. I mean, god damn.
Options
No
remain.
wonder they did a media blackout, man. So they about to do public executions on that note.
Table for the president.
Netanyahu encouraged him against strikes.
Look, it's true that President spoke with Prime Minister Netanyahu, but
right.
I would never detail.
All right, so I was pretty much right on that one, or my information was right on that. That the president, or yeah, the president of Israel, which is Bibi Netanyahu, and well, Benjamin Netanyahu, and the king of Saudi Arabia. I won't even try it, but those guys contacted Trump and said, "Look, we kind of missed our opportunity, bro. We missed our opportunity to go in there and strike him and take out the Ayatollah. We missed the opportunity. And if you go in there now, Israel's going to get struck. Saudi Arabia's going to get struck. And why? Because your military bases are in Saudi Arabia. So, I mean, yeah, we kind of missed the opportunity. We don't really know what's going on because there's a complete media blackout. Bro, they found a way to block Elon's Starlink because Russia found a way and Russia gave it to Iran. So there's still a complete media blackout, even with the help of Starlink. I know it's tough. So we really don't know what's going in there. And if we bomb them, we'd be going in blind.
Details about their conversation without giving the expressed approval by the president himself. Ouija.
Thank you, Caroline. Is it still the president's assessment that it would be very hard for Ms. Machado to leave Venezuela because he says she lacks the respect and support in that country? And
True.
Will he raise that with her today?
I mean, yeah. I mean, Trump, bro, both Trump and Maduro said that, bro, if she goes in there, she'll be taken out within 48 hours. Like within 2 days, she's done. And one reason, and I know a lot of people are not going to like to hear this, but one reason is because she's pro-Israel. And a lot of Venezuelans that are pro-Palestinian. I mean, Maduro was pro-Palestinian, and so was the people of there. They were all pro-Palestinian. We're bringing in somebody that's pro-Israel. Now, that might not matter as much as, you know, they're making it seem. I mean, and the other thing is that, well, most of her political allies have left. Yeah, we released some of them, but most of them has left the country, and we don't know if she has that strong of a support anymore. Like as Trump said, I don't know if she got the juice. And as Maduro said, she only lasts 48 hours. So it seems smarter to just try to control Delcy Rodriguez than try to bring in somebody that we don't even know she has support. I mean, at least we know Delcy Rodriguez got the support of the Supreme Court.
The president's assessment that you just pointed out was based on realities on the ground. It was a realistic assessment based on what the president was reading and hearing from his advisors and national security team. And at this moment in time, his opinion on that matter has not changed.
He has also said that he would like there to be elections in Venezuela when the time is right.
That's right.
Do you have any update on when that might be? And is he committed to a transition to democracy for Venezuela?
Yes.
Oh, guys, let's get the likes up to 100, guys. We got over 600 y'all in here, man. Do me a favor, double tap that screen and like the video. Let's get those likes up to 100, guys. Appreciate the support.
He is also committed to.
Oh, and we are about $36 away from opening up the call-in line and running a conspiracy hour. So about $36 away. Appreciate the support to all the supporters so far and all of those who like the video. Appreciate you guys.
Hopefully seeing elections in Venezuela one day, but I don't have an updated timetable for you today. Reagan in the back.
Thanks, Caroline. I have a question for you on Minnesota and then also Venezuela.
Sure.
President Trump threatened invoking the Insurrection Act today in a Truth Social post. I'm wondering what his tipping point is. Like, what would it take for him to invoke the Insurrection Act?
Look, that's only a question.
I'm be real with you. There might be already grounds for it. I mean, do you see what they're doing in Minnesota? They broke into the back of an ICE officer's car and stole the weapons and stole his patches as well, which is grimy. That's probably personal to him, but it is what it is. So, and let me show you this video right here. So if you don't know what I'm talking about, shout out to Nick Sorter. He went ahead and posted this video right out of Minneapolis. Here we go. Or Minnesota, whatever. They're inside a nice officer's car trying to get into the weapons box. Oh, wow. And they got into it. Looting.
Oh my God.
Bro, this dude here in a mask. There's a dude in a mask.
Oh my.
Stole FBI rifle. And this dude has a gang tattoo right here on the damn cheek. Bro. This look like the guy we're supposed to be deporting. But here he is, though, stealing an FBI rifle.
There's some bullets.
I'm sorry, but all I see is this.
I stole that shit. Stole that shit. That's what I'm doing, nigga. But nigga, I stole that shit.
I mean, hey, man, they stealing it. Bro, they taking the patches, bro. They stripping it bare, like, bro. It's like somebody robbing your house and they even stole the trash. It's like, bro, really? Like, come on now.
Ain't no way. Tourniquet there.
Did he get?
Yep, ripped it bare. I mean, protest has gotten out of control at this point. I mean, it's starting to look like LA, except with colder weather. So, what do you think? What did they do in LA? They brought in the National Guard. So, hey, man, the people of Minneapolis, Minnesota, you're only making it worse on yourselves. We're making it worse. I think there was like a protest who got shot in the eye by like a paintball or something, and now he's blind in one eye because why? He went to go out there and protest ICE and get in their face and try to attack them, try to run up on them, and them getting shot in the eye by a paintball. I'm gonna be real with you. You get shot in the eye at a paintball at close range, bro, man, that eye is cooked. I felt extremely bad for that young man. I was like, wow, cooked. Crazy. Rifle suspect plate. I'm done. Bro got into the car and just like slowly moved off as the police officers are near him. Well, he's a real one. Hey, I mean, hey, shout out to Nick. At least he got the license plate. Oh, shit. Are you really getting in the way? Yeah. This is I don't know. Yeah. So that's pretty much what's going on there. And this is why an Insurrection Act may be necessary. Maybe.
Frankly, Reagan, the president can answer. But the Insurrection Act is a tool at the president's disposal. As you know, it has been used sparingly, but it has been used by previous presidents in American history. And I think the president's Truth Social post spoke very loud and clear to Democrats across this country, elected officials who are using their platforms to encourage violence against federal law enforcement officers, who are encouraging left-wing agitators to unlawfully obstruct legitimate law enforcement operations. And if you talk to any law enforcement officer, no matter what level they work at, they want to be working with their counterparts, whether that's at the federal level or the federal authorities wanting to work with their counterparts at the state and local level. And it's truly shameful.
Yeah, and that's the crazy part is that, yeah, the local police should be helping ICE, but these mayors and governors are saying, oh, no, don't help ICE. They're on their own. Is like, and then you let the people outnumber them because you want something bad to happen. I mean, let's be real. They're like the people, the left-wing media, left-wing politicians. I'm be real with you. Renee Good's death is on their head. They're the one that provoked this image of ICE, called them Gestapo, fascist, undercover Proud Boys, all this insane shit. And it led to the overreaction of Renee Good in that situation. Like, I'm sorry, but due to the rhetoric of the left and left-wing pundits, you guys put your own people's life in danger When they go out here and protest ICE, thinking that they can do whatever, thinking that they're allowed to attack these guys like they're Gestapo, like they're Nazis. Well, guess what? They're not. They're law enforcement, federal agents, aka you touch them, your ass going to jail. Like, I don't know what's so hard to understand about that. I don't know why were you guys even radicalized, even think that this is an okay thing to do.
Now, for more than a year, you've had elected Democrat governors and mayors who have basically held their state and local law enforcement hostage and told them you cannot cooperate with federal law enforcement. Why? They cooperated under the Biden administration. It's because these Democrats are deranged in their hatred for President Trump, and they are holding their state and local law enforcement hostage as a result. And these Democrat mayors and governors are doing this over what? Over the lawful and legitimate law enforcement operations to remove violent criminals from the streets of Minnesota, from the streets of California, from the streets of New York, and from the streets of every state across this country. And you don't see these riots and this vandalism taking place in states like Florida. Why? Because you have a governor in that state who has empowered federal and local authorities to work together. And it's despicable what we're seeing from these Democrat politicians, especially in sanctuary states and cities across the country.
Caroline.
Go ahead.
Bro, it's shameful, it's dangerous, it's recklessly irresponsible. Like, you hold this power of authority and you're using it to what? Sow dysfunction in the United States, to get your people to go out there and impede law enforcement, and it end up getting one of your own killed. That's on y'all. That is on y'all. If you guys never spread that rhetoric about ICE, Renee Good would never been out there obstructing ICE officers, trying to ride off on them as they try to pull her out the car, which end up getting her shot, and which is very sad, by the way. Nobody deserves to die, but we do got to sit here and call a spade when we say she put herself in that position. And the reason why she put herself in that position was from the rhetoric of who? CNN, MSNBC, I mean, your favorite political pundits on the left, Jacob Fry, Hakeem Jeffries, Chuck Schumer. These are the guys who are doing it, and nobody's holding them accountable.
John.
Oh, thank you so much. My question is, President Trump has talked twice in recent days, once at the Kennedy Center and then to Reuters again last night about canceling the election. Why is he talking about this?
I believe you're referring to the president's interview at Reuters last night. I was in that interview. It was a closed-door interview. Obviously, there was not audio or video. The president was simply
Dems. Look, or the guys with the TDS, the Trump haters. Let me tell you something right now, guys. If you guys think that you're going to try to invoke a revolution and insurrection and all this good stuff because Trump's president, I hope you know to really get this revolution off, you need about 80% at least of the people in on this. 80% of the United States. Bro, you have less than half. Okay? Maybe like at 49, 48%. So, yeah, you guys don't even have half the nation on your side when it comes to this. Half the nation does not feel like, honestly, most of the nation, if you're reasonably minded, do not feel like we're in a fascist regime. We're not in no authoritarian regime, or you wouldn't be able to talk the way you do. You wouldn't be able to go outside the way you do. Actually, you would have been marked down a long time ago and locked inside the confines of your house or taken off to a camp somewhere if we was in this fascist regime. So I'm sorry, but what you're saying, don't speak to reality. And if you think that, oh, yeah, we need to go against this tyrannical government, where's the tyrannical government? Please, because who's keeping me from saying what I want to say? Nobody. Who's telling me what time I got to go inside? Nobody. I mean, who's telling me what to do with my autonomy? Nobody. I mean, that was happening in COVID, but I ignored that shit too. So trust me, you're in the freest country in the world and you're complaining about tyranny? A tyrannical government? Maybe you should take a trip to Russia and China, bro. Maybe you should take a trip and then come back here. Bet your ass be kissing the concrete.
Joking. He was saying, we're doing such a great job. We're doing everything the American people thought. Maybe we should just keep rolling. But he was speaking facetiously.
And then one more
Sure.
on the labor secretary. She's under investigation. Has he spoken to her about this?
I don't know if the president has spoken directly to the secretary. If they have, I'm unfamiliar with that conversation. But I have spoken to the president about that report regarding the secretary. He's aware of the internal investigation and he stands by the secretary. And he thinks that she's doing a tremendous job at the Department of Labor on behalf of American workers. PBS, go ahead.
You were mentioning a moment ago about working federal, state, local officials in Minneapolis. Governor Walz's office is saying today that he's trying to get a hold directly with the president. Have they spoken? And if they haven't, why haven't they spoken if there's a desire from Walls, as they're saying, to de-escalate what's happening there.
I'm not sure if that's a genuine offer to speak with the president. I was with the president about 30 minutes ago and they hadn't spoken at that point. Look, the president is always willing to answer the phone when people pick up and call. When there was another tragic shooting many months ago in Governor Walz's state, he spoke directly with the governor. But I would ask that the governor stops inciting the harassment and illegal obstruction of law enforcement in his state. All ICE and federal law enforcement are trying to do are remove people like this off of the streets of Governor Walz's city in Minneapolis and of his state in Minnesota. If you look at some of the individuals in this photo, these are all illegal alien criminals who came into our country under the previous administration. This is some of the most disturbing crimes.
And here's the thing. I believe while Renee Good was, obstructing ICE officers, they was actually looking for a child molester. They was looking for a child molester as she was impeding their investigation. And it's almost like, look, like Dems, I know y'all don't rock with the child molesters. I'm not even going to do y'all like that. But I mean, come on now. Y'all got to understand that they are actually catching criminals out here. And they're also catching the people that's not supposed to be here. I do get that you disagree with one half of the immigration policy, but I'm sorry, you got to get over that. They're not supposed to be here, and we're just upholding federal law. If you don't like federal law, then please, go to a country that don't believe in borders. You'll be happy there.
Crimes you will ever read about, and there's only a few reporters in this room who will actually talk about these individuals. This is all ICE is trying to do. They are trying to remove people like this from Governor Walz's state. And so yes, he should pick up the phone and he should say that he will cooperate with this president and with the federal government in making Minnesota safer, because that's all President Trump and his administration want to do. Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. The president says he wants money to go directly to Americans so they can buy their own insurance. How exactly would this work? And can the president assure Americans that this will be enough to cover their healthcare costs?
So this is the second principle in the president's healthcare plan, lowering insurance premiums specifically, and ensuring that that money is going directly back to the American people and cutting the kickbacks that then raise those premiums. So this plan, once put into legislative text and passed by Congress and sent to the president's desk, will stop sending big insurance companies billions of an extra taxpayer-funded subsidy payments and instead send that money directly to eligible Americans to allow them to buy the health insurance of their choice through, you may have heard it be referred to as health savings accounts. Whether that ends up being the actual name of such accounts, we'll have to see. Again, Congress and the White House are going to work together to put this plan into action. And then secondly, the Great Healthcare Plan will fund a cost-sharing reduction program for healthcare plans, which will save taxpayers at least $36 billion and reduce the most common Obamacare plan premiums by over 10%. And that's according to the Congressional Budget Office.
Really? The CBO is on Donald Trump's side? The Congressional Budget Office on Donald Trump's side when it comes to this healthcare plan? I'm gonna have to look in a little bit deeper into that, because the CBO, she's probably reading right, but they probably got other things that they're weary of as well. So I'm gonna make sure I look a little bit deeper into that, saying that the CBO, the Congressional Budget Office, somewhat approves of the reduction cost to Obamacare that Trump's great healthcare plan would provide. All right, we'll get more into that. And let's not forget to double tap that screen, guys. Let's get more people into the conversation by double tapping that screen.
20 million Americans in recent weeks have seen their healthcare costs soar. Can he assure them that if this plan is put in place, that they will be able to cover those costs?
If this plan is put in place, every single American who has health care in the United States will see lower costs as a result. They will see more transparency. All of these proposals that are within the Great Healthcare Plan are incredibly popular with the American people, and they will impact everyone, not just a small fraction of those who are within the healthcare marketplace, but every single American will continue to see their costs go down. And I will note that they already are with respect to prescription drug prices. When you look at what the president has done with most favored nations, you've seen these big pharmaceutical companies in the Oval Office saying that this president and his team were nonstop around the clock pressuring us and negotiating with us to lower the cost of prescription drugs for Americans. And we are already seeing that to the tune, in some cases, of more than 500%. And that Trump RX website is something that the administration will be formally not launching very soon, so Americans will have access to those lower costs of drugs. Josh.
Thank you. The president has called on credit card companies to lower the cap rate to 10% effective the 20th next week. If they don't do that, what's his... What'll he do? What's the threat?
Well, tariffs. No, I'm just kidding. The president certainly has an expectation, Josh, that the credit card companies will do this, just as he did with the pharmaceutical companies, that they will lower costs for American consumers. I don't have a specific consequence.
Yeah, lower the credit card rate or the interest rate on your credit card by 10% max. AKA, they won't be able to practice no more predatory lending. And that means, well, less people are going to be approved for credit. But I mean, let's be quite honest. I mean, if you can't get approved with a 10% interest rate, which is best for you, then maybe you just need to work on your credit until you are able to. I mean, we're going to start teaching some responsibility around here instead of letting people just throw themselves down the drain of, well, interest debt. Oh, just paying nothing but interest. But all right.
Ones to outline for you, but certainly this is an expectation and frankly a demand that the president has made.
Can you give us an update on the Fed?
Yeah, and I'll be real with you. That is somebody said it like, bro, we used to have usury laws. And yeah, I mean, usury is low-key against our religious teachings. I mean, honestly, it's against a lot of religious teachings. Except for even the Jews. Yeah, even in Judaism. But they say you can do usury to other people, but not their own, though. It's like that kind of effed up. But I mean, I don't think we should be doing usury at all since it's supposed to be against our religious teaching.
Sorry. There was some reporting from, I think, Fox Business that Rick Reeder had an interview this week scheduled. The president's indicated he's already made a selection, or at least he's settling on someone. Where is he in that process, and when can we expect an announcement? Is he still doing interviews?
Look, the president is in the same place as you all have been asking about this for many, many weeks. He's in a decision-making phase. There are a few people who he likes very much for this job, maybe less than that. The truth is, like with all decisions, it's a decision for the president to make. And he said to Reuters in that interview last night that he thinks he'll be finally making that decision in the next couple of weeks. So we will see.
And very quickly, there's been some criticism from other governments about Grok and XAI, the Twitter AI bot, and things it's been doing to manipulate images, including whether that would violate the Take It Down Act that the First Lady has supported. We've not heard from this administration on it. Elon Musk says that they've disabled that, but I wanted to ask you whether the administration has a position and whether that's something that you will be pursuing, or whether the president has talked to Mr. Musk about that.
Yes, I will talk to the Office of Science and Technology, and we will get you a firm statement and answer on exactly where the administration stands. I don't want to speak on that without speaking with the experts on it. Yes.
Just to follow up on the health care plan, one of the things in the Affordable Care Act was coverage of pre-existing conditions. Is there any discussion or inclusion on that issue in the president's plan?
The president's plan that he outlined today will have no impact on individuals in this country with pre-existing conditions. Obviously, that's a continued conversation that the White House will have with Congress, but that's not the president's intention with the Great Healthcare Plan.
Now, what I've heard Republicans say is that they created these like high risk pools for people with pre-existing conditions, create high risk pools for them so they don't get taken advantage of and all that good stuff, and they get specialized pricing. So yeah, I've heard Republicans talk about this before, and they call it a risk pool, a high risk pool, for the people with pre-existing conditions.
Go ahead.
Thanks, Caroline. Two questions on Minneapolis.
And then you. Go ahead.
Thanks. Two questions on Minneapolis, one on the ICE agent, the other on the rioting. I believe last night there were protesters or rioters that rifled through an FBI car, took weapons. We had a reporter embedded with ICE who said that she saw constant harassment all evening. Can you speak to the rhetoric we're hearing from Democrat politicians, whether they are causing violence against ICE, as well as some of the headlines we have seen, not including the full story?
Yeah, I mean, to your first point, I think I've addressed that these Democrat governors and mayors in not just Minnesota, but in states across the country are essentially, they've referred to ICE agents who, again, are brave men and women. And I would encourage everyone in this room, and I would encourage Governor Walz and other Democrats who are demeaning law enforcement to sit down and have a cup of coffee with an ICE agent or a Border Patrol agent. These are great, patriotic men and women who have families, who put on the uniform every day and are following our nation's immigration laws at the direction of their bosses and again, at the direction of the law. They are simply trying to enforce the law. And the Democrat Party has demeaned these individuals. They've even referred to them as Nazis and as the Gestapo. And that is absolutely leading to the violence we're seeing in the streets. If you look at some of the images out of Minneapolis last night, look at this vehicle. Look at what it says. It says F ICE. You have these individuals who are putting their middle finger, proudly so, at the camera, Another ICE individual, a vehicle that was vandalized last night by these left-wing agitators. People don't do this without encouragement from people in power.
Facts. I mean, she's not wrong. People don't do this unless they're encouraged from people of power. Because if the people in power weren't encouraging this, they'd be too afraid to do it because they're like, all right, well, shoot, Tim Walz is going to bring down the law on me. But if Tim Walz is saying F these ICE agents, if my mayor's saying F these ICE agents, then who's going to stop me? If I want to go out there and harm me some ICE agents, if I know I basically got what the top people in my government, in my local government saying F these guys, basically, hey, I mean, what do they say? Fair game. They're fair game. I mean, think about it. If you're an ICE agent going in these liberal cities, these sanctuary cities, you are officially fair game because the governor don't want you there, the mayor don't want you there, district guys don't want you there, and they're willing to let their people attack you. And then if you hurt one of their people, they're gonna frame it as if you're the problem. And that's the strategy here, is to frame ICE as these horrible people, radicalize their constituents against them, get them to go out and protest them. They're going to be the ones getting hurt, never the politicians. And then they'll harp on your injury or your death when it's necessary, when they can get a political point out of it, just using you.
Who make them feel like it's okay. Here's another one. And I'm pretty sure this car, you can't see it, said the best agent is a dead agent or something to that effect.
Okay.
This is despicable rhetoric that we're seeing. And the media is absolutely complicit in this violence, because if you look at the headline from CNN, protests erupt after federal agent shoots man in Minneapolis. That is not the story. That is not the truth. If you actually want to know the truth, you can look at what the Department of Homeland Security released, which is that this ICE agent was executing a targeted operation against a Venezuelan illegal alien who was unlawfully present in the country.
In Portland.
And when this ICE agent tried to detain the individual, 3 more of his comrades came rushing out of a house and started ambushing and attacking the ICE agent. They used a shovel or a broom to smash his face in. And so, yes, that agent had to use self-defense and take up his weapon to protect his own life. That is what's happening on the streets of Minneapolis.
Yeah, and it's kind of funny because they wanted to frame it as, oh, this is another ICE reckless shooting of 2 innocent people. Then it came out that these 2 innocent people were gang members, part of Tren de Agua, and they actually came out and tried to jump the ICE officer. But they didn't tell you that, huh? You still haven't heard that, haven't you, my guys on the left?
That's what's happening on the streets, unfortunately, of these Democrat-run cities and states where you have elected officials who are encouraging such.
Like, actually, what you mean? The Minnesota, but what was it? I believe though the Portland, what was it? The Portland police chief came out and literally started crying because he had to admit that they were Tren de Agua and he felt he was being racist. I was like, bro, are you serious? Like I said, the suicidal empathy is on a different level with them.
Violence against our brave men and women in law enforcement.
Thank you, Caroline. 2 questions. First, a follow-up on one of my colleagues who asked you about the president's interview with Reuters. You said that he was joking about canceling the elections, but Americans for generations have fought and died for democracy, for this democracy. Are you saying that the president finds the idea of canceling elections funny?
Andrew, were you in the room? No, you weren't. I was in the room. I heard the conversation, and only someone like you would take that so seriously and pose it as a question that way.
Second,
Caroline,
Thank you, Caroline. Senator Elizabeth Warren said that the president.
I mean, hey, man, you probably should have came up with a better question, to be honest with yourself. Be honest, bro. You should have had a better question.
Called her earlier this week to discuss caps on credit card interest rates. I'm curious, would the president work with her and other Democrats in Congress on a legislative fix to this issue?
I think the president would work in good faith with anyone in Congress for a good legislative fix that would benefit the American people. And that's precisely why he called Senator Warren earlier this week on that matter.
Thanks, Caroline. Earlier, you were just defending ICE agents generally. And earlier on, Secretary Nolan spoke to the media, and she said, among other things, that they are doing everything correctly. 32 people died in ICE custody last year. 170 U.S. citizens were detained by ICE. And Renee Good was shot in the head and killed by an ICE agent.
Okay.
How does that equate to them doing everything correctly?
Why was Renee Good unfortunately and tragically killed?
Are you asking me my
Yeah.
opinion? Because an ICE agent acted recklessly and killed it unjustifiably.
Oh, okay. So you're a biased reporter with a left-wing opinion.
What do you want?
Yeah, that was a very biased reporting. He said, "Oh, because of reckless." No, actually, he acted within his training. Because a lot of y'all, I mean, this is be real. Don't listen to the left when it comes to this Renee Good shooting. And know what? I'm gonna say, be fair. Don't even listen to the right. Go ahead and look at all the footage of the Renee Good shooting and decide for yourself. And if you're being honest with yourself, you'll see how she put herself in that position. How when Renee Good backed up the car, when instructed to get out the car, with ICE officers pretty much trying to pull out the car. When she backed up that car, she put Jonathan Ross in front of that car. He didn't jump in front of it. He didn't move in front of it. She put him in front of it. In his point of view, it looks like the car was going to go right at him. So he took the necessary, he shot her. He took the necessary, I guess, precaution and ended up shooting her because in his mind, she was going to go straight for him. Why? Because when she backed out, when she moved that car, she put him in front of the car. That's what a lot of the left is not trying to admit right now. It's like, no, she did everything wrong to put herself in that situation, what ultimately cost her life. God rest her soul.
Yeah, because you're a left-wing hack. You're not a reporter. You're posing in this room as a journalist, and it's so clear by the premise of your question.
You want to debate this? Okay, cool. Hold on, man. I'm gonna go ahead and pull up all angles for you guys.
You and the people in the media who have such biases but fake like you're a journalist, you shouldn't even be sitting in that seat. But you're pretending like you're a journalist, but you're a left-wing activist. Okay. And the question that you just raised and your answer proves you're.
They said I'm blind. They said I'm like. They said I'm Ray Charles out here. Okay. All right. I got you. All right, then. All right, check this out then, my friend. So let's go to CNN because CNN actually exposes it first. So let's go all the way back, and I want you to go ahead and follow me here. Now, if you're on my YouTube or if you're on the horizontal live, this will be a whole lot better for you. So you can go ahead and head over there for this segment. Now, you're about to see here's Renee Good's car, and here's the ICE officer's car, Jonathan Ross.
As the vehicle passes, you can see the dark-colored SUV.
See, you see where my cursor is? If you can see it on live on the vertical, great. Where my cursor is where Jonathan Ross is. Let's follow this man. Where my cursor goes, where Jonathan Ross is going.
Be driven by Renee Nicole Good. That's on the right there in the back. The surveillance video taken by a home nearby. Agents can be seen milling.
Boom. Do you see where she's moving the car? Focus on the car for a little bit.
About near the vehicle, then.
When he's walking over to help his partners, she moves the car backwards and puts him in the way.
Colored SUV driven by Renee Nicole Good. That's on the
car was to never move. He'd have just walked across it, and that'd have been that. She was supposed to be getting out the car. We had no authorization to move that car. Once an officer tells you to get out, you're not supposed to move your car. Now, was it her plan to try to run over the officer? No. In my honest opinion, no. Because the way her wheels cut off and all the way she turned her wheels out and all that good stuff. And when she gets shot, the car went in the opposite direction. Trust me, if she was trying to run him over, even if he shot her, it went directly at him. But I do believe she overreacted, and I believe the ICE officer overreacted as well. But what he did is good grounds of self-defense, because as soon as she moved her car backwards, look at the car.
The surveillance video taken by a home nearby. Agents can be seen milling about near the vehicle.
Put him in the front of the car. Well, not directly in front, but somewhat in the front, like, closer to where the light is, which one of her lights are out.
Then converging on it, and then you see right there the SUV begins to move, and that's when the shots are fired.
So, like I said, she moved her car and put the ICE officer in front of it. Because if you're actually being honest with yourself, you'll see that the ICE officer wasn't in front of the car until she moved it.
In the back. The surveillance video taken by a home nearby. Agents can be seen milling about near.
Boom. And think about it. ICE officer's hand in the car. By this time, she was told to get out the car 4 times. And she moves the car and puts it in front of it.
Then converging on it.
Drives off.
Then you see right there the SUV begins to move. And that's when the shots are fired.
Once again, look at the car. It moves and puts him in front of the vehicle. Puts him in the line of sight. So when you guys sit there and lie and say, oh, he put himself there. Oh, no, he didn't. She put him there. And boom, slightly hits him, and he shoots, and that's
prior to this, the video shows the SUV had been stationary and
Let's go to the next story. Let's go to the officer's point of view. Oh yeah, I got all angles for you guys. So you can't really say it's murder when she put this guy in the middle of the car, which he had right in front of the car. And as soon as he started driving forward, he's not looking at the wheels. He's looking at the car that's coming towards him, and he shoots. That's a good ground for self-defense right there. He didn't shot, but he did.
That's fine, dude. I'm not mad at you. Show your face. I'm not mad at you. That's okay. We don't change our plates every morning, just so you know. It'll be
You
the
ain't mad
same
at him,
plate
but
when
she
you come
is.
talk to us later. That's fine. U.S. citizen, former fucking guy. You want to come at us? You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy.
And at this very moment, as she's talking her shit, well, here's the ICE officer right here.
Go ahead.
Get out the car. She moves the car backwards. See,
Boy, go ahead.
and as soon as he says get out the car, in his head, if you can hear this on the camera phone, he can hear it too. In his head, all right, she's not going to move that car because she's been told to get out the car. So that's what's going on in his head right now. And he's walking across to help his partner remove her out the car.
Get out of the fucking car.
Hand in the car. Hand in the car at this time. So now she's in danger of not only hitting Jonathan Ross, but dragging his partner, whose hand is still inside the car as she's driving off. So when he shot in the self-defense of himself and in the self-defense of his partner. But and you can literally hear it hit him. You can literally hear the car hit him. And I've just heard this, that yes, he actually was hospitalized for internal bleeding. Yeah. So, and that's the officer's side. And let's be real, like I said, if you're being honest, did she not move the car?
You want to come at us? I say go get yourself some lunch, big boy. Go ahead.
Out of the car. Get out of the fucking car. Get out of the car.
She moved the car backwards and put him in front of the car. Just like I showed you in the CNN video, where she pulled the car back and put him in front of the car, it reflects the same thing.
As the vehicle passes, you can see the dark-colored SUV driven by Renee Nicole Good.
That's
the on the right there
here
in the back. The surveillance video taken by a home nearby. Agents
and there's the officers right there, like you've seen in his camera phone video, right there,
can be seen milling about,
pulling on the car before, and then as she starts to move, pulls on the car. She starts
the vehicle, then
put him in front of the car,
converging on it,
to drive
and
off,
then
and
you see right there the SUV begins to move, and that's when the shots are fired.
And there's two grounds for self-defense of himself and self-defense of his partner, who may have been dragged if he didn't take that shot. It's sad, though, that a mother's life was lost. But, hey, if ICE wasn't selling this Gestapo Nazi narrative
prior to
one, she'd never be out there. She wouldn't be so fearful of ICE. And maybe she would have, I don't know, like, obey law enforcement. If she'd have just, I ain't gonna lie, stepped out of the car when ICE told her to, she'd still be here today. Not drive off when ICE had their hand in the car, she'd still be here today. So when does it actually fall on her? Because there's plenty of things she could have done. And she put the ICE officer's life in danger. So when are we going to see her admit that as well? Instead of just crying, going like, she's a mother. Yes, I know. And that's very sad. But she's also an adult, supposed to be a responsible adult, by the way. And like I said, here's the video that the left shows you, and it shows you nothing but. So.
No!
Still. Shit! And like I said, with his hand still being in the car, he moves back the car. And as she moves back, he's now in the line of sight. And for those of you guys that think that, oh, he had plenty of time, I'm gonna be real with you. This happened all within 12 seconds. Boom. 16 seconds and a half, basically. So all that happened within 4 seconds. And you guys like to watch in slow motion, pretend like this man had like he's in the Matrix, like this man is Neo or something, and he had all the time in the world to dodge. Like, I'm sorry, but reality ain't working out like that. I wish it did, though. It'd been pretty cool, but no. Now, there's more, though. There's more. Trust me, those aren't the only two, well, only three that I got for you. I got more for you guys. Like, come on now. I'm a fair guy. I like to show all sides. So let's go to this one that came from Fox, Channel 5, ABC. If you see with this one, you can see where he actually gets nicked. You can see his body literally lift up off the hood of the car. He basically gets pushed to the side by the car. So he did get nicked by the car, and apparently, according to DHS and, well, Fox News, that yes, he suffered internal bleeding. All right, though, let's get a close-up on it. So, and now we got more. We got before the shooting went down. This happened before the shooting went down. Just to prove it to you. See? Before the shooting went down. So let's go ahead and go to some important parts here. What I'm about to show you is Renee Nicole Good obstructing. And the honking, that's her. There she is, see? And the Honda Pilot, maroon. I mean, you can see her reflective work jacket. And what is she doing? Taking up an entire lane in the street. Taking up an entire lane in the street while honking her horn in rhythm. In rhythm, by the way. Let me show you this part, though. So, there you go. I mean, there's proof that she was obstructing. I mean, if you want to go further into the video, you can also see where the ICE officers actually start to pull up on her and surround her. And she was surrounded on both sides by police officers. Yes, she still thought it was a smart idea to try to pull off. Crazy. And the fact that there are libs out here trying to defend the evading police. I mean, bro, really? Did you forget that we're a nation of laws? Did you forget that part? Okay. Maybe you need to be reminded. There she is, right there still. In the middle of the road, you know, holding off an entire lane still. Now, this is Jonathan Roth's car moving behind her. Moving behind her, giving her that warning. Because what ICE officers do is when you're obstructing, they'll give you a warning. They'll say you need to leave. And if you don't leave, then you get arrested. Now, in my personal belief, I believe that this is where Jonathan Roth came over and said, look, you got to move or you will be arrested. And I'm pretty sure her wife came out and just said, F you, F what you talking about. We don't care, until more ICE officers came. Now she's going like, drive, and end up getting her girlfriend shot. So, are we really going to sit here and pretend like, is this murder? There's no case for self-defense? Like, come on now, guys. Come on now. I get that you're on the left, and I'm not one of these guys celebrating her death saying good riddance. No, this is very sad, but we got to sit here and get down reality at a certain point to understand, like, yo, be honest with you guys, strong case for self-defense. She put herself in that position. As much as I hate that she did that, that's what cost her life. You're not supposed to do that. If she'd have just followed the laws, followed the instruction of law enforcement, she would be here today. And that's what you guys are not trying to talk about. Oh. And shout out to my man, Monty. Appreciate you, my man. He says, oh, he didn't say anything. He just wanted to show some support. I appreciate you, my friend. I'm actually going to go ahead and bring you in here in a second, actually. Whoop.
But you're a left-wing activist, and the question that you just raised and your answer proves your bias. You should be reporting on the facts. You should be reporting on the cases. Do you have the numbers of how many American citizens were killed at the hands of illegal aliens who ICE is trying to remove from this country? I bet you don't. I bet you didn't even read up on those stories. I bet you never even read about Laken Riley or Jocelyn Nungray or all of the innocent Americans who were killed at the hands of illegal aliens in this country. And the brave men and women of ICE are doing everything in their power to remove those heinous individuals and make our communities safer. And shame on people like you in the media who have a crooked view and have a biased view and pretend like you're a real honest journalist. Kelly.
Two quick questions on Iran. I wanted to ask first, just if you can say, how close was the president to potentially launching strikes last night? And was it the Gulf states that convinced him not to do that, as some of the region there have said?
Well, look, Kelly, I know there's been a lot of speculation in the media about what the president is going to do at any given moment or any given night. And I would say a lot of these stories, to be honest with you, I've been reading them, and they've been based on anonymous sources who are pretending or guessing to know the president's thinking. The truth is, only President Trump knows what he's going to do, and a very, very small team of advisors are read into his thinking on that. And as I just told you, he continues to closely monitor the situation on the ground in Iran. And as we saw yesterday, he had heard that the killings and executions would stop. And we have seen 800 people, their lives have been spared as a result of that. The president continues to closely monitor, but also keep all of his options on the table.
Caroline, two separate questions.
Sure.
On the Machado meeting first, what is it that the president feels that he needs to hear from her or from the opposition party that he hadn't heard prior to today, or he wanted to hear in the meeting, to be able to convince him to commit to some sort of a timeline for elections?
I'm not sure the president is going into such the meeting with expectations like you just laid out, Fran. I don't think he needs to hear anything from Ms. Machado. I think generally this is a meeting that the president was willing to take and willing to accept, to meet Ms. Machado in person and to just have a frank and positive discussion about what's taking place in Venezuela. That's all.
I mean, yeah, thank you for saving my life. Like, thank you for sending people out there to save my life and bring me to Norway. I mean, she can come here to say thank you, but if you think she's coming here for her to be thrown into power, well, I'm gonna be real with you. I'm not too sure about that. I think that's highly unlikely.
On the subject of Greenland, Jeff Landry, the president's special envoy for Greenland, wasn't in the White House meeting yesterday. Can you say why that was and what exactly the role he is playing in these conversations about acquiring Greenland?
Well, the vice president and the secretary of state were present for that meeting. And the meeting, it was a productive meeting. It was a good meeting. And in that meeting, the two sides agreed to really establish a working group of individuals who will continue to have technical talks on the acquisition of Greenland. Those talks will take place, I'm told, every 2 to 3 weeks. So this is a conversation the administration intends to keep having with the Danes and with the respected delegation from Greenland. But the president has made his priority quite clear. He wants the United States to acquire Greenland. He thinks it's in our best national security to do that.
There have been multiple instances of American citizens being detained by ICE. And I'm wondering what the administration is asking the agency to do, or what steps is the administration.
Here's the thing. If American citizens get detained by ICE, think about it, that was actually happening even under Obama, where American citizens would get detained, then released. And here's the thing, they don't tell you the full story. They say detained and make you feel like, oh my God, they've been like disappeared and we never heard from them again. No, you dumbass. No, they're held for like 72 hours as they investigate them, and then they let them go. 72 hours. And if they hold them for more than 72 hours, then you guys can complain. But from 1 to 3 days, you can be detained for, depending on the severity of the situation. I mean, if you were caught during, if you was on a weed farm full of a bunch of child labor immigrants, I'm gonna be real with you, you're gonna be kept for those 3 days. If you were just riding around one of your homies that you didn't know was illegal, you'll probably be kept for like what, 30 minutes to a whole day. I mean, that's it. So when they say detained, they mean people who were detained and then later released. But they make it sound like, oh, they were just disappeared into the night and never heard from again. It's like, no.
Administration asking the agency to take to ensure that Americans are not wrongly arrested?
Obviously, ICE is focused on detaining individuals who are unlawfully present in the country. And there have been hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens who have been arrested and detained and deported from this country by ICE over the course of the last year. And that's their intention, and that is their goal.
Thank you, Caroline. One follow-up on Greenland. You reportedly sent troops over there. Does that change at all what the president is doing on this? And then a second question.
Wild.
Yesterday, in a Senate Health hearing, Senator Josh Hawley repeatedly asked a doctor if men can get pregnant, and she did not directly answer that. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, to your first question on Greenland, I don't think troops in Europe impact the president's decision-making process.
Literally, if anything, I mean, they're almost guaranteeing Trump pulling out of NATO. And I mean, once we pull out of NATO and you two are seen that, and then all those European soldiers are seen as enemy combatants, oh yeah, they're gonna pull out. They're gonna pull out real quick. Real quick.
Nor does it impact his goal of the acquisition of Greenland at all. To your second question, I mean, anyone in their right mind with common sense who's speaking honestly and candidly will say that men cannot get pregnant. And I think I can attest to that myself. So thank you all.
Yeah, shout out to Caroline Levitt, who's actually pregnant now right now. So congratulations on the new kid. I think they said she's going to have a girl or something like that. So congratulations on the baby girl. I mean, what, man, we ain't haters around here. But all right. Let me go ahead and play this video real quick, and then I'm going to go ahead and bring in my man Monty, man. You know, shout out to the co-host.
President Trump is now making a new and serious threat after protests in Minneapolis grew even more chaotic overnight. And there was another shooting involving a federal agent. This agent allegedly ambushed. The president posting this, we'll put it up for you, saying that if Minnesota's politicians don't obey the law and stop the professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE, I will institute the Insurrection Act. So that could lead to him deploying U.S. troops on U.S. soil in that state. Elena, let me start with you. This has now been taken to a whole new level by the president with this threat. What are you hearing about this?
Yeah, this is a very big deal. And I should know that this is something we've heard President Trump, of course, threaten in the past. He did so during his first term, particularly around.
I mean, yeah, well, yeah, if you won't allow the upholding of, well, federal law, aka immigration law, then yeah, he's going to invoke the Insurrection Act because you guys want to get in the way. And then you're going to cry when he does that, when he brings in the National Guard or the Marines. Well, I mean, it kind of don't make no sense, but like I said, we see what the left is doing. They're low-key putting their own people in danger. Then when their people either get hurt or killed, they'll sit there and try to blame the right, but they're the ones who low-key, well, they're the ones who stoked the flames. They're the ones who were calling ICE Gestapo, Trump a fascist, all this good stuff to really motivate these people to go out there and fight ICE, fight the federal government, basically. And it's somewhat of an insurrection, to be quite honest with you. But here's the problem. They're only making it worse on their own people. And guess what? You don't see the politicians out there getting hit in the eye with paintball guns. You don't see the politicians out there getting put to the ground by ICE officers. They should be. If they're going to lead other people to do it, please lead by example. Instead of staying in your nice ass mansion, watching people get hurt on camera, watching people get killed on camera because of what you're saying. Don't be a coward. Get up off your couch. Get up off that. I mean, shoot, get up out your mansion and go out there and protest with the people instead of saying the rhetoric that get people to go out there. Be about it. Stop talking about it and be about it. All right. Well, shout out to my man Monty. Let's go ahead and bring him in. How you doing, brother?
Bruh, I can't wait. I can't wait.
Man. Wait.
I hope he invokes the Insurrection Act. I mean, just the attack on the law enforcement vehicle last night, the night before, is grounds for it. If they're gonna do that and the state police aren't gonna do anything about it, that means the state police cannot handle the crime. And it is a political protest by means of violence. And it's an insurrection. If January 6th was an insurrection, then so is this.
Man, literally.
And I mean, it is what it is, right? They're not going to stop. The Nancy Pelosi's not going to send a tweet out and say, "All right, everybody, be peaceful and go home," and everybody's going to be peaceful and go home. No, these people are going to keep being fucking violent. They're going to keep doxing ICE agents. It's a concerted effort amongst the lefties.
But here's a problem, though. At what point do these Dems realize that all right, here's the thing. I mean, they think they're freedom fighters. They think they're out here doing God's work, but really they're being tricked in that they're being tricked out of their lives
They're
and tricked out of
terrorists.
their freedom.
They are terrorists.
And here's a problem, though. At what point do you guys realize that you're not going to beat the government? I mean, unless you got all of the American people on board with you guys, which you don't.
And you don't.
You guys are a radical few. Like, which you don't, bro. When these guys put that boot on you, we're only going to look and laugh. I'm sorry, but we're going to look and be like, look at these idiots. I mean, if you can convince the entire American people to be on your side, you have a chance, but you can't because this is what we voted for. And you're just, honestly, you're just mad because what you voted for is not being implemented.
They're mad they lost an election. That's all it is. That's all it is.
And you guys are now willing to risk your life taking on the government, pushing them to the extent where they might have to come out and shoot y'all asses. And I don't want that for y'all, but this is what you are pushing it towards. And once you guys get there, I'm gonna be real with you, I ain't feeling sorry for y'all. I feel sorry for Renee Good, but I would not feel sorry for you guys who continue to do this foolishness, knowing it's going to get you hurt, knowing it's going to get you taken away from your family, either by jail or death, and you still do the dumb shit you do. Like, you should be ashamed of yourself if you have a family, especially.
You can go watch any of the leftoids live streams of them fucking agitating protesters, fucking going in the streets. They're telling you to get back. You're like, oh my God, why are they gassing us? Oh, let's throw rocks at them.
Bruh. But all right, now let's get back.
The George Floyd protest that had erupted in 2020, but he also recently did it as well when talking about, wanting to crack down on, different types of protests, but even more specifically, maybe having the military help with law enforcement and trying to crack down on crime and deportations in cities like Los Angeles, Portland, and Chicago. But part of the reason this is such a big deal, let me just break down what the Insurrection Act actually is. It is a 19th century law. It's normally considered a last resort for presidents, but it gives presidents the authority to call on active duty military. So you could see potentially people like the Marines or soldiers, National Guard included in that, going into the streets of U.S. cities for law enforcement activities. And it's normally used only in certain specific cases. It can be used at the objection of local leaders.
Somebody said something stupid. He said deplorable show. First off, man, shut your bitch ass up. And second off, your neighborhood, bro, it's already going on in my neighborhood. It's too late. Did you not hear about the Columbus ICE crackdowns? Did you not see how we had people protesting? It's already happening, and I feel safer than ever. You want to know why? Because I'm a native-born American, you dumbass. Like, you guys sound stupid as shit when you sit there and say, oh, you're next. Are you retarded? Did you forget what their name is? Immigration, my man. Immigration. They're immigration enforcement. If you're a United States citizen, you're good. If you're an illegal, you're all right. I can see why you're in fear. So when you dumbasses sit there and say, oh, well, you're next. Wonder why you say that? Because you want me to be next.
Hey,
even if I am an American citizen, you want me to be next. You want me to get hurt for no reason. For no reason you want me to get hurt. Because guess what? I wouldn't be out there like those idiots protesting ICE because I want ICE to lock up all these illegals.
Let them come to my neighborhood. I'll tell them right where all the illegals are.
Man, ain't that crazy? They'll sit there in your face and say, I hope you're next. I'm just like, bro, really? You hope my city's next? It's too effing late. And I'm in jubilation over it. I'm like, bro, get all these Haitians that are illegal, get all these Hispanics that are illegal, and get them up out of here. Bro, they are a menace to society, bro. They cause car crashes, they take jobs, they're unclean, bro. Get these motherfuckers up out of here. And bro, and the ones that speak great English, the one that get naturalized and are illegal, keep them here. Keep them here. Okay. We already got enough Haitians. We got enough from the soil born Haitians here. We don't need any more. We got enough Mexicans here. We don't need any more. We don't need more Indians, Asians. We're done. We don't need any more of you people. We got enough of them. And I'll dare say we don't even need any more black people. We got enough of them.
Set. Oh my God. Someone put in the comments, this caller acts like the American people don't have a recourse to government tyranny. Well, first of all, it's not tyranny to uphold the laws that were passed by Congress. Second of all, aren't you the party that doesn't like guns and is afraid to even fucking hold a handgun? Oh my God, it's so big and loud.
Oh, but shout out to my man Jay. He's like, best stupidity is the leading cause of death in the USA now. Literally, it's about to be if these guys really try to go against the government full force. And you think you shoot at, bro? Imagine they start shooting at these guys.
Oh
but y'all
man,
really cook.
I can't wait. Please,
Y'all really cook. I'm gonna be sitting
try
there
it.
just, bro, and everybody's gonna be sitting there looking at y'all like a bunch of dumbasses. I'm talking to the people of Minnesota, LA, who thinks that this won't happen if you guys just keep agitating ICE. You keep agitating the government with what? Less than 50% of America on your side.
Not even less than 25% of America on your side.
And you think you're gonna cause a revolution with that? Bro, please.
They can't. I mean, you can cause a revolution with 25% of a population. It'll get quelled very quickly because the 25%, that they're talking about, like what is it? 1 in 11 own guns.
Exactly. Not too many of y'all liberals actually approve of owning guns. So I don't know what y'all gonna do there. What you gonna do? Like become human shields and all that good stuff? Like, bro, what's going on? I mean, that's what you guys literally are right now. It's human shields for a political ideology that doesn't suit you, that doesn't fit you, that doesn't support you, and that leaves you out there to get stomped on and put on the floor by police, by ICE officers. And the thing is, you kind of deserve it because you go out there and put yourself in that situation. You let yourself be tricked by these idiotic, political guys, or like Tim Walz, Jacob Fry. Like you let yourself get tricked by the most unimpressive, unintelligent people in the world, and wonder why you're getting the results you're getting.
What a crazy concept. But all these people were silent when there was fucking Minnesota National Guard walking down the street shooting people with tear gas because they dared leave their home.
Man, Carabas and beanbags. Yeah. But man, shout out to Hellbat. He says it's amazing how natural selection is skipped here. I mean, bro, man, hey, bro, shout out to the advancement of technology, or a lot of people would have been out of here by natural selection. She says, shit, ICE was just in my town because our illegal immigrant community turned in 3 illegals. I mean, legal immigrant community. Sorry, she said legal immigrant community turned in 3 illegals. I mean, and shout out to them. Shout out to them. Y'all forget that there are illegal immigrants here that do not like this at all. Why? Because illegal immigrants have to put in so much work. They have to follow the law just to get naturalized. Have to make sure they stayed employed and all this good stuff. And these guys just walk in here and you guys think that's okay. Like I said, you guys spit in the face of the people who follow the law. And then you get mad at people who want the law to be upheld. You are unlawful citizens. Like y'all don't believe in the law, apparently. I mean,
they think the law is racist.
I mean, shoot, bro. They over here getting mad at a lady who broke like almost 3 laws before she got shot. Mm-hmm. They're trying to defend that.
And then the fucking retards with fucking 15 IQs. Oh, does interfering with a law enforcement officer lead to execution? When you take violence to a lawful command, you have taken your life into your own hands. And if you die, you die.
It is what it is.
And so that carries its own weight here. Now, in my conversations with Trump officials, this was true during the first term, but even more so now, I should argue, in the president's second term, they have essentially told me that this is something they do not want, that they've been very hesitant to essentially go there despite the president threatening this. Some of that is because of the legal complications, but even more so because of the political ones. And having this type of law enforcement, military in the streets, of course,
he could have shot the tires.
He
could have, bro.
He could have shot the tires.
Like who? Not him. Not the guy in front.
First of all, that is against their policy to shoot out tires to disable moving vehicles. Yep. Second of all, that wouldn't have stopped him from getting hit by a car. You fucking retard.
Like
retard alert.
Literally would have got hit regardless. But like I said, they really don't care. They don't care. And I'm like, the problem is they're too focused on the death, but it's like, and I get that. It's sad, but you guys gotta stop being so emotional and get out to the point where we're like, bro, you cannot do what she did with law enforcement. I know you guys want to say, oh, they're not law enforcement, didn't have jurisdiction. They're federal agents. Are you serious?
They have jurisdiction everywhere.
Like, come on now.
They don't care. They don't care about the death set. They are happy she died because it furthers their cause.
Sick.
Of
So they
course,
think.
our goal today is to figure out how serious the president is actually about this and whether they're actually making plans potentially to do something to invoke this act, Kate.
Absolutely. Elena, thank you so much for that.
Joining us now, Andrew McCabe, the CNN senior law enforcement analyst and former deputy director of the FBI. Andrew, thanks so much for joining us. Last night, as you know, Minneapolis saw yet a new wave of very disturbing protests and clashes with police. 1 week ago was the ICE shooting death of Renee Good, and now the president is threatening to invoke what's called the Insurrection Act. 5 years ago, Minneapolis was rocked by violent protests after the police murder of George Floyd. Andy, is Minneapolis sitting on a powder keg right now?
Absolutely, they are, Wolf. And I think you saw that very clearly last night. I think the chaos, the escalation in violence, the overly tactical way that law enforcement responded to that assemblage of protesters, they're all very
The overly tactical
related to
what?
the fact that the law enforcement team on the ground having to deal with this situation is not one that is trained for or equipped for or experienced in dealing with large crowd control.
I'm sorry, but they shouldn't have to deal with that. That's something that honestly the local law enforcement are supposed to be helping with, but they're not. Like, you're literally admitting that you're not helping the ICE officers and leaving them to deal with stuff that they're really not trained to do. But the only reason but here's the thing though, you guys
That's
know
why
this,
they're
and this
doing
is
that.
why you're
That's
supposed
why
to
they're
have a
doing that,
local.
Seth.
Yeah.
Why do you think they're doing that? Why do you
Because
think
they want to leave
they're
them
not
out
helping?
like this. They want to leave
Yes.
them to the scrutiny of it instead of doing what they're supposed to do, which is let in law enforcement or local law enforcement to quell the crowds.
The supremacy clause in the Constitution that says any law that is made on the federal level trumps anything the state does. The state is required to fucking assist in investigations. That's why they get federal funds for their fucking police departments. That's why they get federal funds for their fire departments. That's why they get federal funds. So when the feds come in and say, "Hey, here's a law that all of fucking America agrees on or agreed on at one point. Now we're living in a fucking Delulu land, but here is a law that we all fucking agreed on. We're going to enforce it because you guys aren't enforcing it. Augment us or not." It would be like if the fucking state police decided that they weren't going to assist in a presidential detail. It would be like if the state police decided that they weren't going to prosecute drug crimes and then threw a holy fit when the DEA came in and fucking prosecuted drug crimes. It would be like if the fucking state police decided that they were going to fucking break all of the federal gun laws and the ATF comes in and says, "No, we're going to fucking enforce these gun laws."
But all right, guys. All right, Monty. But let's now shrink ourselves down to 10 curse words for the rest of the live.
Fuck you, stupid bitch.
Oh, okay, good. Now we're down to, well, all right, now you're down to 8. But why? Because, bro, when I was clipping up all the videos with us, all of them got ad suitability. All of them.
What?
All of them. And I was like, well, damn, Monty does say the F word almost every sentence. So you have to draw you back a little bit on that.
Damn.
I was like, all of them turned yellow. All of them.
Shit.
But you're good, brother. You're good.
Fuck.
These are federal agents. They're not police officers. There's not as many of them as you would need to handle a large crowd. Think about the way that we've seen effective law enforcement responses to large crowds, large protests, whether they be over the George Floyd death or whatever. You typically see a massive
Where the police
number
are?
of police officers in riot gear, not carrying shoulder-fired weapons, but rather carrying shields and sometimes batons, less than lethal weapons, and they basically
pause. So that piece of shit just fucking lied. Not carrying shoulder-fired weapons. You mean tear gas canisters?
Like, yeah. So I mean, what you wanted to be
And
defensive?
then right after that, he says, "Well, they shoot less than lethals." So yeah, so they do exactly what you just said that they're doing.
Like, bro. And it, like I said, it's like you're complaining about them not being trained to deal with like crowds.
They're not carrying rifles into the crowd.
Yeah, they're not. And here's the thing: they were never supposed to be trained to deal with crowds because it was assumed that local law enforcement would help out with that. Just like under Obama, they did. Local law enforcement helped. But let's be real: that local law enforcement mostly helping with the ICE crackdowns because they weren't crazy amount of protesters trying to stop ICE. Because it was Obama.
This guy acts like they're shooting fucking RPGs into the crowd.
Bro, like, what is this, Iran? Like, bro, chill out.
They're in a very systematic way to regain territory.
Oh, shout out to
their code is failing them. Systemic.
And disperse the protesters. Right now, you have a much smaller force, totally focused on a tactical response. Half of them are carrying M4s and other
No, they're not.
very heavy shoulder-fired weapons, rifles.
M4 weighs
This
8 pounds.
is
It's not
a
very heavy.
Powder keg, and last night you saw it just about go off.
Yeah, it's just not good all around, right? And now you have the president threatening this morning to invoke what's called the Insurrection Act. He said, quote, if the corrupt politicians of Minnesota don't obey the law and stop the professional agitators and insurrectionists from attacking the patriots of ICE who are only trying to do their job, I will institute the Insurrection Act. Let's remind everyone of what the Insurrection Act is. It allows the president to deploy the U.S. military domestically and use that force against citizens. It can only be employed if there's an insurrection or interference with state or federal law. So, Andy, as a former deputy
director, I believe, didn't we use the Insurrection Act for desegregation or anything
We sure
like that?
did. We sure did.
I mean, trust me, there's some rowdy people before that not even the Dems would agree with that. We had to pull down on this. Like I said, if you don't want to uphold federal law like they didn't want to do with desegregation, then I'm gonna be real with you. We're going to treat you like the segregationists.
Guess who it was that was going against desegregation? Guess who it was that was going against desegregation?
Who was that? JFK?
No, the Democrats. The Democrats in the several states that
no. Okay, you talking about the party that was for segregation? Yeah, it was the Democrats. I mean, I remember
every time there's an issue, they get violent to the point where they need the military. I think we should just fuck it, send the military in.
But here's the thing, though. Is this so hilarious how, like, look, if you guys want to go with history, you know how everybody was with segregation? Yeah, that's how you guys are today. You guys are the segregation crowd. But I guess really you guys are the anti-ICE crowd. And you guys are now the segregationists. Nobody really agrees with you. And we kind of just want y'all to shut the fuck up already and just like stop it. Like, that's how annoying you guys are.
Director of the FBI and acting director. Do you see any grounds to legitimize the use of the Insurrection Act here?
No, absolutely not. I think there's a lot of indicators on the ground that point towards the need for a much better and very different law enforcement response. This is, we have had, unfortunately, violent protests.
That wasn't ICE that did that, by the way.
A number of different reasons, different issues over the last couple of years. And in not one of them has any other president declared to bring in the United States military to take over a city under the Insurrection Act. What you have here is the government, unlike the response to George Floyd, this is an issue in which
in people's yards
could very quickly de-escalate the tension and the
That's not
violence on the
ICE.
ground
Those are
simply by
fucking
conducting
fireworks
their
being
business
thrown.
differently,
Yeah, I know, the protesters.
right? By pulling back some of these ICE officers, by bringing a less
Hold on.
aggressive.
You're throwing fireworks at ICE officers? Like, bro, do you understand?
But you see how they're playing. You see how they're playing the footage, like as if it's the ICE officer. They're talking about all the things the ICE officers are doing that are illegal and they're untrained, and then they'll show videos of fucking fireworks going off. It is subliminal messaging to fucking say, oh look, we're not going to outright say that this is the ICE officers, but we're going to show it while we talk about it. And like, are you fucking kidding me?
Like, bro, literally talk about how dangerous ICE officers are while protesters throw fireworks at ICE officers. I mean, that's hilarious, low-key, the way. It's like, you're just so dangerous. Protesters throw Molotovs behind news reporter. It's like really? They're the dangerous ones? You sure about that?
It's a mostly peaceful protest, man.
I mean, but bro, just throw a firework at an ICE officer. So that's cool to you? You're just going to show it and just talk about how bad ICE officers are. Is that really what we're doing?
Stop trying to put logic into it. The illogical crowd in your audience right now would say, oh, they should wrap that in metal and make it a grenade.
Hey man, you left this is crazy.
Tactical approach to this entire issue of finding people who are illegally here in this country. That's why there's violence and unrest on the street. Now, I'm not saying that violence by protesters is ever necessary or justifiable under any circumstances. It is not. But it is the government that's ratcheting up the tension and the violence here, and they could easily turn that off by simply conducting themselves differently.
Just really quickly to follow up, I mean,
Oh my God. She says, "Said we need to implement a curse jar or swear jar for Monty." Man,
Well, I mean, I got my $500 in already, so I guess that gives me
not too many cuss words. Still, you're at 5, Monty. You're at 5.
Fucking bitch.
And now West 3.
You had the situation with the shooting overnight, and DHS says that a Venezuelan national tried to flee and attacked the ICE officer trying to arrest him. I mean, in that situation, do you think a shooting was justified? In that case, he was shot in the leg, that Venezuelan national.
Well, it's very hard to say, Pamela, because we know almost nothing about this. And the reason is that the government's response, their comments in the media following the Renee Good shooting 1 week ago have proven to us all that we cannot take their statements for granted. We cannot accept what the government is telling us.
Hold on.
Pause. They have no credibility.
Go ahead.
Are you serious? So because they say what's obviously in front of everybody and combat the narrative that CNN and MSNBC are pushing that we can't trust, they're not saying what we want them to say, so we can't trust them. That's what he's saying. But it's the government that's stoking fear, and it's the government that's stoking violence, and it's the government with the dangerous rhetoric that they could just turn down.
No, here's the crazy part. The Minnesota shooting involving federal agent conducting targeted traffic stop, aka they knew who they were pulling over, of a Venezuelan national, aka most likely an illegal immigrant. And then the man ran from officers. So we got a Renee Good over here. Officers were ambushed by a man and 2 other individuals and fired defensive shots. Initial subject was hit in the leg. Yeah, and here's the thing, though. I didn't hear too much left-wing media or left-wing pundits cover this. Like, yo, this is what
they just covered the protest right afterwards, as if to tie it to the Renee Good shooting.
Well,
and then
I'll give it to this.
They came up and they constantly said, "Oh, there's another ICE shooting," with no context. So just burning off the coattails of the last incident that half the country fucking somehow thinks is murder. They're just trying to further that, keep that sort of have steam, and then covering protests about it, and then covering the crowd that's been told to get back out of a crime scene getting gassed.
And this is how sick it is. I literally had somebody come up to be like, "Oh my God, they shot 2 other citizens. I had to look this up, found out Trende Agua, they ran from officers. And it's just like, okay, you see the way y'all spinning, y'all making people out here really thinking that 2 U.S. citizens were shot again, and now ICE is just running rogue with it when that's not true.
That's what they're doing.
A lot of you don't even have the whole story. So that's the sad reality.
And don't even want the whole story. They want to hear, "Oh, I shot another person," so they can fucking get their grandma's fucking basement fucking pumping with tweets.
And all right, Monty, now you have been censored. With them all 10 already?
Fuck.
Like, damn it, Monty, damn it.
In terms of the way that they are talking about and characterizing the people involved in these events, they absolutely deliberately mischaracterized Miss Good and her partner as terrorists. They are not terrorists. They didn't commit any act of terrorism. They haven't been alleged to have committed a crime with an indictment or anything like that. So we know that we can't trust what the government is saying.
The fact that you guys think that running should be a death sentence makes you guys psychopaths. I censored myself.
Thank you. But bro, are you dumb? Like, bro, whoever wrote that, I'm sorry, but you are kind of dumb. Is like, I'm gonna be honest with you, bro. If you evade the police, yeah, you are putting your life in danger. And I mean, let's be real. If you would I would say aim an entire vehicle at a policeman, go ahead and try it. See what happens. No, go ahead, try it, guys. Go ahead. Aim your police. Go ahead and pull your card out of police officer and go ahead and turn your wheel and pretend just make, turn your wheel and turn away from them and see if you don't get shot. Cause I guarantee you will.
I got pulled over.
I guarantee you will.
I got pulled over last night for speeding. You know what I did? I pulled over. I did not run over the police officer. I let the police officer come up to me. I turned all my dome lights on because it was nighttime, and I complied with whatever the officer instructed me to do. And guess what? I got a ticket. And guess what? I'm still here to talk about it, guys.
And here's the most wildest part though about this is that y'all really want to sit here and say that and tell us that, oh, well, you saying that running from police officer warrants death? No, but when you sit there and you put the police officer in line with a car and drives towards them, yeah.
That does.
Yeah, that does it right there.
If you beat the officer with a stick or a shovel, that also warrants death. That is a deadly weapon. Come on, guys. Well, maybe we need to learn what a deadly weapon is.
I mean, shoes, man. Maybe we need to look up the definition of murder, actually, because I'm using that incorrectly, if anything. But shout out to my shout out to Hellbat. Hellbat said, "Still waiting on my chains." Because yes, they did say that Trump was gonna put us back in chains. I'm still waiting for my chains and plantation number. Now, shout out to Jet. He says short video in Discord. Oh man, he said George C fits this moment. Yep. Discord general chat fits right. Yeah, my bad. Fits right in this right now. All right, got you, bro. Hey, I like this guy though. I like this guy. I know some, political pundits that are all three as well. All three as well. But
everybody in this chat talking about murder.
I know, because they don't know the definition of it. All right, so it's the unlawful premeditated killing of one human being by another. Premeditated, right, Monty? So
Set. Let me play the average leftoid. You guys are gonna like this. But he got out of his car. That means he wanted to kill her.
Okay, that's wild. So
he armed himself.
You have to prove that he wanted to kill her. I mean, like premeditated. And
he got out of the car. He got out of the car. He changed his day to kill her. That's why he pulled out a cell phone, because he wanted to record his killing.
Man, so you have to prove that it's an unlawful, which there's a ground for self-defense, which makes it somewhat lawful.
They're not law enforcement officers. They don't. No. They're not police officers. Set. They shouldn't even have guns. Those guns are illegal.
I mean, federal agents, but hey, it is what it is.
No. It's unconstitutional. What they're doing is unconstitutional in Minnesota. They're not allowed to do that.
They're not allowed to uphold federal law?
No, because they're tyrannical. It's an evil government, and it's run by a dictator. So no, it's a tyrannical government. So they don't have to follow the laws.
All right, well, shout out to Monty the leftist. But yes, murder is the unlawful premeditated killing of one human being by another. So I'm gonna be real with you guys.
Wait, no. It wasn't. Guns kill people. People don't kill people. So the gun killed her. It wasn't even the officer.
All right, well, if the officer is innocent and we could just blame the gun, I mean, shit, I'll take that.
Guns don't kill people. Or guns are what kill people. My bad. I got too much common sense at one time.
But so yes, guys, premeditated. So if you can't prove that he premeditatedly wanted to kill her,
or he got out of the car,
was planning on it beforehand, then no, this isn't murder, and you guys are misusing the word.
He was there for all of 5 minutes before he killed her. He was plotting and planning how he was going to kill her. He was just waiting for her to fuck up.
I mean, he circled the car just waiting. I mean, he could have killed her when there was less eyes on her. Like, let's be real. So it's kind of retarded how you guys are literally sitting there saying it's premeditated. And that's why I know you guys don't know what murder is, because you wouldn't want to argue that, because, like, let's be real. It's highly unlikely. Even if we could both say we don't know, but we could all sit here and say, bro, that is highly unlikely that he went out there to kill her. Like,
bro, that's why he became an officer 10 years ago, so that he could kill Renee Good that day.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You guys sound a bit stupid if that's what you're coming to. Like, it's unintelligent to sit there and say it is an unlawful premeditated killing when you don't even know if it's premeditated or not.
Their policy,
proof.
Their policy says they're not supposed to jump in front of cars. Set.
Don't matter.
He
Don't matter. That doesn't mean
he
he
didn't
killed her
follow.
premeditated.
He was just using that as a scapegoat because he wanted her to try to run him over. He wanted internal bleeding, and that was just the small risk he had to pay to kill that dyke. I mean, sorry.
Damn. He said kill. Okay. Shut up. All right, but so guys, do we all understand what murder is now? It's the unlawful premeditated killing of one human being by another. Do we understand
That's
that now?
racist.
So, or like, because if you don't understand this, you lack intelligence. And if you understand what I'm saying, you understand why you saying it's murder sounds completely like kind of dumb right now.
If you heard what I just said,
way
it
of
sounded
proving that is premeditated whatsoever.
If you heard what I just said and you thought that was stupid, congratulations. If you made the same argument, you are now stupid.
Yep. Like, bruh. But all right, let's keep it going.
About what's happening on the ground. So now you think about what happened last night, and we essentially know nothing at this point. So it's really hard to evaluate that.
We're
We know a
waiting
lot.
to hear from the Minnesota officials to get some
Actually.
more details because right now we only have the DHS side of things.
All right, Andrew McCabe, as usual, thank you very,
Since when?
very much.
Since when is that how that works?
Well, hold on. What do you say, Monty? Kind of talking over him.
We only have the DHS side of things. Since when are they a side? They're a law enforcement agency. If the fucking Minneapolis Police Department puts out a press statement, you take that as fucking gospel.
Yeah, but it's DHS, so we because it's Trump. It's
Exactly.
Trump, bro. If this was
they're
if
Nazis.
this was a DHS under somebody else, they'd have took it like, bro, it's the government. It's like at the top. They got the most and like tools for investigating this stuff. They would accept that. But it's the feds, it's Cash Patel. So we need to send it back to the state and give him an unfair trial like Derek Chauvin. I'm like, no.
Do you think Waco was a justified shooting, burning, and killing innocent civilians?
Jesus,
they were resisting. They had guns, so they lit the building on fire.
Damn. All right.
Details because right now we only have the DHS side of things.
All right, Andrew McCabe, as usual, thank you very, very much.
Thank you.
Joining me now is Robin Wansley, a Democrat on the Minneapolis City Council. I want to start with this. The president has...
Hell no, y'all got you.
Need not say anything else.
Bro, you got you a fat black liberal. That's what you got with green colored hair. Oh my God. Y'all found the most liberal black person. And then she's a fat ass too. Like, bruh. Come on, man. Yeah, that's how y'all do us. Y'all already created a statue in New York City of some fat, sloppy black woman portraying that as black women. So, but now you doing it on the news too. Oh,
bro, she's the same girl that was in her corner, ate her hair. No one wanted to talk to her because she was weird, and now she's on the city council.
I mean, congratulations, sis. Oh yeah, I guess all you gotta do is dye your hair green to get a city council position. Be black and dye your hair any color. You can get a city council position like that, or talk really, really ghetto. You might even become a congresswoman like Jasmine Crockett.
Yeah.
Just to amp things up, saying he is threatening to use the Insurrection Act if things do not calm down there in Minneapolis, in Minnesota. What is your response to that?
Yeah, so just first want to offer clarification that I am.
Oh, she does both. She talks ghetto and has green hair.
Black Democratic Socialist city council member, minority leader.
Wait, what? Whoa. Let's go back on that. Black Democratic Socialist.
Yep.
Yeah, so just first want to offer clarification that I am the city's first Black Democratic Socialist city council member, minority leader.
You're the first Black Democrat Socialist.
Bro, do you hear how many qualifiers she had to put on that statement?
Fucking Christ. Why are you proud of being a Democratic Socialist again? I mean, the first Black Democratic Socialist. Like, if that's something good. Like, I'm sorry, but that's not anything to be proud of, sis.
Bro, there's a reason you're
okay.
the first one to accomplish it, because people with common sense don't want that.
It's like, yeah. So of course you'd be the first black one, but okay, sis. Cool.
In terms of Trump threatening to use the Insurrection Act, I don't think any of us on the ground here are surprised. Essentially, what Trump has been inching to do since he first deployed ICE agents to Minneapolis about 6 weeks ago was really to build to this place where he can normalize using his administrative powers to go to war with local cities who do not fall in alignment with
The federal law?
administration's political goals, which is to divide people, terrorize people, keep people in poverty, deprive working class people of their basic needs.
Oh my God.
I'm sorry, but you guys inspiring these protesters are actually doing that. These people are not working. They're not going out and get jobs. So they're spending all this time protesting. They can't provide for their family's basic needs.
Set.
I mean,
Bro.
I do the same thing.
Bro, I agreed with her up until she said that point. Trump was waiting for the day when someone would fucking defy law enforcement and fucking attack them. I'll agree with that much just because I'm feeling like a bitch tonight. Sorry, 12. The fact that he was just waiting until someone disagreed with the law, because nothing he's doing is against the law.
I mean, look,
nothing ICE is doing is against the law.
Here's the thing, bro. She forgot this lesson right here.
See, as you can see, the more you fuck around, the more you're going to find out.
I'm like, sis, you're just not understanding. You're fucking around too much, and there's 4 for me. You're effing around too much, and you're finding out. That's all that's happening. Apparently, you don't like it. And now you're trying to say, oh, this is all part of Trump's grand master plan, the 4D chess dictator. I'm like, bro, shut your dumb ass up, okay?
5.
Okay, you guys, look, you literally provoked this. And yo, Democratic Socialist behind is provoking this even more with your language. Okay,
bro.
If you don't want to get the National Guard and the Marines brought down upon y'all, then tell your law enforcement to go out there and calm these crowds down, and then you won't even have to worry about it. You just have to watch ICE take away your favorite illegal, and that may hurt, but it is what it is. It's better than this,
bro. Bro. People can be stupid, people can be ignorant, people can be dumb, but they cannot be black and dumb while you're on the stream. God. If this was a white lady, you would not be cooking her this much.
Low key, I'm not even gonna lie to you. I wouldn't have. I'd have been like, nah, I hold my people a little bit more accountable.
People in poverty, deprive working class people of their basic needs and also their civil liberties. And Minneapolis is a testing ground in which he's trying to normalize legal.
Wrong.
Buzzword.
Testing ground. LA, actually.
Buzzword. Inflammatory language. Buzzword. That's all she's got.
Hey, it works well for her.
Deprive working class people of their basic needs and also their civil liberties. And Minneapolis is a testing ground in which he's trying to normalize, legalize these very terroristic actions that's coming from our own administration here in the U.S. that we often see happen abroad, actions that we wage against communities abroad. He's doing that right here in his own homelands, his own country that he took an oath to serve and protect. So I am not surprised. And it's because of these dynamics that it's even more imperative that elected officials like myself needs to be doing everything we can to get ICE out of Minneapolis, ICE out of Minnesota.
Nope.
Eating does not achieve that goal.
More like this is why the Dems are delusional, or this radical, the Democratic Socialist is delusional. Why? Because you think that the harder you go, you'll finally get them to back off. But they're only doubling down. They're shooting over Nate Goodhappy. You know what they did? They brought in 1,000 more ICE officers
and shot another guy.
What do you think they're going to do? Now they're going to bring the National Guard with the Marines. You guys are dumb enough to keep on thinking that you're going to make Donald Trump back down with ICE. No, he's going to double down. You guys are going to get, put under the boot of the National Guard. And I'm sorry, but we don't want that for you. But if you're going to lead yourself into it, I mean, I can't feel that sorry for you.
Bro.
But all right, though.
Buzzwords and inflammatory language is all she said that entire time. But it's us that needs to turn the temperature down.
Man.
Propagandists and push polls. That's the focus of tonight's angle. The
More buzzwords.
pages of their playbook are dog-eared. Now, first, they distort reality by lying and smearing people with the sole purpose of poisoning public opinion.
Kristi Noem has plainly tried to signal to ICE that they are free to act with impunity, to purposefully manufacture and escalate confrontations, and even execute whomever they please.
First off, she never said that. Never said that, not one time. They said that they want immunity for the cop, But they didn't just say, oh, well, all ICE officers just walk around being able to off anybody that get in their way. They never said that. So I don't even know why you're lying to the people like that. That is a gross lie. Like, really, bro. I'm be real with you.
So,
That's like a dream.
So he's full of shit.
Lie that you're willing to put people's life in danger over it. But go ahead.
He's full of shit. Let's use that metric that we just heard. Delusional, full of shit, or stupid. And we can he's just full of shit. He's smart. He knows what he's saying, and he knows why he's saying it. So he is full of shit.
Nope, he's a dumb SOB. I'm just playing. I'll give that one. Yeah, he's smart, but he is full of shit, though. I'll give you that.
Bro, and it only took 8 seconds to hear. He was right. Oh my god. Oh my
god. Manufacture and escalate confrontations and even execute whomever they please.
These are vicious lies.
Bro.
100%.
He literally came out there and said, execute whoever they please. I'm like, bro, I honestly think that, bro, there should be some type of like punishment for any congressman or politician that lie like that. If you lie like that, bro, there should be some type of punishment brought down upon you. They need to bring you in and be like, bro, why'd you say that? Like, well, why'd I say what? Bro, you literally said that ICE can go around executing people whenever they want, and you know that's not true. So why would you scare your people like that? Why would you create that fear of ICE? Like, what the F are you doing, bro?
Made up. But for Benny, the easiest thing to do is villainize those who put their lives on the line every day. So never mind the fact that the agent who shot Renee Good last week suffered internal bleeding in his torso. When Ms. Good, the poor innocent mother, decided to give him a love tap with her vehicle.
Land is stolen.
His life to them is irrelevant. We actually think all loss of life is tragic.
And bro, you know what the most hilarious argument is? There's no such thing as, what was it? No such thing as illegal on stolen land. All right, bro, go try that shit in China then. Please go to China and try that shit. No, go to Mexico and try to go to your own effing country and try that shit. Because it was a Hispanic dude that said that dumbass shit. Go to your own country and try that. Bet you won't. All right, then. Oh, okay, great. Go anywhere in South America, Latin America, Europe. They'll all tell you the same effing thing. I hope you know this. Like, and here's the thing. Almost every country in the world is stolen land in a way. Almost all of them, bro. So get over yourself.
But that's the thing, Set. Follow the logic. We should have no borders. We should just be able to go wherever the fuck we want with impunity. And governments of people that have duly elected government shouldn't be able to prosecute us, shouldn't be able to control their borders. That's what he's saying. Follow the logic. Follow the logic. He is so delusional.
People say Europe wasn't stolen, so the land, so there wasn't European lands that was stolen from other people. Like, you ever read a history book, bro? Bro, throughout time, in every continent, there has been wars for land, and land has been stolen from other people. Like,
yeah,
bro, did you pay attention in social studies? I mean, ancient civilization, history, anything.
But not them. And of course, pathetic Schumer went in big time for the defamation.
We have talked to police officers across the country and the police department in Minneapolis itself. And they know that these ICE agents are so totally untrained in police doctrine. They don't know what to do, how to do it, and it ends up even killing people and causing such mayhem.
Total lie. And one problem, Chuck, according to reports, this officer had a decade of experience at ICE and was very well liked. A good Christian man with an immigrant wife. Even after he was dragged by another car in an immigration raid last June, he returned to work. But a former entertainment reporter at CNN, come on, she doesn't care about the truth. She writes her own drama, and her script is blindingly tedious.
Let's just call it what it is. This is violent. This is chaos. This is escalation. These are not the best practices of law enforcement. The ICE agents are.
I mean, lady, if this isn't the best practice, then I mean, be real with you. This is how law enforcement has always operated for a while now. So you tell me
we don't negotiate with terrorists.
I mean, damn, look, how about this? I ain't gonna call them terrorists, but I will call them very irresponsible people.
With terrorists.
are clearly emboldened. We've seen them going out since the shooting, telling people, did you see what we did the other day? It's sending a message that these tactics are acceptable. It is
they are.
normalizing the violence.
I mean, no, they are acceptable. If she like tries to run off from police and put an officer in the line of view of her car, then yeah, that's acceptable. I mean, I'm sorry, but I know you guys want to be on your feelings and paint ICE as the bad guy, but no, what he did was self-defense, like it or not.
The fact
you
that
can't
there
say
are
it's murder
people,
because you can't even prove that it's premeditated. You can't even prove that he wanted to do it.
bro, just the fact that people like you and me are accepting it means it is acceptable.
Mm-hmm. I mean, yeah. Here's the thing, like, and you hear me saying that, I wish that she wasn't shot, but even I gotta sit here and be like, yeah, that's an acceptable shot. I mean, especially when you're doing all that. I mean, let's be honest. I would say this: if there wasn't no telling her to get out the car, right? They did not tell her to get out the car. They, I mean, they never walked up to her, and she was just trying to drive off, and an officer just got in front of her and shot her. Okay, y'all would have it.
Yeah,
but that's not what happened.
If homeboy that was reaching into her car went around to the front of her hood and stopped and tried to jump in front of her car as if to make himself a human shield, like the left is doing right now with babies, then I would say, no, you fucking dumbass, you stepped in front of the car, you're gonna get hit. Not I'm walking like that's the fucking most ridiculous thing I ever saw. When I got pulled over last night, the police officer fucking stepped from in front of his car, walked behind my car. Is he not supposed to put himself in the path of the vehicle? What if I would have reversed? Should he expect that I'm just gonna fucking smash him? Or should he, because he was coming over to the passenger side? How do you cross the plane of travel if not going in front of or behind the vehicle?
I mean, damn it, Monty, you're like 15 to my 7. Like, come on, bro. We got to tone it down just a little bit. But, shoot, appreciate you.
Okay, what she's doing literally is normalizing the violence of the jackals who are surrounding ICE agents. They're throwing frozen water bottles, shooting off fireworks to sound like, bullets going off. And, of course, as we know, ramming vehicles.
Watch out behind you, watch out!
Thank you.
Holy.
Oh.
Watch out in front of you, watch out in front.
You know, you're cooked. Is that a nice officer or is that a regular civilian? Because I'd have pulled his ass out. Like, you not just hit my car trying to run off. Oh, he don't care.
And when they
care. Hell no.
Hey, Set, notice how they didn't shoot him?
Bro, literally, notice how they didn't just shoot his ass, because, I mean, let's be real. If what that bald-headed black guy was talking about is right, then they would have just shot him. I mean, the first guy would have shot him. Actually, they'd have trapped him in and just started unloading on him. So
notice how they didn't do that. It's almost like there are circumstances when someone's ramming you, you can do it and you can't. In this circumstance, you're not allowed to, so they didn't.
Yep, and he said they're blocking him. Of course they're blocking him. He's not supposed to be leaving, and he decided to take that risk and ram.
He's detained.
Ram both cars, bro. You know taxpayer dollars pay for those cars. God damn it, bro. Like, come on.
And now he's smashing them up.
Like, anytime a police car like gets vandalized, you should be mad because that's your taxpayer dollars, by the way.
Trying to hurt the agents, they were being disgusting pigs.
Somebody threw a bottle of piss and it went all inside the vehicle too, and all over me. So
threw a bottle of piss all inside the vehicle.
I'd shoot you for that. I would shoot you for that,
bro.
He's a nicer guy than I
shoot you, but I'm running your ass down though. Like, I'm running your ass down. I'm taking the vest off and we squaring up. Nah, like F the force, bro. We gotta fight for real. I'm like, sitting. I ain't a police officer. I'm a citizen. We working.
Yeah, oh man, you throw piss at me, buddy.
Yeah, I'm taking off the badge and I'm running your ass down, bro. We gonna fight like civilians now.
I'm gonna tender my resignation as I'm whooping your ass.
Literally, just text my resignation to Christy Gnomes. Like, yeah, I'm sorry, man. It just ain't gonna work out for me. As I
leave the fucking vest, the badge, the gun in the car, and just go fucking beat down on motherfuckers.
Like, bro, I'm sorry. Hey, man. Hey, they better than me, bro. They got better temperament than me. Because you threw a bottle of piss at me. Oh, my God. I'm a very patient man. But, like, it's spitting and throwing piss? Okay.
Yeah.
It's over for you.
No.
That's the peaceful protest you're seeing.
That's not a protest. That's assault. That's the type of person ICE is dealing with out there. I saw it firsthand because they're taking criminal illegals off the streets. Now, the ICE agents
Their
are
neighbors.
persona non grata, but the smear squads were out in full force all day long, and the propaganda was nonstop.
This is no longer about immigration. This is about a secret police force that Donald Trump and the
How is it a
Republicans
secret
have
police force? You can
unleashed
see
on
them.
American streets and cities, and anybody can be caught in their net.
Come on, get on out.
Okay, distorted commentary like that, it circulates. Then what happens? A poll is conducted by a friendly pollster. CNN and Friends touts CNN's poll.
A brand new CNN poll shows that 56% of Americans think that ICE agents used a force that killed Renee Nicole Good 1 week ago in Minneapolis. 56% say it was inappropriate.
They didn't say it was murder.
Now, always remember, the best propagandists pick and choose data points, and they
Yep.
disregard others. And they do that to whip up public sentiment in their preferred direction.
Oh, wait, hold on now. Shout out to people want to know how you would feel if it was your wife, mother, sister, daughter, etc. What that got shot by ICE?
I've already.
I'll be honest with you.
Let me cook that one because I have
Go
a
ahead.
wife and a daughter and a sister and a mother and a grandmother. So if any one of my family members, I've already stated this. You can go watch my video on it. If any of my family members decided that they wanted to disregard our family to go do that, yeah, I'd be fucking irate. I'd be pissed. I'd be wanting fucking, retribution for my wife that decided that she was going to do that. Not because fucking I think the ICE officer murdered her. Knowing all the facts that I know about this, I would ask myself why she decided to be a piece of shit and put fucking social justice warrior ideology above my daughter, above me, above fucking anything like that. So yeah.
And I mean, but let's see now. I'm gonna go to the more little point. Now, if it was my mom that was killed and she did everything Renee Good did, I'm be real with you. My heart would be broken, but I would have to sit there and be like, yeah, the man acted in self-defense. My mom overreacted. Like she overreacted. She was trying to turn away, but the officer felt like she was coming towards her and he shot her. Like, yes, I would be heartbroken. Yes, I would be crying, but I would also understand that this is self-defense. And my mom put herself there as a grown-ass woman who has her own freedom. She put herself there. Same thing for all four of my sisters. I would sit there and be like, well, damn, I'm crying, but they put themselves there. I literally taught them better. So I would really feel shame on myself because I taught them how to act in front of law enforcement. And if they went and did that, yeah, I'd be sad, but I'd be also disappointed, very disappointed in my mom and my sisters. If that was
like
that.
I said, I'd be very. It's obviously sad that you lose a loved one. Like no one can minimize that. Whatever you want to do to say about this fucking the woman that was agitating her wife, like she lost a spouse. Like they obviously cared about each other enough to get married. So on a personal note, yes, emotions should run high in that situation. But you don't get to be offended for her. You don't get to be mad for her.
I mean, you just heard us explain how we would deal with it. And let's be real, like, we're not any less human than you guys. Yes, we'd be hurt. We'd be distraught. But my feelings wouldn't get away with me to sit there and be like, oh, it's murder, it's murder, it's murder. No, I would sit there and look at it and be like, damn, she overreacted and ended up getting her killed. I wish she didn't do that, but hey, it happened. It would happen. And I would have to, and that would be it. Like, yes, oh, but it's your mom, it's your sister. Yeah, but it doesn't mean I'm going to act irrational about it.
Fucking people, like, and that's what fucking scares me is that's the attitude that people have. Let's act on emotion and not facts because we're sad about something, and let's go assault more officers and put ourselves in harm's way more often. Use our babies as human shields because some fucking piece of shit decided that she was going to run over a police officer.
Man. Damn, man, y'all make me feel like calling my sisters up right now and be like, man, I hope y'all ain't doing none of that dumbass shit. Because I know one of them are, well, half of them are liberals. So 2 out of the 4 are liberals. So you make me feel like I need to call them real quick just to make sure. Because one of them do live in Minneapolis. But she's like one of them bougie ghetto girls. So she don't really get involved in that BS. So thank God for that. But now
give her a call. Set, give her a call.
Check. Now I'm scared.
And naturally, CNN takes it a step further by curating video snippets without any context to drive home their point.
We have a new CNN poll to show you. 56% of Americans say that use of force in the shooting was inappropriate. And 51% say that ICE is making American cities less safe. Why do so many feel that way? Well, here's just one example.
So
of what
many.
Americans
Hold on,
are
pause.
watching on their phone.
Go ahead.
See, they're trying to propagandize a point, and the best they can come up with is 51% of Americans feel that 51% of the fucking 10 people that they polled. Don't ask me how you get to 51% out of 10 people, but 51% of those people, not America, they're trying to reflect American sentiment. That's the best you could come up with.
Literally. All right, good. Great. All right. Man, y'all really made me go out here texting my little sister because of that question. Yeah, I'm an overprotective brother. I'll admit it.
Okay, well, they pull a woman, and you'll see it. I hope we play the entire sound bite there. But we see a woman, and it looks very incendiary. A clip of her being pulled out of the car includes her at one point shouting that she was disabled, autistic, going to a doctor's appointment. But just like in so many other so-called police brutality cases, the missing video holds the key. In other words, what precipitated the ICE response? Of course, without that factual predicate, it all looks rough. It looks shocking even. But what happened in the moments leading up to the officers removing her from a vehicle are key. Even the UK's Daily Mail included the DHS account, which is that the woman was trying to wedge the agents between hers and another vehicle blocking the street. But that's not in the clip, of course, widely shared on social media. They ended up having to carry the...
Yo, if she's going to her doctor's office, why isn't she moving?
I mean, that's a good question.
Why is she blocking? Why is she square in the middle of a protest if she's going to a doctor's appointment?
Bro, I don't even know. But bro, watch this. Let's get further in the video, because guess what? Even Joe Rogan got something to say.
Woman out on all fours. It's pathetic. But the other side's propaganda does work, at least in the short term. Joe Rogan sees importing illegals smartly as part of the Democrats' long-term plan to dominate U.S. elections. So the podcaster extraordinaire should know better than to repeat Tim Walz's talking points.
You don't want militarized people in the streets just roaming around, snatching people up, many of which turn out to actually be U.S. citizens that just don't have their papers on them. Are we really going to be the Gestapo? Where's your papers? Is that what
the Gestapo, where's your papers? No, we're going to be like law enforcement, immigration enforcement, and be like, yo, are you here legally? You got your papers? You do? All right, great. If you don't, then all right, we're going to detain you.
Let's not forget the Gestapo didn't release people.
Yeah.
They kind of just picked them up, and then they were gone forever.
Yep. Scooped and never heard from again. So, I mean, like I said, like these guys trying to call Trump Hitler. I mean, it's dumb. It is dumb to even say that. Like, are you serious? We're talking about a guy who killed 6 million people and did it in concentration camps. I mean, I have not seen one concentration camp. And if we did have them, I'm surprised. I mean, let's be real. How come some of you leftists in the chat aren't in it by now? I mean,
bro,
they can track your internet history.
Bro, I swear to God. Oh my God, that's a good fucking point, Set. If we, oh man. You'd be gone by now if that were the case.
You literally, like I always did say, bro, if we was living in a Hitler-like regime, all y'all would be done by now. Even I would have been done by now for speaking out against certain like military actions. I'd have got grabbed up by now. We'd all been cooked by now. It'd have been nothing but complete allegiance to Trump or jail.
Bro, when I said Trump's executive order on the flag was unconstitutional, I would have been gone.
Bro, everybody would have been gone here at a certain point just for disagreeing with Trump. Since that hasn't happened, and since a lot of you guys are in here calling this man a pedophile and all this good stuff, I mean, please tell me where in Germany, like you can, I mean, please tell me where in 1930 Germany you was allowed to call Hitler a pedophile and not end up in jail. I mean, can you do that in North Korea? No. Can you do that in China? Probably not.
God. Good
so
God.
You're in a country where you can criticize your world leader and still walk around free, not have your phone turned off, not have a social credit score that says you can't even get into banking no more. You're free. So what are you talking about? Because you can go places a whole lot worse.
We can send you there.
I mean, no, for real. I mean, sure, we'll pay for the flight if you really want it.
That's just absurd. I'm sorry. And everyone knows I love Joe Rogan. The reason Obama and Biden's ICE operations were quieter, not chaotic generally, is because there was no resistance to them.
The visuals after.
The left needs to hear that they have created this situation.
Nah, I know what? Shout out Jed. He says, "Where's the visuals at for?" Yeah. Where are the visuals at for her? You two-faced fake Dems.
Oh, that's true. Where are the vigils at? They made a wall. No, they worked tirelessly through the 30 minutes after the fact to grab pallets, refrigerators, and trash cans and build a wall.
Actually, also effed up. You know what? I mean, this is where, bro. I don't want to say this, but I gotta say this. Yo, white women. I'm be real with you guys. The next time a black woman dies, I'm be real with you. Don't back them up. Why? Because look what they did to you guys. Renee Good died. You guys telling us to say her name, and black women are telling you not to use that. That's only for us. I was like, hey, yo. If I was white women, I would never back y'all asses up again. Next time a black woman dies, we're going to hit you with the same thing. I would tell white women, hit them with the same thing. No, don't say her name since we couldn't say it either. I thought that was extremely disrespectful of black women to be out there and be, oh, don't do that. Don't use that slogan. I'm like, honestly, they have every right to use it as you guys do now.
Bro,
and I don't even agree with it. I didn't agree with both reasons why y'all use that name. Even when it came to George Floyd, I honestly know that he died of an overdose.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, y'all gonna hate me hearing that, but it is what it is.
I mean, this is where it kind of comes into play though. So he did die of an overdose, correct. However, he was in the officer's custody, so therefore he is the responsibility of the police officer. Murder? No.
Yeah.
Negligent homicide? Yeah.
All right, I give you that one. That's reasonable.
The left needs to hear that they have created this situation by disobeying the immigration laws, by ignoring the deportation orders, by not reporting people who are committing crimes.
If they let us in their damn jail and stop being a sanctuary city, we could arrest the bad guy in the safety and security of a jail. But because they normally release them, now we got to go in the community and find them. Then they're mad we're in the community.
That's crazy. It's like, so the courts protect them and let these guys off while we're trying to go get them. Then now they're in the community where they're even more of a danger. Now the community is protecting them. And we're talking about like killer child molesters. And these people don't know they're protecting these guys. They just think that they're neighbors.
That's the guy that sells me strawberries.
I'm like, but where'd my kid go? Like, bro. All right, but shut up.
That's wrong, Set.
I'm sorry, but they're asking for it as their point. Like, you're over here protecting the child molesters, wondering where my kid go. Went. It's like, well, I mean, maybe you weren't protecting the child molester, you might be able to find him. But shout out to Charles. Okay, I'm taking it too far. But shout out to Charles Coe. He says, why was it okay for the liberals? For the liberals that a Capitol Police shot Ashley Babbitt for jumping unarmed through a window in a hallway door, and there were 3 fully armed riot officers standing behind her too. Yeah, I remember us watching that. Like, and I did not understand why that dude shot her. I'm like, bro, and he was a man. I'm like, bro, if I was him, man, if you don't push her, I'd have pushed her ass back through there, and she'd have been okay. But shooting her in the neck, I was like, bro, why was that his first choice?
He wasn't a Secret Service agent, was he? He was a Capitol Police officer, right? Like a lieutenant?
So I believe so. He might have been Secret Service, but I mean, even if he was Secret Service, would that have made a difference, Monty? Like, let me know.
So yes,
Okay.
Based off of the sensitivity of the president and the vice president, if they establish a line and you cross that line, it is no holds barred. Like if you were to run at a president,
oh, you're cooked.
You're cooked, right? So maybe the vice president was right behind that door, and now like it's lawful but awful, like as this was lawful but awful.
Okay. So it all depends.
Now,
If it was the Capitol Police, then not good. But if it was a Secret Service, then okay, because they're protecting the perimeter around the president.
yes, and it's again, you can make all the same arguments. Oh, he could have pushed her. He could have done this. He doesn't have to do that, and that's why I say if you think Ashley Babbitt was justified in being shot, then Renee Good was justified in being shot. If you can come to that conclusion on your own without partisan politics, then you should be able to come to this conclusion on your own without partisan politics.
Yeah, because even I'm willing to get down with the idea that if it was Secret Service, then I mean, all right, they set a perimeter you can't cross, and that's just how it works.
Yeah.
Like it or not.
She could have had a bomb vest on. They don't know what she has. It's a totally different world than fucking a police officer on the street.
Yeah, but a Capitol Police officer, I ain't gonna lie, they could have, man. Well, maybe he didn't have his taser on him. I feel like he could have just pushed her back out the window.
Bro, I was gonna say he could have just pushed her right back out the window, but
that'd have been that. And then the officers would have came right up, picked her up, and said, "All right, everybody, clear out."
Mm-hmm.
But hey, man, things happen and it happens so fast. But all right, let's get over to our guy at Tom.
Now we got to go in the community and find them. Then they're mad we're in the community.
Bro,
Sanctuary city policies created this. It creates and fuels the conflagration on the ground. And look, the open borders propagandists can squawk all they want. They can deceptively curate all the video they can find. They can commission more polls. But I will bet a lot of money right now that no serious Democrat running in 2028 will run on defunding ICE or relaxing border enforcement. And why is that? Because the only poll on this that really mattered was the one that took place in November of 2024, when 77 million Americans voted for stronger borders and lots of deportations.
Yep, and we still believe in it, like it or not. All right, now, let's get into this heat on Kristi Noems.
But we begin in Minneapolis. There's been a second chance of
Yeah.
Venezuelan migrant was shot in the leg just last night. They say the shooting happened when some men attacked a federal immigration officer during an arrest operation. Now, both the migrants and the agent are expected to be okay, but tension rose as crowds of protesters gathered at the scene. ICE tried to keep them at bay with tear gas and pepper spray. You see that in this video here. President Trump is now threatening to invoke the Insurrection Act amid these clashes, which would allow deployment of military forces in the state. Now, moments ago, Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem told reporters she discussed that option with the president.
Would you describe what you were seeing on the ground there? Would you describe it as an insurrection, and do you believe the president should invoke the insurrection?
I describe it as violent and a violation of the law in many places. I discussed with the president this morning several things that we are doing in different operations. We did discuss the Insurrection Act. He certainly has the constitutional authority to utilize that. My hope is that this leadership team in Minnesota will start to work with us to get criminals off the streets. Remember, we are there in surged operations because of the largest fraud scheme in American history. We had people stealing from taxpayers, stealing funds away from the most vulnerable individuals in this country, people who needed mental health services, developmental services, autism, daycare. Instead, individuals came in, much from the Somalian community, and stole dollars from those people who needed it and put it in their own pockets and enriched themselves. Did it right under Governor Walz's nose. And we believe that he didn't just know.
When she's finished, I sent you a link.
All right, gotcha.
I'd like you to put it up on screen.
Madam Secretary. All right, let's go on the ground to Minneapolis and CBS News correspondent Lana Zak. Lana, I want to talk first about this latest shooting. Can you lay out what happened before and after the incident?
Hello there, Mugo. Well, much is still yet to be discovered on that. What we are hearing from federal officials.
I'm crying. All right, shout out to Bahati, because apparently you guys once again need a definition check. Insurrection, a violent uprising against an authority or government. I mean, so Dems, what are you guys doing right now that you were kind of, getting mad at the January 6ers for? A violent uprising because you guys want to get violent against ICE agents, which is an authority, which is also part of the government. That's crazy. I mean, y'all are a little bit more violent than the January 6ers at a certain point.
The January 6ers went home when they were told to.
Literally, they went home. You guys, I mean, you're over here reaching inside officers' cars, trying to stealing weapons out of their cars,
Stealing their patches. Like they had the one toolbox that they fucking ripped open. The guy had patches on the fabric. Like just like those mean something to you.
That's what I was saying. I'm like, that's personal to them. Y'all just taking it. I mean, damn.
Oh, you saw that too?
Yeah, I was like, wow. Trust me, I was more hurt that they were stripping it barely. I was like, bro, y'all could leave the patches. I mean, that might actually like be personal to bro. Y'all just taking it like that is wild, but okay. But yes, a violent uprising against an authority or government. So what are you guys doing right now in Minnesota? I mean, we ain't going to say it yet, but it's looking like it.
I'll say it. It's an insurrection. There is violence in the uprising against the federal government for lawful laws. Now, we can go. I did the same thing when Sid said, "Oh, is January 6th an insurrection?" Yes, by the definition of insurrection, he is. Or January 6th was an insurrection. Now, there's more factors that play into it. It's not a half the country decides that they want to overthrow the government. There was agitators, as there are in these crowds. It's not half the country is insurrectionists against the federal government right now. It is a loud minority is being violent, and that is an insurrection.
Yep. I agree.
Is that they were trying to conduct an arrest at the moment that this individual resisted arrest and attempted to flee. There was also a shovel that was used as a weapon against that ICE agent before the agent then deployed.
Someone said, "Debate me now, bootlicking
We
cucks."
understand that the migrant is now in detention custody, but there's still a lot.
Is the StreamYard posted?
Sorting through.
I mean, yeah, the StreamYard is posted. They can go to the you can go ahead and go to my main page. You can go to the post tab and you'll see the StreamYard link right there. You'll see the StreamYard link right there. So, I mean, you're asking for a debate and hopefully you're ready for it, my friend.
He's not ready. He's not ready. He already called me a bootlicking cuck.
I mean, yeah, it's kind of funny how people come in there on that type of energy, and then you know what? They expect to get a respect.
They never show up in the StreamYard. It's fucking hilarious.
No. There was one guy who showed up in the StreamYard, and I ended up like grilling him. Like we was debating jobs, and he was trying to say, "Oh, well, like there's negative job growth," and I literally proved to him that no, there's positive job growth. But he was bringing up the negative job growth for one of the months, thinking that it was the entire year. I was like, "Oh wow." And then he tried to hit me with the, "Oh, well, bro, I'm just sitting back in my company laughing at you." And I was just like, okay, bro. Yeah, okay.
Bro, you probably make more than he does. His company is Subway.
Literally, bro. I'm over here thinking like, I mean, bro, if you're disintelligent running your company, I'm praying for your company right now.
Trying to figure out here on the ground. That's also why the Minnesota Bureau of Criminal Apprehensions has announced that they will be conducting their own investigation into this most recent shooting. Muko.
Okay, Lana, and I understand that there is a post that we should there. That is that post from President Donald Trump there talking about the possibility of basically invoking the Insurrection Act.
He wants to join.
I also know.
I mean, all right, sure.
You have to explain to the smooth brain, as you just did, how to get into the fucking chat. You click on the cartoonish picture of the black guy up in the top left corner. You go to the post tab where it says POST S. I think there's an S on the end of it. And then the first link that's underneath that, the first post that includes a link, it'll say StreamYard. StreamYard. StreamYard.
I'm done. Well, I mean, it don't get no simpler than that. But hey, man, some of these guys be like old, like 60 or something or 50. They'd be like, "Oh, I don't know how this works," and that's understandable. But if you're like, bro, my age, I'm looking at you crazy at that point. Like, come on, bro.
That we spoke with Kristi Noem earlier. She also mentioned this. She said she spoke to the president about the possibility of invoking the Insurrection Act. Here's what she had to say.
Yep. Oh, yeah. And shout out to User. He says, Charlie Kirk ran the Black Youth Leadership Conference every year, which is true. He introduced young Black Americans to powerful CEOs, politicians, and getting them jobs, and then introduced them to the president. I mean, yeah, no, Charlie Kirk actually has done that. He actually helped a lot of these Black conservatives out with their platform. Like a lot of them. Like some of the Black conservatives you see with the platform, they wouldn't have it without Charlie Kirk and Turning Point. So shout out to Charlie. He was out there literally putting people on. I mean, putting Black people on. I mean, bro, he was putting Black people on more than, well, you know what? No, I ain't gonna say that. I'm about to say putting Black people. Actually, know what? I will say it. He was putting Black people on more than the liberals were. More than the liberals were. I'll say that right now.
Flip the second half.
Oh, I think that the president has that opportunity in the future. It's his constitutional right, and it's up to him if he wants to utilize it. I don't know.
But if he leaves the situation, would it lead to more deadly killings in Minnesota if the Insurrection Act is enacted?
If anything doesn't change with Governor Walz, I don't anticipate that the streets will get any safer or more peaceful. Governor Walz and his leadership team need to come to us and find out how we can work together like we have in many other states. We didn't see this kind of reaction in Louisiana when we ran our operations exactly how we are running them in Minneapolis, but we had a very different response because we had leaders that were working with us. If you saw our operations in Florida, extremely successful. In Minneapolis so far, we brought hundreds of criminals off the streets that were dangerous to society and dangerous to that community. We would wish that Governor Walz could take an example from the governor of Louisiana, the governor of Florida, and work with us to do the right thing for his people.
Okay, Lana, so what do you think this could do? Do you get a sense that if the president does, in fact, invoke the Insurrection Act, that it would fend off protesters, stop the protesting out there, or do you think it's going to make things worse?
What I'm hearing from people here on the ground is that it's all making things worse in terms of both sides becoming further entrenched in their positions. I saw earlier today at this very site where Renee Good was killed just over a week ago, 3 men who were playing a song that is most closely associated with neo-Nazis walking by this site. It is bitterly cold out here, as you can probably tell just from my face. And so there aren't as many people out here as we've seen in some other days, but people continue to say that they will protest. I heard from one protester that everything that they are hearing from the federal government that's intended to shut them down only emboldens them more. And even on that site of the protest last night, I was over there, which is in northern Minneapolis, and you could still see the debris on the ground, the wreckage from that clash between ICE agents and protesters. None of this is cooling things down. For his part, Mayor Fry, who was accused of stoking the violence by the federal government, says that he is calling for peace. And there's so many people here, Mugo, that want that peace. But as other people continue to increase the rhetoric, well, it becomes tougher, I think, for that peace to be found.
Yeah. Lana, we mentioned that this is the second shooting involving an ICE agent. Last week, Renee Good, she was shot and killed by an ICE officer. You spoke with her family's lawyer. What did you learn from that conversation?
You know, he wanted people to remember Renee Good as he said, the best of the best. I want to play a little bit of what he had to say.
I don't know that she broke a law. And let's say the worst case scenario.
Bro, what? I don't know that she broke the law. Well, as your lawyer, of course. But bro, are you dumb? So, bro, you cannot sit there and ignore police officers once they tell you to get out the car. When an officer's hand is on the car, you cannot move your car while an officer's hand is inside of your car. Those are 2 laws she broke right there. What are you talking? And then, when she drove off, evading police. So what are you talking about?
There was a traffic violation. Her car was improperly placed in the street. Okay, what's the response? A gun to your face with the trigger being pulled? Never.
So they are conducting now their own investigation. What's interesting about speaking with the family's attorney is that Renee.
Oh, and shout out to my man Nathan. He says 3 men walked by a news reporter playing Nazi music, and she don't record. Cap, she's a liar. I'm weak. He said, wait, you remember me? 3 men walked by a news reporter playing Nazi music, damn near quoting Hitler speeches, and you didn't record that? Okay.
Good's parents,
again.
and her father specifically,
Shout out Nathan.
has made himself known as a Trump supporter, somebody who voted for him. Her partner, her widow, is somebody who's more on the liberal side of the spectrum. But the family
Obviously.
is coming together because they want protesters to be able to continue their work in peace, and that is their fundamental message.
All right, there's the visuals. All right, so I guess there was visuals for her. But all right, now let's go ahead and get on to Christy Gnomes. Here's came out about 19 hours ago, so pretty current.
Homeland Security Secretary Christy Gnome with us now live from the North Lawn of the White House. And thank you for your time, Madam Secretary.
Yes,
good
thank you
morning
for
to you.
inviting me.
What more can you add from this incident last night?
Well, our agents were out doing what they're doing every single day across this country, as they were doing targeted enforcement, going after individuals that are breaking federal law. When this individual drove away, crashed his car, tried to run into a home, and as they were wrestling on the ground trying to detain this individual, 2 other men came out of that building and started attacking him with weapons and shovels and brooms. And as it was 3-on-1, the agent for his
All righty. Oh,
he showed up. Fucking props to him.
And man, shout out to you, my man. All right, my friend. So, what was it that you disagreed with again? Welcome to the show.
Yeah, can you hear me all right?
Yes, sir.
Well, first, I'd like to start with the fact that we're pretty much just following the same path of demonizing all immigrants in general. I'd like to start with there and kind of agree how that is not right and can't be the way forward for anyone. I mean,
so who is demonizing all immigrants? Name one person that said legal immigrants should leave in the Trump administration.
Legal immigrants should leave?
Yes, immigrants. So we're demonizing illegal immigrants, not immigrants.
They aren't going to state right to your face that we want all legal immigrants out of the way.
So how are they
Take a
demonizing
look
them
at
if
the
they can't even say
DHS.
it?
Hold on.
Take a look at the DHS website.
All
Look
right,
at
so
all
you're
their
pretty much
posts.
saying that we're trying to demonize all immigrants, right?
Not right away, in your face, but yes, step by step. It's been, when has Trump just selectively stated that only these immigrants are the ones that we're going after when it's seemingly just, I'm saying
when he says
they're telling
says
the
the
ICE
worst
agents on how to operate, because they don't operate like that.
So you do realize that he has several times said we're going after rapists, murders, blah 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 blah.
Okay, let's do math. Let's do some simple math. Let's do some simple math. How many? And I would have to do it, but I'm just saying, talking out loud.
Go ahead.
How many people are how many immigrants have come into the country, and how many can you really say are criminals? How many can you really say are all these things that they're saying that they are?
Well,
All right, I'll
sir,
answer this.
sir,
Hold on,
respectfully,
Monty, I'll answer this. I'll answer it. So, bro, I'm gonna be real with you. It doesn't really matter. If they're here undocumented, they gotta go. If they're undocumented and have committed crimes, they gotta go. We're not.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm not
That's
talking
what
about
we.
people.
That's what everybody's talking about, but you.
That's not what's happening. See,
that is what's happening.
Name
You
one.
can't
Can you
any
name one
different.
person? Name one person that is a U.S. citizen or a legal immigrant that has been deported. One person.
I'm seeing it on the news. Do you want me to
One
pull up the story?
person. One person.
I do not have a name right here.
Then how do you
I'm saying
believe that?
I-
How can you say that if you can't even give me one if it's happening so
Because I'm-
rampantly?
I can, if you give me a minute, I can pull it up. I'm
Please,
saying I don't have the name right off of my head.
Or one instance of a person, because if you don't know their name, you don't know their story. But
that's not true. I just watch a lot of different things, man. It's a lot to keep up with.
It is a lot to keep up with. But
bro, think about it. If you're trying to make a passionate argument out there, just an argument, you would want to know their names of the people that
Absolutely.
having their justice or having their freedom impeded on. Like, that's the problem with some of
That's
you
why-
guys, that you don't know names. But here's the thing, though. We need you to know names. We can look this up. We could corroborate your story. We could probably align with you, bro. If there are citizens being locked up against their will and not detained of being locked up, then we're with you on that. But you can't prove that. You have no names for it. You don't even know the names,
story.
anything. You don't even
One
know what
name.
state.
One name.
I've got it. Hold on.
All right.
Heard.
Fantastic.
I'm sorry. I didn't come with my homework prepared. I just came to.
Sorry, I get it. We're grilling you, but you did ask for a debate.
Now, all right. While you go ahead and look for
He
that,
was one of the first people that were.
Abrego Garcia?
Yeah, I mean,
not a U.S. citizen. He was a green card holder that had his green card revoked.
Why?
Because
Trafficking.
he committed crimes. When you have a green card, that is a privilege. You're not a citizen yet. You are essentially a visitor. That can be. You can tell people, "I want you out of my country because you're bad for my country."
And
that
he got caught up for
Okay, so
and he
first
got
of
caught
all,
up for human smuggling in Tennessee as well. That's also one of the reasons why they revoked his green card.
okay, well, first of all, I mean, that's not what. Obviously, when people are fighting, I would think it would be obvious that when people are fighting to protect immigrants in general, they're not protecting criminals.
No, they're
not
fighting.
trying
They're
to-
following a narrative, sir. That's what this whole topic is about. It is a narrative that you have clearly bought into as well. I'm not trying to shit on you, but you have bought into the narrative.
I'm sorry.
And-
Okay, go ahead.
And it is people like you that may even have more radical views than you that have decided that they want to go and commit crimes to stop what they see as an unjust cause, which is completely legal, completely just, and half the country asked for it.
So I don't feel. I mean, that's maybe a matter of opinion, but I don't really feel that what they're doing is completely legal. And in fact, I feel like they've violated many of our rights. Protesting.
Like what? Which one?
Violating which rights?
Oh,
Which-
they're violating our right
Law-
to protest, Monty.
Yes.
Violating the rights to protest. So you do know there are rules around protesting, right? You can't throw rocks at cars. You can't block federal vehicles from driving
Okay,
down the
but
road.
I've
That's
seen
not protesting. That is resistance.
I'm not there in Minnesota, but there is plenty that has taken place where they were peacefully protesting, and they were
Can
getting
you give me an
abused.
example? Can you give me an example?
Staying on their side of the street, you know, where they were supposed to, and then the ICE will keep moving up the line.
Yes,
and
that's called a crowd push. That is what they do to preserve
when
a
they
crime
are
scene.
already where they are supposed to be, and it is designated.
So when it's designated, that line is going to move because that is the design. You're not supposed to stand in the street. That's illegal. First of all.
Yeah, I'm talking about people not standing in the street. I'm talking about ICE eventually encroaching upon them, pushing them back, causing issues.
So I don't get what you're. So ICE can push people back. A riot control and a crowd control team can push people
How
back.
far? How far is that?
As
Because I
far
thought
as-
there was a line. I thought there was a
No,
line.
there's
Yeah, the
not
line
a
can
line.
move.
The line can move. And the line is going to move, especially when there's vehicles coming and people have been throwing rocks and Molotov cocktails at the vehicles, including
Okay, well,
fireworks
I'm
and
talking about a
explosives.
peaceful protest. You can't just take one protest that happened before and apply that and just like pre-apply
Yes, you
something.
can.
here's
It's
the problem,
called
though. Here's the
risk
problem, my
mitigation,
friend.
sir.
Here's
It's
the
called risk
problem.
mitigation.
You don't even have an example for that. Like, I can give you an example right now of guys getting in front of ICE officers' car and getting ran over. I mean, getting pushed out the way. Getting pushed out the way. I can show you an example right now of protesters going inside a law enforcement's car and tearing out their weapons box. I can show you that. But you can't show me none of what you're talking about.
And
that's the
You mean
problem.
like drop you a video link? Is that what you mean?
I mean, like, all right, think about it like this.
You do have the StreamYard.
Think about what I could do right now.
This is StreamYard's new to me. I'm just letting you know. I've used YouTube, but I've never jumped into a debate like this.
That's fair. That's fair.
Like this. I can show you stuff like this. You see how people cry about that?
So that seemed right.
That is right. Absolutely. He's violating.
Yes, that is right. You're in front of a police car. Get the F out the way.
Did Did they even ask him to move? Because all I saw right
You
there
don't need
was.
that, sir. Do you
So wait,
do you
wait,
op-
wait,
do
wait.
you often
So if
step in
I'm
front of
just
traffic?
I'm sorry, that was funny. That was too
no,
funny.
I'm just saying if someone
That's
walked
common
in,
sense, my guy. That's common. You don't stand in front of police cars.
I'm not saying that I just do that. I'm just
Then
saying
why are you?
with the
You're
same
reaching.
principle. Same principle applied to that. You're just walking in front of a car. So I mean that's not even a marked car, bro. So
It
like
has lights. It has
he
lights and
would do that.
sirens activated. It is a marked car for the definition of the law.
No, that was funny though, but bro, you got to be real with yourself. Like, this is justified. If you're standing in front of an ICE vehicle, yeah, they're gonna push you out the way. What do you want
Does
them
it
to do?
say
Run you
ice on the
over?
front,
Well, hold
man?
on. Or you want them to park
It
the
doesn't
car
need
and,
to say
and go
ice.
get
If it
some
has lights
coffee or
and sirens,
something?
you're supposed to.
Right. All I see in the video right there is that the car is not moving.
See? Get out the way. Why would they want to move it?
They just want to park there, I guess.
No, I'm just saying that's where the clip started. I'm just saying that's where the clip started. So that's all I saw was that the car wasn't moving and that he was there. And I'm just saying that, you know,
Which
that
way is
could
the
have
car
been.
point? Come on, man. Why are you reaching so hard? I understand. I understand your point that they pushed him, which is you can call that
Excessive
whatever you.
force. If
It's
there's
not
no
excessive
warning,
force. He could have run him over. That would have been excessive force.
actually, that would be murder.
Not if he doesn't die.
And now he doesn't die.
Okay, well then that would have been a lawsuit, and it doesn't make it right, dude. You're reaching just as hard.
No, I'm not. I'm
you
pointing
cannot
out.
get in front of a police officer's car and just
If
stand
he
there. I'm
if he
sorry.
chooses to run you over, that is
He
a very
didn't. He
similar.
didn't. We're talking about
But he didn't.
hypotheticals. He didn't do that.
I know, but you just said he could, and it'd be fine.
And that would have been no. I did not say that would have been fine. I said that would have been excessive force.
You okay? So we agree that would I misheard
But that's
you.
not
I
what
thought-
happened. I was giving you an example of what excessive force would be to counter the point that you said pushing him out of the way of a lawful cop car is excessive force. That's not excessive force. He should have been arrested for doing that because he's violating USC 111. That's a federal crime.
So if you just happen to be in front of a.
If you have, how many times have you found yourself in front of a police car and just happened not to be able to move in your life?
No, I was saying in case you were just in front of it, like walking across the street and you're in front of the car.
He wasn't walking, he was standing.
I know. I was saying the point was that the clip started with the car parked, and you know that's what I saw at first.
So the car wasn't parked, the car was moving down the road, as you can see by the direction it's pointed. And notice how when he's out of the way, the car continues on its path.
Yes, I was talking about the beginning of the video. That's what I was talking about. Like,
Why do you think it got to that point, sir? Is what I'm trying to ask you. I'm trying to get you to use
why
critical
did it
thinking
get to
skills.
that point? I don't know. Did they if they tried to ask him to move out of the way, there's still ways to move someone out of the way without absolutely bulldozing them.
I mean,
I'm sorry, but if they get in your way intentionally, I doubt you asking them is going to
and
get them gone.
We still had.
What about the
we
video
still
from
have
Tennessee where the protester was standing in front of the car and pretend to get hit by the car when the officer gets out of the car? That is a clearly marked police car, and he's just standing there. That is a tactic employed by these quote-unquote peaceful protesters. They're not peaceful if they're impeding law enforcement. They're not peaceful if they are breaking the law. That is where that line is drawn. That's why we're emphasizing this video particularly. And there's many other videos out there of the same thing happening. It's the same story over and over again.
So what about their excessive tactics with gas?
What excessive gas, buddy? It's a violent crowd. Did you when they deploy?
Like, bro, like the ones where they're. What about the schoolyard? That's not even violent, man. Come on.
How would you deal with it if you had fireworks thrown in your face? Like fucking not like little poppets, but fucking mortar rounds thrown in front of your face. Is that violent or is that not violent?
I have not seen mortar rounds fired.
Do you have the video set? Because it was CNN talking about how they were being a peaceful protest and fucking a firework goes off in the background.
Yeah, I got you.
I've seen a lot of footage, and I see that there are. I mean, I haven't seen them throwing fireworks at them, but I've seen plenty of footage of ICE using all sorts of gas and flashbangs.
And that's why we're saying you are following a narrative and not the facts, because their videos are out there if you want to go find them.
I mean, I've seen stuff on, both sides. I'm just saying I haven't seen fireworks.
But here's the thing, my guy. Here's
the police.
okay. If you want to make it a both sides issue, one side is of enforcing law and one side is trying to stop law from being enforced. That's what it boils down to. If you want to boil the argument all the way down, that's what it lies on.
Okay,
And
so all right. Well, I do believe that if I don't have the specific right or code in front of me, I still believe that just questioning people by their accents or the color of their skin, and that's when they investigate people.
So the
and
Supreme
sometimes
Court,
they're not even-
in 2011 has upheld that skin color and accent or lack of English is probable cause to detain somebody for immigration.
Well, it's not right. It's not.
It doesn't matter.
I mean,
so you're saying that the
valid,
Constitution
though.
is not being followed, and the Supreme Court under Obama upheld that it was.
Yep.
What,
I
I'm
mean,
sorry?
bro, if they can't speak English 9 times out of 10, they're not a U.S. citizen.
That's not entirely true, man. I mean, sometimes
That's why he said 9 times out of 10. He didn't say it's
not-
entirely true. He said 9 times out of 10. And that's why that's why the Supreme Court in 2011 upheld that.
So, I mean, here's the thing. I think you're kind of like, honestly, you're trying to radicalize ICE in a way. Like, you got to understand, these guys are operating within the law.
Okay,
within
what do you
their
mean radicalize ICE? They're radicalizing themselves. Have you seen
No,
the
you
recent
are,
leaks
because,
of
bro,
the hires?
you
Have you
literally
seen the
got mad
recent
when
leaks
ICE
of the
officer
hires?
pushed somebody.
Hold on.
Have you
Let
seen
him-
the
let him-
leaks?
All right,
Have
go
you
ahead.
seen the hire leaks?
The hire leaks?
The hire leak, like, sorry, it's like where they just
Like USA
leak.
Jobs?
Let
Like
me
that's the
double
only
check.
hiring link that the federal government uses is USA Jobs. And go look at the requirements to become an ICE agent. Because I have looked at them, and the specific one that you're talking about with the $50,000 sign-on bonus, that requires 6 years, or 5 years at a GS6 level, which is equivalent to law enforcement experience.
But I'm sorry, I think I lost you there.
You're talking about the hiring links, like the link you can click on, not leaks.
No. Hiring leaks. So they just dropped like the last few days that a lot of the people that got hired can't read, can't write. So I don't expect them to understand the laws they're upholding.
That is completely
okay. Beyond that, some of them are Proud Boys members.
Oh, wow.
one of
Okay, bro, you completely drunk the Kool-Aid at this point. If you're saying
Yeah, you
Proud Boy
have.
members, they don't know how to read or write. Are you serious?
No, I'm being serious.
That's why he's saying
Go
you're
look it up.
radicalizing ICE. That's why he said
I'm
that.
not
because-
radical. Maybe they were already before. I'm talking about before these recent hires in the last year or so. They were whatever they were. But what I'm saying,
what does that have to do with what's happened recently with the Renee Good shooting? Because that officer had been on the force for 10 years and was a combat veteran and a police officer before he joined ICE. So if it's a training issue, why is it the most trained guy there did what he did?
I mean, I don't know. I don't think it was right.
Maybe because you've bought into a narrative that's not true. That's what we're saying.
Do you think so you think he's completely justified in that? That's
absolutely, my guy.
Well, how is it not the same for you that you've bought into a narrative that using this excessive
Because
force
I have eyeballs and I watched it happen and I broke it down and went
so
through
did
the
I.
laws.
So did I. So obviously we're seeing the same thing, and I saw multiple different camera angles, and to me that wasn't justified.
So when he's up on the hood of the car, you saw that camera angle? And he has internal bleeding. So he's been hit by the car. That's been established. He's been hit by the car. You don't think that that's justified? When she angles her vehicle in a way to hit him, you don't think that that's intent to use deadly force?
From what I saw, she turned the wheel as hard as she could to pull out back into
And where was
the street.
he when she did that? Where was he when she did that?
He was on the headlight, the front left headlight.
All right, now we can go over the footage if you want to, but there is some misinformation I got to get out there. Yes, job requirements for U.S. immigration and custom enforcement positions necessitates that the applicants demonstrate the ability to communicate effectively, both orally and in writing in English. And this is still used today. You wonder why they got to do this, bro?
No, but they let them. They let a lot of.
No, they didn't actually, because they have to pass this in order to be ICE. They didn't.
But they didn't.
I did see the report where they said that there were some of them struggling.
Have you gone through the ICE hiring process?
All past the oral part. If they're because they're willing to let you go on the reading part, which means that means you don't know how. That means they don't let people who don't know how to read at all, just people who don't read as proficient. But as long as you're able to communicate, you're good. So you're pretty much saying that they don't know how to read or write is completely wrong and false.
I didn't mean completely, but I'm
you
sorry.
said that they were hiring people who do not know how to read or write. I'm just like, bro, that's false. You're saying they're hiring
that's at all different levels.
They do background investigations, and they only hire ex-law enforcement. They usually only hire ex-law enforcement and veterans. So even there, you're wrong.
But they're not. They obviously
but they are. No,
they
you
have
can look
hired
up right now.
people.
Most of ICE officers are ex-law enforcement.
Within the last year? Within the last year?
Yes. That's how they always been.
They're giving extra points to veterans and law enforcement that would push their applications above anybody else. Yes, they are.
Yeah, like, bro, 30% are contained of veterans, and then like about another 30 to 40% are ex-law enforcement.
All right. Do you have any proof of that? Because
go look at the website, my guy. Go look at the website.
The ICE website. So the ICE website.
No, not the ICE website. USA Jobs, where the jobs are actually posted. Go to usajobs.com and look for detention officer, border patrol officer, ICE agent, federal law enforcement, anything. Like you can narrow it down by exactly where you want to go. Look at
job listings, right?
Yes, these are job listings, and they're followed.
No, I'm talking about leaks of actual ICE officers.
Not talking about.
Here's the thing: the leak that you're talking about don't exist.
It doesn't.
Fake news. That's what I'm looking for. The leak right now. It's fake news. I'm actually seeing more on Reddit than actual news publication. You might have got it from a Redditor. I've seen no news publication, no articles, and I'm looking up exactly what you're saying. Leaked ICE hiring practice shows that there's a lack of reading and writing that is tested. And I'm getting, well, this is all fake news. Like there's no proof that ICE officers are being hired without the ability to read or write.
So you bought into yet another narrative.
Hold on. He looks 2 minutes and you're already sold. So give me a minute.
All right, go ahead.
But I know how I know how the federal government hires because I've gone through the hiring process.
But while we do that, though, I might as well, do God's work and just, let's look over all these angles. Let's look over all the angles. 'Cause I got them all lined up. I got them all lined up for you, bro. I got before the shooting, after, like during the shooting, all this good. His camera phone, CNN's footage that pretty much shows that she moved the car to put him in front of the car. And then, of course, the original footage that everybody's seen the day of. I got everything here. We can all go through it. Oh, yes. And yes, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement heavily recruits veterans. About 1/3 of their workforce are currently former law enforcement and veterans.
Where are you seeing that?
I got you.
Put it up on the screen so you can see it.
Trying to look for my thing, but it's not letting me do both at once.
Let's see here. Here it is. 1 week veteran day. All right, here we go. Right here. Yes. U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement heavily recruits and employs many veterans and former law enforcement officers who make up a significant portion of their workforce. Around 1/3, bringing valuable experiments in areas like investigation operations, border security, and with recruitment efforts, offering incentives like bonuses and streamlined hiring to attract those skilled individuals.
So what I was trying to say is that there is a leaked, like WikiLeaks document full of 4,000, apparently 4,000 current officers, and one of the
find it.
The founder.
No. And now, just like Wikipedia, WikiLeaks has links. They have links to where they source this information from. So just like Wikipedia, you should be able to go down there and go to the links and go exactly to where they got this information from. Because WikiLeaks isn't always reliable. Like,
I didn't say I got it
from go down. I ain't gonna lie.
He said it's a WikiLeaks type document. He
Yeah, it's a
doesn't know where he
$5.
got it from. He heard it in some random space at some random time, didn't
Okay.
question it at all because he believes it.
No, bro. I read the whole thing, used my
Then why
own.
can't you find it? Look in your history then. If you read the whole thing, it
This
should
is
be in
like
your book.
2 months ago. Give me a second, but I'm trying to tell you that at least this should show up that the Proud Boys founder is one of the members of ICE now.
No, he's not.
No, he's not, dude. Who's the Proud Boys member? What's the Proud Boys member's name?
Actually, what's his race? Do you even know his race? Because it ain't white. I'll be surprise.
All right, just so you know, every time I'm having to like go and search, it's taking me off and I can't respond. I can't hear you. So give me a second to find it and I'll come back.
Leader of the Proud Boys. It's
Enrique Terrio is his name. I'll answer it for you.
Enrique Terrio, U.S. Spanish American. No, I mean I can actually bring this guy's.
And is he an ICE agent right now?
No, of course he's not, bro. Why would they let him into ICE? He basically got a criminal record in a way.
Hold on.
Let's see here, leader of Proud Boys.
So I know you did not come up here prepared to fucking provide everything, but that I want to.
Here we go, right here. Former Proud Boys leader Enrique Terrio named in leak ICE documents.
That doesn't mean he's part of ICE.
No, it doesn't, bro. You see the conclusion you just came to?
Hold on.
Oh, let me see.
You didn't even know what his name was.
I'm sorry. I'm not good with names. I'm sorry.
Oh.
Is he an ICE agent? I mean, that's very simple to look up. Is Enrique Terrio an ICE agent? Or has he been through the hiring process at all? So if you're saying he's an ICE agent or he was found in those documents as one of those agents that can't read or write, then what you're saying on its face has lost a large amount of credibility.
Hey, I found it. Here it is. Look,
First of all,
here it is.
I wasn't
Rumors
saying
and
all
denial.
of those.
ICE rumors in denial. Rumors that Terrio had become an ICE agent began circulating in January 2026 after his name appeared on an alleged leaked database of ICE officers. Terrio shared a screenshot of the news on X, formerly Twitter, which a sarcastic comment, which was then reported as fact by some media outlets. He later clarified that the post was obviously satire and has denied joining ICE, threatening legal action against media that report otherwise. So if they say it, they're gonna get sued. That's why nobody's writing about it because they know it's true. I mean, they know it's false.
But why would that be so hard to believe?
Buddy, it's not. It doesn't matter what you believe. It's a matter of fact or not. It's not fact.
I'm just saying that.
Why?
Okay,
we don't believe it.
You are accepting the fact that that's the only outcome. Like they couldn't have obviously.
As somebody that cares about facts, you wouldn't believe that. If somebody's following a narrative, it's not hard to believe. Oh yeah, they're white supremacists, they're Nazis, they're the Gestapo. Yeah, and they also hired Enrique Terrio as an ICE agent. That's why you believed it, because you're following a narrative and not facts.
Okay, I'm sorry. How I still don't see how that is like unbelievable.
It's because it's not
false. It's just false.
Because it's false.
That's it. It's just false.
So secret things don't happen. Like people don't pay people to like make sure that information doesn't get out. Things like that. Because that's not something that they would want on their record, would they? You just said that they would.
So can you go and find me Enrique Terrio in boot camp? Can you find me pictures of Enrique Terrio in ICE boot camp?
I mean, and here's the thing. He said he threatened legal action against any media that reported otherwise. So basically he's saying that, look, you guys can go and post that story, but you're going to get sued. We'll be taken to discovery and it will be proven false. When usually somebody puts out there that they'll take you to court, it means they're also threatening discovery, which means that, you got to come up with that evidence proving that he was in ICE. And no media company is taking that risk. That tells you everything you need to know.
Well, this article I saw just came out 3 days ago. They would put out the
story, and then they would be like, all right, bet, take us to discovery.
And what's the source on that article? Who posted it?
WikiLink.
Stop. That's mean. It should be at the top of the header. It should say what news organization reported that.
Let's see WikiLeaks. Why not?
The bottom line is you came here with a piece of information that you believe to be true without any research, without any evidence, stated it in front of a crowd full of 100,000 people, and do not have any evidence to support it. And we have now shown evidence of the contrary. And you've moved the goalpost to the argument of, well, it's believable, isn't it?
No, I was saying why wasn't that believable? I don't know, like
Because
why
no
were
one
you?
believed it but you and the select group of people that they market that shit to.
Okay, all right. If that's what you want to go with.
That's what.
All righty, guys. We're gonna go ahead and move on with this one, bro. I appreciate you coming up. Hey, man, if you have like I said, bro, you're free to come up and debate us on anything. But like I said, just come a little bit more prepared the next time, and we got you. Like, and if you wanted me to personally look something up for you, I have no problem doing that for you. Like,
Yeah,
we
I
can
mean,
do it.
I definitely didn't like come with like a bunch of links saved or names written down. I mean, I
But before you
really
call
came to
someone
debate.
a cuck bootlicker, maybe you should educate yourself.
Well, the shit y'all were saying sounded like you're against. Okay, hold on, wait. Last thing.
Mm-hmm.
And this is gonna be a hot one because
go ahead, send it.
January 6th, some of y'all were talking about earlier.
Yep.
And I think this is on both sides.
Yep.
So what happened January 6th?
An insurrection?
I think is technically it is what we are ordained to do against a tyrannical government. The difference is, I think then they were going off of, I mean, in my opinion, it was going off of a lie, and it was going off of Donald Trump
a lie that has some credibility to it and has been proven in certain regards.
I mean, if you want to say that, but all I see is a guy.
I have the sources for that.
Okay,
like the Georgia State Election Commission.
There was other things I could pull that I'm trying not to get off topic, but
no. Please, because it draws a parallel. This is completely on.
But guys, 5 more minutes on this because then we got to move on. We got to bring up like gaming and Tove.
Okay, all right. So essentially, I mean, just to put it quickly and clearly, it seemed like January 6th, Donald Trump didn't want to lose, did lose, and pretty much wasn't going to take no for an answer. It didn't matter the outcome, and he encouraged those people to go attack justifiably. And I'll say this because the difference between now, as I do believe that there is actual oppression against. I mean, at the end of the day, if our rights to protest are being violated, heavily violated, if they start going door to door to everyone, like they just said about a week ago, JD Vance, said, we're going to ramp things up and start going door to door. I mean, it's not the same thing. Like that would justify, like you keep encroaching on actual rights like that. And that justifies, and also talking about a government that wants to start taking over territories and stuff like that. I don't think that is what our grandfathers fought and died for. And I think that is the moment in which we are supposed to at least assemble in mass. I mean, I do not think that violence is the answer either way. I don't think it's going to solve anyone's problems either way. Oh my God.
But all right.
Okay, so let me. I want to say a couple things to his point because I've been listening to his point, and there's a few that are just wild and out of pocket. I'm gonna reinforce what S.E.T brought up. I know this because when you're processing out of the military, they provide you a little booklet with all the jobs you can do based off of the type of service you have. And if you have more expeditionary based service, you're going to get more security jobs or semi sort of military support jobs. I had the option to go to ICE. I had the option to do border patrol. I have the option to do military sea lift command. Okay. There's a couple of options that I had and still have at my disposal. Okay. Reading proficiency at all time. Reading proficiency, if you are a veteran or you're like law enforcement, you must be able to read, write, and comprehend English. You also must be able to speak at least fluent English. Those two things are non-waiverable by the federal government. Secondly, yeah, you'll get thrown out for it.
And maybe that gives some credence to the document that he found. Maybe 4,000 agents couldn't read proficiently and were thrown out. They're not active members of the fucking Border Patrol or ICE.
But all right now that we shout out to my guy for coming. Watch out to that guy for coming up. He came up here, set his position. I mean, hopefully he looks into this a little bit more, bro. Don't believe everything you hear CNN, MSNBC say, or whatever any left-wing pundits say, bro. Make sure you double check that. I mean, or make sure you got names.
It took 2 minutes to disprove it. It didn't. It wasn't even hard. And that's why I said people are following a narrative and not the facts. Someone can say something to you, and if it aligns with what you believe, you're just going to take it without evaluating it. None of us took anything that the DOJ said as fucking any sort of anything until we went and looked up U.S. code, looked up Minnesota state law, looked use of force policies, and then we played the video of Kristi Noem saying everything we just said.
Yeah, I mean, hey, look, we're not lazy about this. But all right, guys, now go ahead, Tove.
So I do have the current statistics of the accidental U.S. legal citizen deportations for both the Trump administration and the Obama administration. Can you hear me? Hello?
No, Monty probably.
I can hear Tove fine.
Yeah, I think Monty's thing went out.
So under Trump so far, and it's just a recent one, there was one actual U.S. citizen. She is a college student. Her name is Louisa. I can't remember her name because I've got the other one pulled up at the moment. But anyways, there has been one, and they are actively working to bring her back from the Honduras. Now under Obama, there was between Mark Little, Andres Robles Gonzalez, Jacardian Turner, and that was from 2005 to 2012, or 2008 to 2012. Those are 3 of the 70 that we know of. But because of how bad the reporting was back then, they believe there was many more. And I can give you the link for that if you want.
Shoot, I'll take it. But all right, guys. Now we're gonna go ahead and move into geopolitical hour since we got the geopolitical team here pretty much.
Damn right.
All right, man. Let's go ahead and get into it. Now, I played this video earlier to kind of show a point of what Trump was talking about, but I kind of want to see what you guys think about this. This is gonna kind of somewhat piss you off.
Kill the liberals.
Shout out Baghdaddy.
Arriving in Greenland in a show of solidarity with the Danish territory. It came after a meeting between U.S., Danish, and Greenlandic officials in Washington ended without a settlement. President Donald Trump has made repeated calls to make Greenland part of the United States, quote, one way or another. Greenland is located in a strategic part of the world. It sits mainly in the Arctic Circle, an area that also encompasses the likes of the U.S., Canada, Russia, and Norway. Our correspondent, Rory Challens, is in Greenland's capital, Nuuk, with the latest.
This building here is the Joint Arctic Command Center in Greenland's capital, Nuuk. And if any country did invade Greenland, be that Russia or China, as Donald Trump has been warning, or even the United States itself, Donald Trump has refused to take military action off the table, then this place is Defense HQ. And it's seen plenty of activity in the last day or two, with Denmark and now European allies all sending extra military personnel to Greenland. Now, there are countries like the
you hear what he's saying? Europe is sending military personnel to Greenland to pretty much combat us.
So get this. The NATO has asked the U.S. for support to defend itself against the U.S. And
Bruh.
the goal of what Trump wanted has been accomplished.
They finally acted against us. It's like, bro,
No,
now
no,
we have
no,
a
no.
reason to
It's not
pull
them
out a
acting
date.
against us. They've put military assets in the area, which are now going to be there more than their 2 dog sleds.
Yeah, but
And you know what's
those
crazy?
are military assets. I think they're kind of working against our interests here.
So you know what's crazy? The EU has been in a Cold War since Ukraine, and they're like pushing this heavy propaganda. And so now they're sending like 15 Germans, like 2 Italians, a couple of French, and the UK has like been on the fence about whether they want to do it or not. And I'm just kind of thinking, like, yo, where is this energy when you have the illegals flooding in by quite literally the boatloads?
I
Where
said the
is
same
this
thing.
energy?
Yeah.
Where's this energy with Ukraine, who is still currently getting bombarded? You think you're scared of Russia, but you're not scared of their exact equal footing rival. Like
And
what?
guys, this is how I'm seeing it though right now. I'm seeing it as, yo, they're low-key going against us. You guys know that we wanted to either buy it or move into it. And here you guys are pretty much, defending Greenland from us. And this is how I see it. Is like, yo, all Trump got to do is pull out of NATO, see y'all as enemy combatants, and they're gonna remove themselves. No problem.
Yep.
So I'm not even sure why they pulled this move. It's like, well, do you really want Trump to get out of NATO? Because this is how you do it.
The goal of this. So I don't think the goal was ever to invade Greenland. I think the goal was to have NATO put fucking assets in Greenland. And now that those assets are there, the rhetoric is going to get tamped down because he made them do something they didn't want to do without even thinking about it.
All right.
40 chess.
UK, Germany, Norway, Sweden, and France are all participating in Denmark's Operation Arctic Endurance. This is on top of Denmark saying last year that it was going to increase funding of Arctic defense by $4.2 billion, going to 2 new Arctic ships, maritime patrol aircraft, drones, and radar systems. Now, this is for 2 reasons. One is to persuade Donald Trump that Denmark and its NATO allies are taking on.
All right, go ahead.
So remember what I said about Denmark and Norway and Sweden and all these countries? I also want you to remember that when they say they're going to increase defense spending, basically what that translates to is they're going to borrow more money from the U.S. to boost up defense spending to try to go against the U.S.
Yes, they're asking for our money to defend themselves against us.
And at that point, I'm just like, bro, you want Donald Trump to get out of NATO, then y'all be seen as any combatants. And then we're really going to be testing your gangster at that point. Like, are you really going to stand there and just stay there and defend us off? Strongest military in the world? Of course not. I mean, y'all start running if Russia came.
If we pull out all of our military assets and just leave them open to Russia, I guarantee you they gonna fold.
Man.
Yeah.
Arctic defense seriously. But also it would have the effect of making any US military incursion into Greenland that much more complicated. Let's think about that for a second. Denmark and its European NATO allies are having to consider military deterrence against the United States. Rory Challens, Al Jazeera, Greenland.
Well,
French President Emmanuel Macron says France will beef up its military presence in Greenland soon.
So basically, it's NATO versus the U.S. when it comes to Greenland. Like they're saying they're beefing up. Like, hold on. Y'all, they know better than to beef up their fences in Ukraine, or Russia's going to start throwing hypersonic missiles. So they know better, right? I mean, Putin sent that message. So now they're kind of being a bit like suckers, and they're going, well, let's go to somebody who isn't threatening us with a hypersonic missile. Now you're going against like the U.S. over
Your
Greenland.
key ally.
This is your ally, your key ally.
It's the only ally
on to save you from Russia. You're going against us. Okay.
So an alliance is supposed to work.
Let's leave and let's leave y'all to your own devices and good luck.
So you know what's crazy about this? Greenland is on the North American plate. So geographically, it belongs to us anyway.
The Europeans have a particular responsibility for Greenland, an autonomous territory of Denmark, because this territory is part of the European Union and also because it's part of one of our NATO allies. France has decided to join the exercise programmed and launched by Denmark in a sovereign and independent manner as part of Operation Arctic Endurance. The first French military team is already on site and will be
The
reinforced
French are going to
in the coming
defend
days by
Greenland
ground,
now?
air, and maritime means.
Oh, that's rich. Oh,
That's
that's
fucking
rich.
Oh, did you
hilarious.
see?
I mean, bro, they can't even defend themselves from illegal immigrants on a boat.
Bro, they lose.
So
They
even
lose every
better.
time a conflict.
Go ahead,
Did
Chuck.
you guys see that Macron actually got stopped and had to wait for Trump's motorcade in Paris, France?
Oh my
That's
God. He
hilarious.
did not. That is that real?
Yes, and he actually called Trump saying, "Hey, I'm stuck at this intersection waiting on you to go by." He had one car with 2 guards with him while Trump's entire motorcade of like 15 cars were driving through. The police even told him that he had to wait.
Bro.
Big dog in the house. Hey, bro, go ahead, pull up that
In
article.
your own country, in your
I actually
capital.
sent it. I sent the short. Yeah, I sent the short in Gen Chat last night somewhere. I'll have to see if I can find it again.
All right, guys.
Bro.
Well, it was a pretty somber speech by the French President Emmanuel Macron addressing French armed forces. He said we are now living in a brutal world where there is a new form of colonialism. He did not mention US President Donald Trump by name or Washington specifically, but he talked very much about the fact that Europeans must be ready to defend Greenland, must be ready to protect their own sovereignty. What we've seen in the past few months is European countries often being on the back foot when it comes to Donald Trump, often being very slow to respond. But there is a shift that does seem to be changing, particularly since the US's actions in Venezuela. We have seen now European leaders far more ready to take what Donald Trump says at face
But
value,
I got a
to take it
question,
more
Seth.
seriously and respond.
Yo, what's going on?
What? So the United
Why didn't
States.
this go happen in Ukraine? Why didn't they do this in Ukraine? Why did they?
Hold up.
Why did they try
Monty,
to
hold on.
draw us?
It's not even that. It's not even that. The top intelligence agencies are the CIA, the NSA, Mossad, and MI6. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
So if we have the capability to yoink a sitting dictator in the middle of the night after he gets out of his chamber trying to take a smoke break and then dome his top defense prime minister after he makes a very inspiring speech, like 2 minutes after that, probably another smoke break. What makes them think that we don't have the capability to just off every single leader? I'm not calling for it.
I know,
it's
but
just,
I mean, bro,
we've
they'd be
already
easier-
flexed that muscle.
I mean, here, be real with you. I mean, all of them would be pretty easy targets to get yoinked. Each and every one of their leaders. Maybe Macron would be a bit tougher, you know, seeing that he got nukes and all that good stuff. But even then, it wouldn't be too much of a challenge.
Most of the nukes belong to us, Seth.
Bro, I was about to say most of those nukes have our kill switches in them.
Oh,
so they ain't using nothing, dude. Do you know how many American nuclear ballistic missiles are actually in Europe? We make up about 75% of Europe's nuclear defense triad. They have nothing.
We could detonate the fucking nukes in their fucking silos.
And they're acting crazy about us, and they're acting crazy like this.
So when we hear France has nukes, and you see those charts where who has whose nukes, like the United States has the nukes in France.
Yes. And as a matter of fact, we have nukes in France, in Germany, in Italy.
Yeah.
This isn't secret information. No, this is all the U.S. stuff. We just allow them to claim it as a deterrence against Russia. As a matter of fact, let me take it one step further. We could completely, if we really wanted to pimp slap Europe, right? A ship in the Mediterranean, a carrier strike group in the Mediterranean, a carrier strike group at the mouth opening of the Red Sea, and a carrier strike group leading at the 2 points of the one at the mouth of the Mediterranean leading into the Atlantic, and another ship at the mouth of the English Channel.
Everybody's navy is now incapacitated.
Europe's gonna fold.
Yeah.
And that is why countries, including France, have decided to send military personnel to Greenland. Emmanuel Macron says that history will judge European nations if they don't take their responsibility for what could happen. Natasha Butler, Al Jazeera, Paris.
And all righty, now let's get to the more controversial watch here. Since we're here, man, we're about to get into let's go into Scott Ritter. I believe he was I know he was an inspector, but I think he was also in the military as well. But all right, let's go.
There are two sides to a story, and we're only getting the Israeli side.
Right.
The Israelis are backing Reza Pahlavi. The Israelis are backing these so-called human rights organizations. The Israelis are the ones demanding that U.S. policy be that Iran doesn't have any missiles. So we just have to be very careful.
Well, let's talk about Iran, because there's a lot of reports coming out that Iran is killing their protesters. And somehow, even though it took over a year for the United States to get an accurate count of how many people died on 9/11, then
really? Iraq? What the heck? Iraq has a Christian foundation? That's pretty cool. All right, shout out.
Yeah, I literally said
rang?
That was Seth's.
Yeah, that was
his
definitely
ghetto music.
God
man,
that
West
monkey
Side, baby,
music.
West Side, baby, West Side.
Turn that monkey
West side
music
of what?
off.
You're in the middle of the country.
True, but it's West Side music. What can I say? Hey, bro, there's all types of rap and R&B. Those are two my two favorite genres. Now y'all know.
Your account of how many people are being killed in Iran, but here is
bro, I can't, bro. Hey, I also like fried chicken and watermelon. Watermelon is my favorite fruit.
Hey,
fried
do you get excited by grape Kool-Aid?
I actually don't.
So I need to grow watermelon for this summer.
Yo, that's racist.
And kill some chickens.
But I do love the cherry Kool-Aid though. I ain't gonna lie.
Bro, I'll black cherry. Black cherry is where it's at. Cherry Kool-Aid's all right, but black cherry is the fucking goat.
You guys sound like a bunch of statistics.
What
are you gonna say?
The reason it's a stereotype is somewhat true.
What are you gonna say next? That you like bubble Chevys with 22s, or are you a box Chevy with 22s type of guy?
Yeah, I'll probably be the box Chevy. I ain't gonna lie. I'll probably box.
I knew it. Freaking
Bro,
monkey.
are they springy?
It just wouldn't be right if they didn't have the hydraulics in them, man. It just wouldn't be right.
God damn it.
But all right,
That's a West Coast thing.
Yeah, I told you. Yeah. I got West Coast homies who actually have cars like that, ironically.
Iraqi Christian Foundation says there is no difference between the Iraq war and the current U.S. drive towards war with Iran. Just as with Iran, starvation sanctions were used against the Iraqi population for many years, pre-2003. Western media pushed the same propaganda about Iraq's government pre-war. Neocons became obsessed with Iraq to an evil degree for decades, and terrorists were trained by the CIA to infiltrate and terrorize Iraq pre-war. The Chaldean Catholics being the terrorist first targets. Another forever war may start soon, no different than previous forever wars, something Donald Trump promised he wouldn't let happen. And of course, that's exactly what's happening. And I just want to, real quick, from the gray zone, Western media is whitewashing deadly riots in Iran, relying on U.S. government-funded regime change NGOs. NGOs are non-governmental organizations. So here's the former CIA agent John Kiriakou. He's going to let us know that when they tell you that the Iran is killing their own.
You don't know who John Kiriakou is? He's an ex CIA officer who actually lost his pension for being a whistleblower. So yeah. Well, and he whistleblowed on the torture program. That was that guy. Yes, John Kiriakou. Yeah, he's the guy who snitched on the who told on the torture program that the CIA was trying to hide.
Oh yeah,
people
right now. Old-fashioned waterboardings.
Yeah, waterboarding.
Yeah, it's a
bro, I mean, he was even talking about where we keep people up by keeping them awake and cold and all that, keeping them in a cold cell, throwing ice water on them. I was like, damn.
That's how we got Bin Laden.
No.
Yeah.
Hey man, somebody got to get tortured for us to get the information. It'd be like that. Joking.
Tell you,
please waterboard me, sir.
Iran is killing their own people right now, and that's being used as the reason why we have to go in and because we care about the Iranian people. Like, that's what this is all about. We really care about them, just like we care about the Venezuelan people, just like we cared about the Syrian people, just like we cared about the Iraqi people, just like, so it's all a big yank. It's the same stupid story. And so here's what John Kiriakou has to say, where they're getting their numbers from. Listen to where they're getting their numbers from, the U.S. media.
Times, CNN, the Wall Street Journal. I looked at them all last night, and they're all saying, oh my God, it's murder in the streets in Iran. Oh my God, this human rights organization is saying, 172 dead. Okay, that human rights organization is based in London, and it's funded by the Israelis and Iranians in exile. And then, oh my God, there's this other human rights organization. It's saying 500 dead. Yeah, that one's in Washington, and they take money from the CIA.
Oh,
so you can't.
So there's no
believe
reliable
this.
information.
There's no reliable information. Now, are people being killed in Iran? Absolutely, yes. But think of this too. Do we know that these people aren't being killed by Israeli-backed protesters? Because the Israelis have been bragging over the weekend that they're the ones backing the protesters.
Yep.
And I'll add another thing that literally.
Actually, I did look this up, and I think I found it on Jerusalem Post, where I think one of their defense ministers was literally bragging about how Mossad is actually operating inside Iran. He was bragging about. He was bragging about the Iron Lion operation, where they attacked Iran. They're saying that it was a Mossad agents who was embedded inside Iran that helped them get that off. And they're also saying that
we knew
Mossad
all
agents
this.
in a protest that's helping them, make this or
Yeah.
try to spin it into.
We know
revolution.
this. We said this, and I said it doesn't change any of that.
Yeah, and it was
We
the
brought
point that
all
we
these
were
points
making.
up already. This is not new to us. It's not new to me anyway. And I said I have a high sneaking suspicion that Mossad is involved with these protests, and it doesn't change anything for me.
In fact, Mossad probably piggybacked off the people's discontentment. That's the that's the only reason why. Because
But they're trying to discredit it in that light, and I don't care about.
Hold up. So there's some key evidence you got to look into. These Iranian agents knowingly reached out to known Mossad agents to try to take down the Iranian Ayatollah government because they hate it that much. That's why how do you think they got the initial information on where the nuclear processing plants? What they're not telling you is in those documents, they have literally thousands of unnamed sources who leak the routes, who leak the truck, who leak where
they burnt a lot of them too.
Yeah, and so that's how Israel got their hands on that information, and they were able to use their assets to go deeper and map everything out.
Remember that prank call where
So I'm just asking you guys this question. So Mossad interference, possible CIA interference doesn't give any doubt to the legitimacy of the protest, because it doesn't for me. I'm just wondering, you guys.
So it doesn't give doubt to the legitimacy of the protest. It gives doubt to the statement that it's just this organic fucking thing, which I don't care if it's organic. What I care about is the fact that it's going on and people have a discontent for our adversary and want our adversary, Iran, out of power. What's good for them is good for me. If it fucking leads to the Ayatollah being ousted, fucking good for them.
All right.
No one
that's
is
pretty much it.
Protesters set on fire 48 fire engines in Tehran. 48 fire engines, so that they cannot respond to fires. Why? Because it's the Israeli-backed protesters setting shit on fire.
So the protesters that were
go ahead.
Hold on. The protesters that would have protested anyway are doing things the Israelis are asking them to do because it's going to further their mission. That's what's going on.
Yeah, I don't think so. If you're burning down your own property and think about it, bro, you're keeping fire, you're keeping the firemen from getting to fires. I mean, you're damn near hurting the same protesters that you're kind of saying that you're fighting for at a certain point.
But do you see where the public shift is going? Do you see where the public shift is?
I do get it, but if that's what's going down, it is what it is.
It's a tactic. It is a tactic to destabilize the country. And I am all for that. I don't like Mossad. I don't like Israel. I don't like the Israeli government. But if that's the ends to get to the means, I don't care.
All right,
So let me offer you something else that I found out is that the other reason why a lot of these people are being executed is because they found like Israel was smuggling weapons to Israel was smuggling weapons to the protesters because one of the protesters, the organizational groups, actually reached out to Israel and to the CIA about weapons trades.
That's really why they shut the internet down. That's why they shut the internet down. Not because, and they said as much. There's communication between Iran and Israelis, and that's why we shut the internet down. They weren't lying about that. It's also convenient that they shut it down so they can't show that they're executing people. But that's not the reason why they did it. They did it so that can't happen anymore because they don't want people from outside coming in because they know their people are enough of a threat if armed and organized.
Yeah, and all of them are armed and a lot of them are organized. There's actually a very deep underground network of organizational leaders that have been building for years. That's what's not being told.
Iran is trying to stop a civil war is what they're trying to do by executing their people.
Yeah, the CIA and even MI6 had information that Iran reached out to them even about getting weapons and getting communicated. Like these people are actually gearing up to fight back. And what helped them open that door was the US bombing the
That's what
nuclear
motivated them.
facilities. Yes.
All right. Now let's go ahead and keep it going, and then I will bring you guys back in on it.
Why?
There is someone
Because it's the Israeli-backed protesters setting shit on fire.
Oh, he's back.
And this is just to make it worse.
Now, the thing is, okay, so for people who are listening and are thinking, okay, John's being conspiratorial and blah, 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 let's not forget that we know that Iran is riddled with people on the Mossad payroll because of the fact that, like, they provided the targeting information for the Israeli-U.S. military attacks against atomic scientists and,
What I tell you.
and military sites in Iran recently. Right, we know that. We talked about here on the show before any of these protests started about how Iran has a serious Israel problem in terms of infiltration. So I just want to, provide a little context there.
Yeah, I think my point here is to remind everybody that there are two sides to a story, and we're only getting the Israeli side.
Right.
The Israelis are backing Reza Pahlavi. The Israelis are backing these so-called human rights organizations. The Israelis are the ones demanding that U.S. policy be that Iran doesn't have any missiles. So we just have to be very careful.
So here's one of the things they're not reporting. Western media has ignored a growing trove of video evidence showing terrorist tactics deployed across Iran by protesters, described by Amnesty International and Human Rights Watch as largely peaceful. So, of course, here's one more. Recent videos published by both Iranian state media and anti-government forces revealed public lynchings of unarmed guards, the torching of mosques, arson attacks on municipal buildings, marketplaces, and fire stations, and mobs of armed gunmen opening fire in the heart of Iranian cities. Instead, Western media has focused almost exclusively on violence attributed to the Iranian government. And so, and who are they relying on? They're relying on the CIA-backed human rights and the NED, which is the National Endowment for Democracy, which is just another cutout of the CIA. And so do you think the American people are going to fall for this again?
Yes. I mean, sadly, they shouldn't. One thing that's...
All right, before we get into my guy, Scott Ritter, you guys got any comments?
I was going to say, everything he's saying is true. Just to point... Who's talking? Everything he is saying is true. I don't care. Like, Iran has gone fucking for 40 years, stolen fucking government, and has positioned themselves against us. They have made themselves our enemy. We didn't make them our enemy. Fucking Iran made themselves Israel's enemy. So now they have to deal with the fucking influence that Israel has. Like it's common sense. You don't start fights you can't win. They started a fight they held because the international community was like, "Oh, we don't want to go do this. We don't want to go do that. We don't want to go to war." We don't have to go to war anymore. All it takes is us just giving a bunch of fucking citizens that want their government out guns.
And what did I tell you about discontentment? This is the key part that everybody, like, you have news guys like this who will take these type of stories and like frame them lopsided, but they won't hear about how Iranians, when the Ayatollah took over in 1979, you won't hear about how they actually fled and a bunch of them ended up trapped there. You won't hear about how Christians that were in Iran have actively been cleansed essentially from Iran. You won't hear about any of that type of stuff. So the targeting of mosques, the targeting of like important shipping and trade and terrorist style takeovers. I'm gonna be completely honest. I find it rich that Iran's complaining about that, considering they fund the Houthis, Hamas, and the freaking other Iranian terrorist
So it's
organizational
good, yeah.
assets
It's good for Iran to do it, but it's bad when it happens to Iran.
when they're the ones committing the human rights violations.
Yeah, I'll give you that one. I mean, shit, seems like everybody in the Middle East out here committing human rights violations.
Pretty much.
It's on brand. It's on brand, bro.
So I'm brand. Hey, hold on now. Not all of them, but F it. Yeah, it is. I ain't gonna lie. A good amount of the Middle East, bro. When it comes to human rights, women's rights, oh, forget about it.
Bro, human rights
I
are an
was waiting
option.
for you.
Human rights are an option. They don't come with they're sold separately, bro. Didn't you know
human
that?
rights were like, are you a Shaw? Nah, okay then. You don't get no rights.
Oh, and Lord forbid if you're a Christian, yeah, you're cooked.
Oh, bro,
You're
no,
not even
no,
cooked.
Lord forbid you're a female Christian. No, you're really cooked.
Oh, bro. Oh, bro.
Don't
Yeah,
you
it's up
don't
to
you
you.
move your hips in a dancing fashion?
If
Now,
you don't
not
wear
all
that
Muslims,
stupid,
now, God, all Middle Eastern countries, try to persecute, Christians, but there are some.
And the ones that don't get taken over by the countries that do.
Pretty much. That's why Bahrain is under U.S. protection.
Yeah.
Shout out to Bahrain. But all right, guys, let's go ahead and get into our guy Scott Ritter.
People are going
We
to
have
fall for this
F1.
again.
Hold on. I just want to point something out. Name the countries in the Middle East that have F1 races. All of them westernized. Where you can go to a track and have a day with your family. What do you get in Iraq? You get fucking 8-year-olds with fucking RPGs. So I'll take the race cars over the RPGs.
Halu Akbar.
Yes. I mean, sadly, they shouldn't. One thing that's missing there, over 100 Iranian police officers have been murdered by these mobs. Could you imagine the reaction in the United States if 100 cops were killed by mobs firing, weapons and burning them to death? It would be over. We'd mobilize everything and kill everything. There's a war taking place in Iran, but it's a war that's prompted by the Mossad, by the CIA. It's a war that's been planned for some time now. And when the protests first started, the first day or two, they were peaceful protests, and there was nobody dying. The Iranian government didn't go in to kill protesters. In fact, the president of Iran,
the UAE has the Burj Khalifa. We have Mia Khalifa, and fucking Iran has Kaboom Khalifa.
God damn it! I think Lebanon has Mia Khalifa.
Yeah, she's from Lebanon, bud.
Wait, ignore the fact that I know that.
The protests
right.
The first day or two, they were peaceful protests, and there was nobody dying. The Iranian government.
Yeah.
we gonna talk about it. It's okay, Set. We've all been there.
I mean,
it's all right.
Hey,
you
man,
don't need to be ashamed.
She was that girl back in the day, though. I ain't even gonna cap.
2014, 2016. Oh yeah, but she's fake news now.
I know, man. I know. On to better things.
But I'm illustrating the point.
Go ahead.
Where the US's influence is, there's fucking prosperity and fucking safety. Where the fucking Islamic influence is, we have conversations about this. What world do you want to live in? Is all I'm asking.
You know what? I wonder, and I'm just throwing this out, but if we took all the sanctions off these guys, would they even be like this towards us?
No, they would actually start.
They would be
ramping
worse.
up
They
their
would have
defense spending.
guns.
So
Yes,
actually,
Seth.
under the Biden administration, we actually laxed sanctions on Iran, and I know this because I was deployed over there when they did this.
And we gave them
When
a bunch of their money back.
Yeah, so it wasn't even
We
a whole bunch,
retroactively relaxed the sanctions.
and they started tripping.
Okay. All right. I was just wondering. I'm like, because one of the main reasons, I would say, one of the main reasons why their currency is effed up is the U.S. sanctions that admitted, they did bring them upon themselves. And we actually,
and it's also their government spending on military.
Oh, we also opposed new sanctions on them today as well. Well, I'm at yesterday.
Well, see, here's the thing. All Biden did was bring up, okay, we're going to give you 2%. I think it was 15% of their money back, and they open their economy up by 2 or 3%, and they started getting buck wild. Obama did the same thing. They did the exact same thing with the Obama, the Bush, the first Trump administration, and with the Biden. They have shown constantly that if given the chance, they can and will start funding terrorism and trying to attack everybody in the Middle East. In fact, Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Kuwait, Qatar, and the UAE and Oman asked explicitly for the U.S. to keep the sanctions on Iran.
In other words, we've let them out of timeout, and they went and hit their sister again.
I'm crying.
What a frying pan.
I mean, let's see how this works.
With a frying pan.
All right, guys.
Sadly, they shouldn't. One thing that's missing there, over 100 Iranian police officers have been murdered by these mobs. Could you imagine the reaction in the United States if 100 cops were killed by mobs firing, weapons and burning them to death? It would be over. We'd mobilize everything and kill everything. There's a war taking place in Iran, but it's a war that's prompted by the Mossad, by the CIA. It's a war that's been planned for some time now. When the protests first started, the first day or two, they were peaceful protests, and there was nobody dying. The Iranian government didn't go in to kill protesters. In fact, the president of Iran is very sympathetic to the protesters. I just want to remind people that it was the Iranian protest.
So sympathetic, they're mowing them down with machine guns.
Kurdish girl that died in police custody over the hijab incident. And there was violence there. You know what happened from that? Women don't have to wear the hijab in Iran anymore.
That's a lie. There's videos of people getting beat.
True. Now that's true,
No.
bro. Even in their doctor's program, they didn't have to wear it. Bro, actually, there's been multiple women that came out of Iran saying that, we don't got to wear the hijabs no more. Videos that came out of YouTubers going there saying that, there are regions that don't wear the veil. Now, if you got to go, they say if you go into a government building, they'll ask you to wear the hijab. But the hijab in Iran is no longer mandatory.
So Masa Amini is what they're referring to. And actually, there have been multiple instances where women still get beat by the police and end up getting killed by the police for not wearing
I'm sorry,
the
dog.
hijab.
I'm gonna have to call your sources on that one, like Pacific incidents and all that, because everything I've been hearing now, like I said before that, yes, that was going on, but now, no.
Come on, Seth. How egregious does the human rights violations have to be before you're like, yeah?
Just because they're not, come on now. Just because they're not making women wear veils doesn't mean they're not committing human rights violation.
Okay, so that's the point we should focus on, not that this semantics of we don't have to wear it, but the police officers are still going to beat you.
Way out, because you guys like to interrupt these guys just because they disagree with you guys, or you disagree with them just a little bit. Let's hear them out for more than 1 minute.
No, I disagree. It's not that we disagree a little bit. It's I disagree with death to America, and I don't take anybody that says that seriously or give them any credit. I think that's fair.
Honestly, if they could tell me their reason why they say that, and they're saying, well, your country did this and that.
Your country did.
That's where
enemies. Remember
That's
that.
where you and I differ. I don't care why you want to kill me. All I know is you want to kill me, and I'm going to do everything I can to stop you from trying.
All right. Well, me as basically a reporter, I got to understand both sides.
That's fair.
Well,
That's
see,
fair. But me as a citizen, fuck them. Turn them into a parking lot.
Nah, I respect that.
Just in fact,
okay.
the president of
Go
Iran,
ahead, gaming.
So I'm waiting for this freaking source to load because it won't load in, and I'm pretty sure my internet's tanky. It's you and that
Well, shoot,
monkey
just send the
music.
source to me when you got it.
You and that monkey music is what he was about to say.
Huh?
He said it's you and that monkey music. What the fuck, gaming?
But all right, though, let's go.
Still protesters. In fact, the president of Iran is very sympathetic to the protesters. I just want to remind people that it was the Iranian protests about that poor Kurdish girl that died in police custody over the hijab incident. That, and there was violence there. You know what happened from that? Women don't have to wear the hijab in Iran anymore. You can go to Tehran, go to the mall, and they got their hair hanging free, hanging down, running free, because the Iranian president listens to the Iranian people. And when these protests first started, he was walking with them. But then the Israelis moved in their cellular structures, brought out their weapons, and started murdering people, burning a 3-year-old girl to death, burning nurses to death, and killing over 100 cops. And so the Iranians responded, shooting at the people shooting at them. And yes, there are dead people, but not in the numbers that are being put out there. I mean, these ridiculous numbers, 12 to 20,000. Hell, we fought the battle for over a month with millions of Americans.
We have these videos. Why are there? Why is it all the videos we have do not have people with guns?
Can you not? I mean, bro, just admit it.
Why is it when these people are shot they don't have guns if they're shooting the people that are shooting them?
I mean, in these videos,
the guns don't disappear as soon as they die.
Does that mean, hold on? Does that mean it's an automatic lie because we've only seen select videos?
No, because he generalized it. They only shoot at the protesters when the protesters shoot at them. So that would mean there should not exist any videos where that doesn't happen.
Go back on that. I'm not sure. Maybe I missed that. I'm not sure I heard that.
Can you find me a video of protesters shooting at Iranians?
Hold on, Monty. Hold on. Let's go back on that. I'm not sure you said that.
He was walking with them. But then the Israelis moved in their cellular structures.
Did you pause it?
Did it just freeze?
Bro, S.E.T doesn't have YouTube Premium now?
Oh my God, S.E.T. Bro, come on. Ugh, I can't believe this.
Bro.
I can't believe this.
Is S.E.T muted? Can you hear S.E.T?
No, I can't.
You can?
I can't.
Yeah, I can't hear him either. Well, I guess it's me and you now running the show. So Iran is bad. In conclusion, we need Greenland.
So here's a couple of my sources. All right, so I'm gonna take this time to read my sources. This is from the CFR.
Bro, you can't actually hijack S.E.T's show. Hold on, he can't hear us.
I think he got.
Did he kick himself off?
How in the world?
How the fuck?
His computer died again.
Okay, so anyway, the council.
So we're running S.E.T show now. All right.
So the Council on Foreign Relations says women this week in Iran bans women without hijabs from educational and health services. And then I'm just going to read you this excerpt. The Iranian Health and Education Ministries have announced that women will be barred from health and educational services if they fail to comply with compulsory hijab requirements. In the statement, the Ministry of Education explains that the requirement is in line with creating a, quote, positive and constructive discourse among students on the issue of Islamic culture and their beliefs, and creating correct and positive attitude and beautiful thinking about the culture and chastity of chastity and hijab among students. The announcement is part of an alternative enforcement plan being pushed by the Iranian government after the death of Mahsa Amini triggered protests last September. Remember, Masa Amini was killed last September, not recently. These new measures include increasing fines from 5 million to 30 billion real, around 100 to $60,000, revoking driver's license and
But they'll
passports.
give them $7 not to protest about it.
Hold up, and banning internet access for celebrities and online influencers. Authorities also are shutting down businesses and stores, including pharmacies, that continue to serve women who violate the hijab rule. Despite these new punishments, acts of civil disobedience continues as women refuse to cover their hair in public. So I don't know what
Set.
Set was
He's
talking
back.
about, but
Yo,
He's back.
yeah, I know I heard you. Did you provide resource, my friend?
Yes,
I literally
he
just
was
got
just
done reading it.
I know I did not hear, but can you go ahead and send me the link though?
I'll read it
You
for
got
you again.
kicked.
No,
Did
send
you
me
get
the link,
kicked?
send me the link, my friend.
Send him the link. Send him the link so he
Send
can
the link.
post
I
it
like
up
to read
here.
things myself.
What happened, Set? We just like stole your show, literally.
Bro, my internet went out for like a good
How did? But how are you still hosting? Because we're like my wife is on your stream still, and
Oh no,
you
because
just
I
disappeared?
never ended the stream, and well, the stream is a bit separate. It's a bit separate from, I guess, my internet. Because I was surprised to see you guys up on my phone. I was like, oh wow,
It's our show now.
I was like, oh, I guess they
Look at
can
me.
talk if I'm not there.
Look at me. Look at me. I am the captain
now.
Well, now, Gamer, now you got to do a face reveal if you're going to take over the show.
I ain't doing nothing.
Yep, right now. Right now, or you'll get kicked. We've already demonstrated that we can take over the show.
All right, and shout out Brittany K. Appreciate it, sis. She says
Hey.
Ice came in and Yoink said, "Oh man."
That's my wife.
No, that is
FBI, open up.
FBI, open up. All right. In other news, Iran. The
We heard
show
you
must
talking
go
bad
on.
about the officers.
Oh my god, that was the fun.
All right.
You need to go back, and when you edit this stream, you need to get like a cane and have someone just yank you out of the chair and replace that with the footage.
Literally, bro. Because I'm just like, bro, wait, what? Bro, I ain't gonna lie. I was about to call my internet provider. Like, now, guys.
Nah, it was Mossad. It was Mossad. They heard you. That was a warning shot, Set.
Yeah, on God, Mossad. They could shut down the internet within 30 seconds. They like, look, bro, if you keep talking like that, bro.
Talking wild.
Go with.
Bro, and then they left us up there.
Like you talking wild, spicy for somebody's internet that could be taken out.
I know, right? Well, you got a little too
Wait for
confident
it,
there, my boy.
Wait for it, because next is going to be Gamer and then Monty, and then they're going to be gone for like 5 minutes before they come back.
Like right off stage.
Oh,
But all
man.
right. But all right.
I'm gonna
let's get
send you
back-
this link in Discord, by the way, my links.
All right, appreciate you. All right.
That's
Hanging
hilarious.
free, hanging down, running free, because the Iranian president listens to the Iranian people. And when these they were peaceful protests, and there was nobody.
Let
dying.
this play out,
The
and then
Iranian
read what
government
you
didn't
sent
go
you.
in to kill protesters. In fact, the president of Iran is very sympathetic to the protesters. I just want to remind people that it was the Iranian protests about that poor Kurdish girl that died in police custody over the hijab incident. That there was violence there. You know what happened from that? Women don't have to wear the hijab in Iran anymore.
Unless they want to go to
Tehran,
school.
go to the mall. They got their hair hanging free, hanging down, running free, because the Iranian president listens to the Iranian people. And when these protests first started, he was walking with them. But then the Israelis moved in their cellular structures, brought out their weapons, and started murdering people, burning a 3-year-old girl to death, burning nurses.
It was at this point that got
over
yanked.
100 cops. And so the Iranians responded, shooting at the people shooting at them. And yes, there are dead people, but not in the numbers that are being put out there. I mean, these ridiculous numbers, 12 to 20,000. Hell, we fought the Battle of Bulge for over a month with millions of Americans fighting millions of Germans with the most violent weapons at the time, and 19,000 Americans died. I mean, do you understand how much violence actually happened to kill 12 to 20,000 people? It isn't happening, but hundreds of people are dying, being killed, fighting in this combat between Israeli Mossad agents and Iranian security forces. That's the reality of it. Not going to be reported because the truth isn't what we want to hear.
So this is from the Jerusalem Post. The Mossad spurs Iran protests, says agents with demonstrators in Farsi message. So as protests grow across Iran, the Mossad posted an unusual Farsi message urging demonstrators to act, saying it is with them in the streets amid rising economic pressure and public unrest. So is there any doubt that this is another one of these CIA, Mossad inspired protests, and it's like they take a normal protest and they make it go crazy and they fund money. Then they're also sending arms to these protesters too, the Mossad. Is there any doubt in your mind that that's what's happening?
No, this dates back to at the end of the Bush administration transitioning to Obama administration. There was a guy named Jared Cohen who worked for the Bush administration, the State Department. He came up with a concept called digital democracy, and basically it was using the internet to rally the youth of these different nations, Iran, Lebanon, Egypt, to become pro-Western and to rise up against their people. Digital democracy became the heart of what the CIA's regime change operations in Syria and in Iran. They tried, the Green Movement back in 2009 was a CIA operation using digital democracy. It's the same model now that the Mossad and the CIA have been perfecting over time. They last tried it in the summer of 2023. They failed. But no, there's no doubt about this. Jimmy, they made a mistake, the Israelis, and they rarely do. But the tool, the communication tool that they used to communicate with these cells that they had in these Mossad agents was Starlink. And they were sold on this by Elon Musk. But, the Russians have great experience with Starlink, too, because of Elon Musk providing it to the Ukrainians. And the Russians have broken the code on Starlink. And they have the ability to, A, jam it, and C, detect it and monitor it. And they provided this to the Iranians. Ask yourself why there's a 3-day internet blackout, because Iran shut it all down to silence the communications between these people. The Israelis panicked and tried to send in new Starlink terminals. The Iranians captured all of this. This has been a Western-funded, Western-directed, Western-organized, Western-equipped operation from the very beginning, and the Iranians know it. It's not that they're guessing. The Iranians have been monitoring this. They have all the evidence that proves that this is a Mossad operation.
So just to let people know where they're getting their information from, in assessing death toll in Iran, outlets throughout the U.S. and Europe have depended on two NGOs based in Washington and funded by the U.S. government's National Endowment for Democracy. What is the National Endowment for Democracy? The National Endowment for Democracy was created under the watch of the Reagan administration's CIA director, William Casey, to enable the government to continue meddling abroad despite widespread distrust in U.S. intelligence. So one of its founders, Alan Weinstein, famously admitted a lot of what we do today was done covertly 25 years ago by the CIA. So this is 100% CIA Mossad operation happening in Iran. You think the American people are going to fall for it? I know that Charlie Kirk was against this, and I have a feeling that also contributed to why he got offed, because he had unbelievable popularity with the young generation of conservatives in the United States, and he was against it. And so they had to get rid of him. And I think that had a lot to do with it. And certainly after they tried to bribe him and he turned down their money, not taking it, I'm not going along with the Jewish donors, and I'm not for supporting Israel anymore. And he put out polls. Let me see if I have it in here. Do I have it in here? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. No, I don't. But he put out a poll asking his own people on Twitter, do you support the U.S. to participate in the Israeli war against Iran? That was in June, and 70% said no. Yeah. And so aren't you, I can't, maybe I'm just, again, naive, but I don't think that people are going to fall for this as easily as they fell for the Iraq weapons of mass destruction.
I wish you were right, but here I'm going to provide a pushback. First of all, Jimmy, you and I are on the same sheet. This war is stupid and it shouldn't be fought. it's a criminal war. But the American people have proven themselves to be extraordinarily susceptible to propaganda targeting peoples that don't look like them, speak different languages, sound differently. And remember, Iran has
So what he's doing is a form of reverse psychology. And the first time that somebody he's essentially calling the American people stupid. Like, we don't have the capability to do research on our own and think critically. And that should tell you something about how they're putting this information. Because we have the World Wide Web, but we also can look up statistics for ourselves. Quite literally, these people are asking us to deny what we're seeing with our eyes. And though all four of us have all agreed early on that, yeah, there's definitely Israeli involvement, we've also pointed out that the Iranians have been asking to do this themselves for years, since the hostile takeover in 1979. But they're conveniently dancing around key bits of information to paint this picture as, oh, this is all Israel involvement in the CIA involvement. They just want to destabilize, blah, blah, blah. But he's leaving out like a bunch of other critical information.
But isn't it true that Israel does want to destabilize Iran?
Yeah, they're funding terrorism. I mean, there's no doubt about that. I mean, like I said, I personally have seen boats loaded with guns, drugs, and weapons being shipped to Oman, Yemen, and Gaza. I personally have been a part of those couple of busts. So what he's saying is kind of true, but he's also BSing the point.
Oh. Okay. I don't think he's really using reverse psychology. I think he's just saying, like, bro, just look at both sides and don't listen to one side, or else you're gonna be led down fantasy land.
No, that's what
being told a fairy tale.
That's what you're saying.
No, that's what he's saying too. Like, I mean, you got to hear out both sides. Everybody's listening to one side, taking it as the truth.
Nah, like I said, me, you, and Monty, we already said what it was from the get-go. We're just getting into the nitty-gritty on why it is. And a lot of this, no matter which way you slice it, is born out of the Iranian people's discontentment. If you go back to, what is it, 1980, around 1982, somewhere in that time frame, the Iranian people were basically running to and fro. That's why you have a lot of Iranian immigrants in the United States, in Europe, in Israel. A lot of these people ran as soon as the Ayatollah took over. And as a result, they became sort of information mules, able to get into Iran because they were born there and extract information, and able to get out back to these other countries. So a good portion of this is Iranians trying to overthrow the Ayatollah because they don't want the government there in power. So it's not just all Israel. Sorry to tell you, but like I said with the nuclear thing, Israel had no idea that Iran had a nuclear site, nor did they know they were making weapons. You know who told them that? The Iranian people. Like I said before, there's a few key military installations that Israel didn't have information on, but you know who fed them that information? The Iranian people. So what he's saying is lopsided. And I personally have been told about a few key military installations, and our command has been informed about a few key military
what's lopsided
installations.
about what he's saying?
What's lopsided is he's painting this as it's just Western and Israeli imperialism to try to destabilize
imperialism. You ain't trying to take it over, saying we're trying to just destabilize them.
Right. I know, but just to like break it down in a way where most people can understand it, he's making that type of an argument when it's actually the Iranian people within their own country trying to destabilize the Iranian Ayatollah.
That's why I say you gotta look at it from both sides, though. Like,
yeah,
because if you look at it from both sides, well, there's actually reporters and people in Iran that would tell you that no, we don't want Israel getting in our matters. We don't want the king back because, well, he's aligned with people that we don't trust. Like, there's people who feel that way in Iran, but it feels like, you guys hear that and it's like, oh, no, man. No, the American narrative must be true. Reza Pahlavi, he is the chosen king. He's the only person that can bring this to Iran. I'm just like, slow down, guys. I mean,
No,
if you actually
that's
want to
not.
listen to both sides, they don't even want this.
Well, from everything that I've heard from Iranians firsthand, not through some quote unquote CIA dude, a lot of them actually don't want to be up under a dictatorship. They don't want to be under a monarchy for sure, but they don't want to be up under a dictatorship like the Ayatollah. And if anything, they've been wanting to set up like what the United States or Europe has, because again, prior to 1979, they actually had somewhat of the same process. They did feel discontentment for their monarch, but never to the point where they felt like they had to like sabotage their government. And a lot of Iran's old wealth actually came because they had got locked up because they had good relations with the United States. And when I say good relations, I don't mean like, oh, we just talked every once in a while. We're talking like relations to where it was about on par with the UK.
Is that all the cash back you've gotten? Good God. So
Who are you talking to?
My wife. Sorry.
Oh, okay.
So like everything you're saying, the reason it's lopsided is because he's leaving out that argument. That's why he's saying it's a lopsided argument, because everything he's saying is true. Remember, this guy's a spy. He's an intelligence officer. He knows how to frame things a little bit better than the average leftoid.
And this is why I said, and I used to work in intelligence. That's why I'm saying it's lopsided.
And it's done that way intentionally to paint a picture. You have to imagine this in your head. When someone talks, you listen. When you listen, you imagine it in your head. What you gather from that conversation is that this is just you would come out of this conversation thinking every person that died in those protests was just an Israeli operative. And the term Mossad is used very, very loosely, because Mossad does not send Israelis over to Iran to agitate. They partner with some Israeli in the government, or sorry, some Iranian in the government that says, I don't like this. How can you help me? And now that Iranian is a Mossad agent. And that's how they're taking this. And that's not how it works.
And like I told you before, and I got proven right in this same video, and the key bit of information he's not saying, and I called it out.
Is S.E.T gonna get yoinked again?
All right, my bad. I got muted. What I was trying to say is that, yeah, this guy, William Scott Ritter, he is an American, former American United States Marine Corps intelligence officer and former United States Special Commission Weapons Inspector.
Bro, you said corpse. I'm gonna need you to re-say that. Corps.
Marine Corps.
Marine Corps. Sorry. Yeah, Marine Corps intelligence officer.
So he's a spy. He's an intelligence officer. That's a spy.
You know what's crazy is working
is everybody in the CIA a spy?
Yes, everybody is everybody that works in intelligence. Now they might not be a field agent,
espionage, but
no, but they are a spy, so they know how to frame intelligence. They know how to present things in a way that would lead you to a conclusion effectively.
Bro, so don't you think people could be doing that to you guys as well?
I'm not listening to spies. You're the one listening to spies, Seth.
Are you sure? Because
no,
I mean, a lot of you guys, people you guys bring up have CIA backing, so that's the hilarious part.
So what I am personally saying is based off the information that I seen come through on the ground message traffic and this, that, and the other. As if you notice, that's why I've like changed my tone on how I'm saying stuff. There is more to this story than what's meant. I'll put it to you like this. Part of the reason why we were able to effectively take down, they have these ships over there, they're called dhows, and they kind of look like do you know what a skiff looks like, S.E.T?
A skiff is that's a black, or not a black site, it's an intelligence site.
No, talking about the boat.
Oh,
okay.
I didn't even know even then.
Okay, so imagine those drug speedboats from Venezuela made completely out of wood, but as big as a destroyer. That's what a DAO is. We got information from the Middle East. This happened when I first got there. Okay, so I was like, 2-3 months in, and we had information coming in about these particular ships, where they were going to be, and who was going to
Was
be
in
on
them.
board, and how
Yeah.
much weight they were carrying. You know who told us that? The Iranians who came back from Iran flew into Bahrain and met with our intelligence officers.
So exiled Iranians, or just the ones
No.
or they can go
So-
back and
Set. You're not
What you-
supposed to exile everybody you disagree with. That's that's not how that works.
I'll
no,
put
I
it to
was
you like
asking.
this.
No, I was asking them, are they exiled?
No, they
like,
weren't. No,
okay.
no. These Iranians. So a little bit more critical history that people don't understand. There are 1 million Saudi Arabians living on eastern Iran or western Iran, so like the coast toward the Persian Arabian Gulf, and there are 1 million Iranians living in Saudi Arabia. This intelligence came from the eastern front of Iran. We're talking about over there by Tehran. It's like
So they're
I don't want to
spies,
say
pretty much.
not necessarily spies. Wouldn't call them that. Informants.
They're people. They're
Informants.
informants that they have effectively become spies once they give intelligence.
Yeah.
They're assets.
Okay.
It almost
They're
sounds
human
like they're.
intelligence.
It sounds
It
like we're
almost
choosing
sounds
the
like
spy
they're
we want to
the.
listen to.
Yeah, it almost sounds like they're the guys that when detectives are going out and they're looking for like dealers, they leave the little guys alone so they can get the. That's almost kind. Is that kind of the same concept?
They're human assets. They're not spies.
Yeah.
Yeah. All
That's what
right.
I was
So let me
saying.
put
Not
it.
spies.
It depends on who you ask.
Well, and here's the other
Huh.
thing. When you're out there on the Arabian Persian Gulf, you see a lot of fishing boats, especially when you get up toward where Bahrain, Kuwait, Saudi Arabia, and Iran start to converge into a narrow part of the channel. You see a lot of those boats, and Iranians will straight up tell you, like, yeah, that's a war boat, that's a war boat, that's a war boat, that's a war boat, that's a spy boat, that's a war boat. It's
All right,
not
they're
that
getting all
uncommon.
intelligent.
So that's not that, and these aren't like particularly trained, because here's something else that I'm gonna be vague on. We have a list of who our actual intelligence sources are.
Yeah.
That's
when you hear
that's
when
the-
you hear the difference between intelligence and credible intelligence is coming off one list, and intelligence is coming off of the other list that he's describing. Intelligence assets are not top secret, and you like it's considered confidential information. But credible intelligence assets are the ones that would put themselves in great bodily harm and are on that list.
Yes. And so a lot of these people that are coming up, actually what Monty just described is called field human intelligence, meaning
Yes.
you don't get this information until you're out in the field and people come up and tell you. Give you an example, Afghanistan. A lot of the reason why we were able to avoid so many casualties in that guerrilla style warfare is because people would come up to us, particularly kids and teenagers, and tell the U.S. forces where these people were hiding out, what their plans were to be, and we would
those are
send.
not
Okay.
and those are not they're not on our list of intelligence. We purposely keep them vague, and we don't even keep a record of those people so that there cannot be retribution in case someone has the wise idea to have a WikiLeaks moment.
All right.
Yeah. And so that's why I said a lot of this information is lopsided. And I'm gonna tell you something else. The
Because
naval
he knows both
intelligence.
sides of the information, and he's only presenting one side. Is
One
the
side.
reason it's lopsided?
I mean,
No, not just
I'm be
that.
real with you
Naval
guys.
in-
You haven't really let the man finish, but
No. One last thing I'm gonna leave you with. Keep this in mind. I want you to keep this heavily in mind. U.S. Naval Intelligence, the Office of Naval Intelligence. You know what? You know about Halo, how they had ONI? Yeah, that's a real thing. Halo drew those conclusions because ONI is a real thing, and they are up there with the CIA in terms of intelligence. And let me tell you something. There is way more to way more than what this guy is saying. Remember, he was a Marine Corps. He is a part of the Navy, but he don't have the full picture like we have.
Let me explain something to you about how good ONI is.
I mean, he does have a pretty impressive, like, what, junior military analyst during the
He
operation.
has a good resume for
Desert
people that don't know what they're looking at. He has a good resume for people that don't know what they're looking at. But
I mean, I don't think that's a bit condescending, but go ahead.
You can't know until you know. I'll emphasize that a little bit.
Okay.
So naval intelligence is so good that it dictates how recruits behave in boot camp.
Yep.
Like the way we march is a message to our adversaries, because naval intelligence knows that there's Chinese intelligence above watching us, knows who's watching us, fucking and the way we march, the fact that we have the cadences that we have, that we fucking sing, is all it's designed for any, because there's spies that get into Navy boot camp because of the intelligence aspect of it.
I train with a few of them. Not gonna lie.
And it is so just to that level. Like if you don't know what you're looking at, it won't make sense. But if you know what you're looking at, it all makes sense.
All right, let's get back to it.
Has a couple strikes against it. Targeting peoples that don't look like them, speak different languages, sound differently. And remember, Iran has a couple strikes against it. The theocracy that's in power now was behind the takeover of the U.S. Embassy in 1979. In 1980, we sent a rescue mission in that ended up blowing itself up in the desert, killing 8 Americans, and there's deep resentment. We blame Iran for the bombing of the Marine barracks in Beirut, 241 Marines and soldiers and sailors killed. Iran was supporting the Shia, insurgents in Iraq in 2004, 2005, killing 600, 800 American soldiers. Now, we don't like to acknowledge that we had illegally invaded and occupied Iraq, and the Iraqis had every right to defend themselves. We just say Iran was behind their deaths. The American people have been programmed to believe anything negative about Iran. And this is why these NGOs have great success on social media. I mean, you look at it, they just repeat the same lie over and over and over and over again. And then Joseph Goebbels' notion that if you tell the lie often enough, people believe it. That's where I'm at. I don't know. I mean, you and I hang around, I think a similar crowd. We deal with intelligent people who ask questions, etc. But I don't think they reflect the majority of the American people. I think the majority of the American people, because they work 2 jobs, because they're busy trying to make ends meet. When they come home, they don't have time to do the deep dig. And so they're prisoners to whatever news outlet they pick. And the majority of the news outlets are either co-opted by the deep state or, are repeating things that are promulgated by the deep state. And this is the messaging most Americans get. Hopefully they'll watch your show and see that this is all a lie. I hope this show goes viral. This show should go viral. People should be watching this and informing and empowering themselves with knowledge and information and understanding the lie. But it's too late. If we bomb Iran tonight, it's too late. Americans are going to die.
Isn't that what they said last time?
I mean, man, we should have been making this case against this war. And I know you were. I know I was. But, we should have tried to stop this thing before it started. And unfortunately, we didn't, because too many Americans believe the nonsense that's put out by the deep state controlled mainstream media.
I know y'all want to respond to that.
So the same hype and the same fucking fear mongering was what was happening right after we bombed fucking Iran the first time. And notice how nothing has come of it except for a revolution. Notice how every time these people fucking fearmonger, when the U.S. flexes its muscle, everybody's like, "Oh my God, we're going to war." No, you notice how that's the sentiment from people like this every single fucking time, and every single fucking time they're wrong. So what kind of an intelligence officer is this guy if he can't even fucking use the intelligence he has to fucking realize he's spouting bullshit? Or is it that he's trying to use the power of suggestion to further his fucking ideology?
I don't think he's honestly, think about it. He's really just telling you to listen to both sides and don't just take on the
and we do.
Well, I would say the story of that one side and think they're telling you the truth. I'm being honest with you though. Let's be real. Let's be real here. You guys think that he's absolutely wrong, but he could be right. He could be right about everything that's going on, and y'all don't want to accept it. Y'all don't want to hear it, and I get that. But
No.
he
So
could be right.
in order to quote unquote, you say listen to both sides. You don't have to digest. You don't have to fucking repeat both sides. If I can look at your side and I can look at somebody else's side and I can judge for myself, knowing what I know, that is not just I don't want to hear it. It's I don't believe it
Okay,
because
then
I
you're not
know.
willing to listen to both sides because both sides have good arguments. It's just that you don't even want to hear the arguments.
No, it's I know the argument is bullshit because I
No, you're
know.
just not willing to hear it, in my opinion. I don't think you were just wanting to hear it.
Why do you say that? Because it disagrees with what you think?
No, not at all. I mean, bro, you're kind of like you sometimes you take these guys out of context. You don't even argue against what they're saying. And as soon as somebody goes like, I don't know, anti-Iran, I'm be real with you. Back in the day, me and you was agreeing that maybe getting into Iran wouldn't be the best thing. We should leave them alone. Now we're all Warhawk. We're going like, yeah, we should strike them and F around. Oh, yes. And due to what the media is telling us, this is going to be the best thing ever. Nobody
I don't care what the media is telling me, Set. Like that's what I don't watch a single a single news outlet. I don't watch any of them. And so the fact that you're saying that shows how much you're misunderstanding what I'm saying and mischaracterizing what I'm saying, because you're taking the opinion that I'm just listening to the media. I don't even know what the media is saying about this particular topic. Because why? Because I don't trust them. I don't listen to the media because I form my own opinions. And all media has turned into is a bunch of fucking opinions. So I look at research and what is actually fucking happening, and based on the predicate of knowledge of how we conduct ourselves as a country. Like that's why when he started talking, I was like, oh yeah, he's just fucking slanting it. He knows everything that I am saying is true, but is not saying it. So that's why I'm saying it's one side of the argument, and I know that side of the argument because that's
Monty,
the part that I disagree with.
You're assuming that he knows that your arguments are true and he's just spinning, but no, you don't know that for sure. Honestly, I think if you two was to have a conversation, I'll be real with you, he probably, I ain't gonna lie, probably cook you on the conversation, seeing that he got more experience and all that good stuff. So,
so he has more experience, so he should know all of the things that are fucking known. He
yeah,
should
but he
know
has
this.
a different way of saying. Honestly, he's giving you a different view
He
of it,
sees
and you're
it.
not
He
liking
sees
it.
Yeah, of course, I can disagree with someone's opinion, and then I
get
can
that.
point out. I'm an American citizen. I'm allowed to do that. I'm allowed to question my government. But the fact that he is putting pieces of fact into his argument, I can attack those pieces of fact based off of my knowledge. And what he is doing is that is clear and cut propaganda. It is when propaganda. No. Stop. You every time I say propaganda, you lose your fucking mind. Give me a fucking second.
I'm just trying to clarify. That's all.
So no, let me clarify. Let me speak my words. Don't put them in my mouth for me. When he takes that is the definition of propaganda, is taking one side of an argument that have verifiable facts. You can go look up everything he said, and everything he said was true, right? But then you take the power of suggestion is fucking real. When you say, oh, all of these things are true, and then leave it up for the like you stage it in a way, leave out certain points of fact. That is what propaganda is, and that is what he is doing. Now, the intentions behind it, I don't know what his intentions are behind saying that, but I can tell you the feeling that I got if I just listened to him in a vacuum and I listened to his both sides argument. I would feel that Israel, it literally sounds like Israel and the United States are the Iranian people would just rather be in their homes, and they want Sharia law and they want all this stuff to happen, and we're just interfering and making everything bad. That is the suggestion. That is the implication behind the way he's presenting his facts. Is that possible? Very, very possible. Very, very improbable.
Nah, it's possible and it's very probable. I mean, the thing is, they have pro-government supporters, Monty, so it's definitely there. I mean, we just can't sit here and assume that we're just, we're the savior of Iran.
So because one group of people agree with the human rights violations, that means that the entire government is okay to do it?
All he's saying is that we should stay out of Iran, and if we get into it, it's not going to be within our best interest, and we could end up getting our own hurt.
all of those things are true, and I will agree with him on those things. I wish we could live in a world where fucking people did not try to work against our interests, and I wish we lived in a world where everybody just fucking got along. But that's not the world that we live in. And sitting and saying, "Oh, I don't want us to get involved because that'll cause." There is a price to our way of life. I hate to be the bearer of bad news. There is a price when someone fucking steps up to us. The second we step down and say, "Oh, you got it," the second you lose all credibility as a country. The reason people stand behind the United States, the reason people are willing to pay outrageous taxes to defend the biggest military in the world, is because there is a belief system that we do the right thing no matter what.
I mean, here's the problem, though. They didn't stand up to us. Actually, we're getting involved with them. Remember, this is all about them having a protest and us seeing as
They
an
reached
opportunity
out
for
to
regime change.
us. They reached out to us to help them because they were
I mean,
being
whoa,
killed.
whoa. Iran didn't reach out to us. We
Not
got
the
it. We're
Iranian
getting
government. No.
involved.
So there's a difference between the regime
The
and the
Iranian
people.
government, the Iranian people. And guess what? There's Iranian people that don't even want us involved because they know what that would bring. So we got to understand here that, well, he does have a point. Maybe jumping in and getting involved isn't the best thing to do.
I mean,
and here's the thing, like I said, Iran never really stepped to us. We're getting involved in their protests and their civil uprising.
Do you notice how the argument that you're making is interpreting his argument? That is the conclusion he brought you to without saying any of. Now you're doing the bidding.
I'm just listening to him fairly. I'm just listening. That's it.
And I'm pointing out that you're literally spewing the same things that he can't say because he wouldn't be effective in his message. There's people that repeat his message and try to interpret it. That is where the power of suggestion comes in.
Yeah, sure, but I don't think so, Monty. I think you're kind of reaching on that one.
I'm not reaching. I'm telling you how fucking intelligence works.
I mean, bro, you could be operating under intelligence information. I mean, that's what I'm saying. It's kind of condescending to try to make that point that, oh, well, if you disagree with me, intelligence.
It's not about disagreeing with me, Set. I know you fundamentally disagree that we should be involved in every country's affairs, and I agree with
not
that
on our
point.
side. That's not on our side. I actually agree with what Donald Trump is doing on our hemisphere. But when it comes to outside of our hemisphere, yeah, let's be real. It's not the smartest decision. And to get involved over a protest, I mean
that the protest.
Hold on. That we have people escalating inside that's hurting Iranian people, and then we're gonna try to swoop in like we're the saviors. I mean, that's
the goal. The goal is like let me say the quiet part out loud. The protest doesn't fucking matter. The people of Iran, and I wish they would stop fucking using this excuse because it's not the excuse that fucking matters. The people of Iran do not matter to the United States government. The people, the human rights violations, none of it fucking matters. What matters is we have an adversary that has, in the past, demonstrated aggression and hostility and killed us, that their stated goal is to kill us. Now there's a chink in their armor. Now their people, through our persuasion, have decided that they don't want this anymore, and we're going to support that. Why? Because we want to overthrow the Iranian government. That is what it is. So
I mean, if that's what you want to do, then all right, that's cool. But I mean, here's the thing, though. There is consequences to that, and it got to be said. You just can't sit there and make it seem like it's going to be a happy story. Like we're like this is, be honest, this is something that's in our self-interest. And you just said it. It's not in the interest of the Iranian people, but we're framing it as if it's in the interest of the Iranian people.
And that is the propaganda.
That at least.
That is the propaganda on the other side. So this goes way.
That's all I'm poking at. It's like we are pretending like we're the savior of the Iranian people, but no. But that's the argument.
The end result will be that.
If we were just being honest, saying that, yo, this is within our self-interest, I'll be like, okay, good. You ain't bullshitting us at least.
That's what I've been saying.
We're doing it for the Iranian people. You're bullshitting us.
Remember back in fucking February or July when they bombed Iran, and I was like, okay, that's in our interest. That tracks. Now I bet the Iranian people are going to fucking rise up and try to overthrow their government through this. This looks like a message to the people, and here we are.
But here's the thing,
6 months later.
Let's be real. Why did the protest start? Because of inflation numbers and the water shortage. Really, because of inflation and the merchants
we
shutting
orchestrated
down.
that.
Then it escalated.
Yes.
So we can't sit here and really say that this is like organic when they were just
No,
getting.
I literally. How many times have I said this is not organic? How many times have I said that?
I'm sorry, my bad. But we can't sit here and say that. We can't sit here and let people say that, oh, this is organic. This is just the Iranian people. When let's be real, it's not. Like this is us.
No,
like,
you can't say that. That's why I'm not saying that. That's why I'm saying this is in our best interest for these reasons.
Okay. I get where you're coming from. You're disagreeing with him saying that this is not within our best interest.
Yes, and he's framing it like it's just going to be, because he's using one side's propaganda against itself to make this conversation happen, and the conclusion be that, oh, we should just not do anything because he wants relevancy because he hasn't had relevancy since he lost his fucking pension. He needs money, but the point of the matter, it should not be. But here's the thing: you also need American support to go do this. You need Americans to sign off and say, yeah, this is in our best interest. Americans are not fucking as analytical as you or I are. They're not. Like, otherwise we'd fucking see a million fucking shows like this of people arguing the same side of a point against each other. So it's not about the fucking freedom of Venezuela. It's not about the freedom of Iran. It's not about the freedom of Greenland. It is about staging ourselves so that we cannot be opposed. And what opposition looks like is fucking war in Europe. We don't want war in Europe because we're going to be drugged into it again.
Gamer wants to know if he can come back in.
I agree. I'm not even gonna lie. I like the way you ended that. All right, let's go ahead and get right back in. Yeah.
So hold up. So in terms of naval intelligence, you also have to remember a key factor in all this. And like I said before, this is what I said, this dude sort of knows what he's talking about, but not all of it. Because you got to remember, again, after the Ayatollah took over, you had a bunch of people that were revolting against the government, and the Ayatollah pretty much had to rule them with an iron fist. When he said that, oh, the leader of Tehran actually came out and stood with them. Yeah, we can. Came out and stood with the Iranian women, and he said that they can, not have to wear hijabs. You remember the Masa Amini incident actually happened in 2022, and there's still protests going on. As a matter of fact, there are videos of people burning their leader's pictures or whatever because they don't like him, and them coming up dead. So no, it's not just all like, yeah, it's inorganic, and the United States might have capitalized on a key moment. However, a lot of this stuff, to say that this is inorganic and we induce this and everything else, no, I'm sorry, but it's a bit more. I hate using this word, but it's a bit more nuanced than that.
And all of what he's saying, it really that is the conversation that us as Americans have, while the actual conversation of how do we stop an actual nation to nation conflict from happening. That's why we have moved to regime changes. It's so that we don't have to go fucking run through the country with our military. That's why we do this.
True. But all right, guys, let's get back to it.
Well, I just want to show you how easily the media goes along with every war. My whole life, every war, the media is pro-war.
Also,
and they're always quoting CIA, deep state funded organizations. And here's another one. Wyatt Reed says the U.S. funded NGO behind soaring Iran casualty figures in mainstream media just tripled its death toll to 2,000. And here it is. ABC News reports 2,000. But who is this? Who is reporting this? It's a data published by the U.S.-based human rights activist news agency, or HRANA. And guess what? They admitted to taking money from the CIA. So here's Ali Abunimah. He says the main source claims 2,000 killed in Iran is the so-called Human Rights Act. That's the same one. And so they changed it to 2000, and he makes a great point. He says, these are the same media who lied that Iraq possessed weapons of mass destruction to lay the groundwork for U.S. invasion, the same media who lied that Gaddafi was giving his soldiers Viagra to carry out mass rapes to justify NATO regime change war, the same media who lied about chemical attacks in Syria to justify a dirty war that now has Al-Qaeda running Syria, the same media that lied that there were no Nazis being armed and funded in Ukraine. Of course, we know the same media lied that Palestinians carried out a campaign of mass grape on October 7th to justify Israel's genocide, and are now telling you to believe that Iran is committing atrocities against its own people based on claims from U.S. intelligence agencies and U.S.-backed opposition groups to lay the groundwork for the next stage of the U.S.-Israel war on Iran. If you haven't learned yet, you never will. And here's what Max Blumenthal said. So here's CBS saying it's 12,000. And he says this is why Barry Weiss was installed at CBS, in case it wasn't already clear, so they could get their Iranian war going, and that she would run cover for it, and with a powerful news agency like 60 Minutes and the CBS News Division. Here's one more. A Today News Iran summary by Grok blasted into my feed by the Twitter algorithm is pure disinformation. The 12,000 dead protesters figure was concocted by sources, meaning Israel, and fed to Barry Weiss at CBS. 1 million people did not protest in Iran against their government. They demonstrated in support of their government, but of course they flipped that. So
why would they make that
anything else you'd like to say about?
Huh?
Why would they make such a stupid characterization? Especially, you have to convince me. So here's my thing. You, like I said, I'm not believing, just anybody on this because I have on the ground experience and I know what I know. However, I'm not going to sit up here and say that the primary reason for, I'm sorry, I'm moving my mom's car out the way so my stepdad can leave. But I'm not going to sit up here and pretend like, oh, all of it. Golly, what's wrong with her freaking car, dude? Freaking Christmas tree ass dashboard.
I'm done.
I'm sorry. It's like,
keep it centered.
Okay. So the Iranian people, and I'm going to keep pushing on this, they have been reaching out to the U.S. for years. On this. It's not like this thing like, oh, we,
This is just now that we're just now asking for help. The help is now all of a sudden. We're asking for help all of a sudden. No, you're saying it's been happening for years.
That's right. That's why I say it's not about the people, because if it was about the people, they would have given help the first time they reached out. This is about taking over a country that is hostile.
Is complete BS. Let's call it spade.
You are cutting in and out.
Not
yeah. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. You gotta be
reminding you that 911 assist is set off.
Whoa. What the hell? Hold on, bro. You got too much going on there. Huh?
But
he had too much going on. Like, he's cutting in and out. We're hearing sounds in the car. I'm like, hold on now.
Yeah, this is not about the people. Like, because what he's saying is more illustration of my point. If it was about the people, we would have acted a long time ago. This is about acting in our self-interest. Now, the president can't come out and say and be so fucking blunt as I am, because, the vast majority of America would be like, no, that's horrible, even though they've never understood anything about what's going on in the world. But they still get an opinion. So this is a disinformation campaign on the United States. This is a disinformation campaign on the side of Iranians. This is a disinformation campaign on the side of Israel. And all of it, we're struggling for power amongst ourselves. And I'm sorry, the person that I want to come out on top of this is us.
Somebody said, go talk to Patrick Bet-Davis. Trust me, Patrick Bet-Davis, every time it looks like Iran could be overthrown. That man, Patrick Bet-Davis, be jumping at it. He'll invite the prince on, who just tell him that I don't want to go. I mean,
isn't he Iranian?
Yeah, he is Iranian, actually. He left when he was, I think, 7 years old or something like that, maybe 13, but early age.
So there's an example of someone that does not like Iran that came from Iran.
Bro, yeah, there's a lot of people that came from Iran that don't like Iran. There's a lot of people
So
who
I
live in
should
Iran
ask
that
you.
love Iran.
So here's the thing. Did you know? So I got a question for you. Only set answer. How much of the Iranian takeover of 1979 do you know? Without looking it up, how much do you know?
Decent amount of it. Probably like what? Right off the bat, probably like 50%.
Okay, condense it. Give it to me.
What, the Iranian Revolution? So pretty much, Iranian Revolution is where we had the Shah in there first. No. They had their guy in there. I believe that was like a king or something that we didn't really agree with. I didn't really like at all. Then we kicked him out for the Shah, and then that's actually what led to the revolution, which got the Shah out of there because they said he was kind of betraying his own people by buying American weapons, and even though his people didn't have enough money for it, and that's what led to the revolution against him. In so many.
Okay, so the Iranian, I'm gonna condense mine and give it to you shortly. Actually, what ended up happening was prior to 1979, so 1975, Russia invaded Afghanistan, or a little bit before then. Russia invaded Afghanistan. Afghanistan was strapped for cash and weapons. At the time, the United States had a ally partnership with Iran. Iran was selling American oil, and we were giving them cash in exchange. It is true that the prior emperor or king to the Shah was bad with money, and he made everybody upset. However, what's not being told is that the Shah, by entering a strategic partnership with the United States and selling oil, ended up actually kind of saving their economy. And as a result, they gave U.S. forces special treatment in terms of military assets and having bases in certain places where they would need to have them in order to counter Russian aggression, or not Russian, but at the time, USSR aggression.
Soviet.
Fast forward a couple of years, and the Soviets realized they can't win in Afghanistan. So what they started doing was placing intelligence assets to dump all their old stock of AK-47s, ammunition, and everything else. So to help counter Afghanistan, the Afghanistani aggression, the United States sold Iran F-4 Phantoms, F-14 Tomcats, and a whole bunch of other weapons and equipment. That's how they ended up with it. It was solely so that they could defend
I thought you said
themselves.
you was condensing this like I did.
I'm gonna condense it. I'm landing the plane right now, actually.
All right.
What ended up happening was because because the United States didn't know to the extent that Russians had intelligence asset, the KGB, on the ground in Afghanistan, the Afghanistani government was able to come in and pretty much strip the Iranian people of their king. That's how you get to 1979, the Islamic Revolution. And so as a result, they ended up installing him, the current Ayatollah, as the regime dictator. That's why the Ayatollah is more friendly to Russian influence.
Well,
It's
actually,
because
I thought it was actually the French that brought him. Like, I thought they brought him out of France or something. That's where he was at.
No, he was a KGB asset. Now, he may have moved to France just to brush up on some French relations, but he was a KGB asset out of Afghanistan. That's why Afghanistan and Iran have such a strong beef with each other.
Yep.
All right. So the Ayatollah came out wasn't okay. So what you're pretty much trying to say is that what Russia got their way. The Iranian people overthrew their Shah, but according to you, this was all because of Russia, and because they overthrew their Shah, and now we got a Russian supporting Russian supporting dictator.
They did
that is exactly what happened.
They did what America is trying to do.
We're doing basically the same thing that the Russians did. And Bobby, do you not see a comparison?
Yes, we're doing the same things the Russians did while they were at war with us. We are now at war with the Russians in a Cold War again, doing the same fucking thing, bolstering our allies and fucking trying to defeat our opponents. Notice how Venezuela is also a Russian ally. Notice how fucking Greenland is also trying to get Russian control over Greenland. Notice how we're trying to swat their move every time. We're moving pieces into place so that if Russia does try to do something,
It can
we're
be
there.
thwarted. That's why they're taking over Ukraine. And I told you, it was never about their resources. That's what they push out to the media. It was always about pushing back out to that mountain range in East Germany and reinstituting Germany back into Russian control, because the German East mountain range is the most secure that Russia has ever been against a foreign adversary in its history, which was the USSR. They've lost every single battle before the USSR because people were able just to push into their homeland without any resistance.
Okay.
There's
So
actually a
we're doing, like I said, we're playing the same thing as the Russians, right? We're doing the same thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, that's fine. I'm getting it. That's fine and all. But let's be honest here. Like, if this is what we're gonna be doing, then I'm be honest with you, let's not lie to ourselves and say we're doing this for the Iranian people. Like, we're not. We're doing this for our own
The
self-interest.
Iranian people is a bonus because they
So you told me the
also
Iranian people really wasn't against the Shah back then? So it was all just Russian influence. So can
It
we
was
say must say that
Afghanistan.
nobody's against Khomeini? It's all Israeli influence?
So hold up. So what you're missing is that
Let me hold on. Yeah, I need to summarize this because you just did your whole thing. Yes, there were people in Iran at the time that were friendly to what was happening with Russia, just like there's people in Iran right now that are friendly to what we're trying to do. What doesn't matter is, oh, there's this many people that believe this and there's this many people that believe this. This is not a fucking democracy. This is a global Cold War. We are doing what's in the best interest of us because Russia did what was in the best interest of them, and we see how that has turned out.
Now, we can say that the Iranian people are a bonus that they are on the side of the United States, because what they ended up happening was their way of life got changed. And Iran has a lot of people that have a lot of spending power, and that's a whole market we can access. So it's also mutually beneficial for a country of people who don't have much money, who have a wrecked economy because their government decided to try to send schoolworm surface-to-air missiles at us and try to chokehold the world's global oil supply. OPEC happened because of Iranian influence. A lot of people don't know that.
I want to ask you a question, Set. So remember how the other day you were showing us what Moscow looked like? Notice how everywhere Russia goes, Moscow is not the copy and paste image that you see in those areas. Everywhere they go, it is fucking carnage and chaos, because that is what they're trying. That's what they're trying to do. Notice how everywhere we go, we have racetracks and fucking big towers. It looks like it looks better than the United States everywhere we fucking go. That Russia does not have an influence over.
Now, gaming. Hold on now. Where did you get that information that the you said Khomeini? No. You're talking about the original. It's talking about his father. His father was Russian. Sorry. Okay.
Yes. So and then on top of that, you also have to remember that the Iranian people, so how you have a Cold War is, one, you have to wait for a time where the people have civil unrest. That's how information warfare works. That goes for any country whatsoever. And the Middle East, the Middle East has long since been unstable, especially when Afghanistan declared war on Iran unofficially prior to 1979. But they were so thoroughly entrenched in Iran that when the people of Iran started complaining about their government and the past actions of the previous reigning monarch, they seized that opportunity to overthrow them. But it wasn't, they tried to do it through democratic process. They failed. The reigning leader at the time got elected instead because the democratic leader was just way too crazy and people weren't about that Islamic life, especially the large Christian population that was in Iran. And they were worried that what's happening now would happen again. And a lot of people were against Sharia law. So because they rebelled against it and they lost the vote and they weren't able to be in power, they decided, you know what, let's take this another way and let's have a revolution. And that's how you get 1979.
Did I get kicked again?
No, you're still in here.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Oh my! I'm sorry.
Look at your phone.
I am. I'm in the car, and my phone went black. The whole screen went black, and you guys went silent. That's it's like shit.
Man, I ain't gonna lie. You're gonna have to, huh? All right, bro. I ain't gonna lie. I was looking up everything you were saying, and there's only one thing that I ran into that was a problem. Because everything,
What?
like the if Khomeini's father, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there's no credible public evidence that he was a Russian asset. So are you going off like information that you saw firsthand or anything like that?
They scrubbed all that information off
Yeah.
of the
Come on,
internet.
that's convenient. We can't say stuff like that.
No, they
look,
did.
the audience
They-
ain't buying that. Don't even try it.
Well, the audience is fucking ignorant. That the audience wouldn't even know half this shit
So because
happened.
there's no credible evidence and it's scrubbed. Now the audience are idiots. Come on.
Would you?
Let
If I can find it, would you consider my grandpa's notes from that time credible evidence? He was
grandpa's
military.
notes?
Yeah.
I mean, why not?
If I can find it.
I mean,
He's
why not?
military, and oh my God, did he have a lot to say about the Iranian-Russian debacle, that whole thing during the Cold War.
Yeah, in fact, I can't give the only reason why I can't give you any of my other sources is because they're still actively deployed.
Got you. So, like I said,
So-
it's unverifiable, sadly.
We can't
But that doesn't
we can't
mean-
legally verify it.
We can't
Yeah,
fucking.
I gotta double check.
I'm sorry. As a reporter, I cannot go off something I cannot verify. I'm sorry. Can't do that.
Right,
It's
but
crazy
you're
that
going
you
off
have
the
more
things that
integrity.
You can't verify right now. You can't
Hold
verify
up.
that anything the fucking Khomeini's saying, but you're going with it.
So hold up.
Verifying
Before
what
there's a
Khomeini's
response.
saying. What did Khomeini say?
Wait. Before we get into that, I want to give Seth some credit. He is actually doing more diligent work verifying the sources for the most part than the mainstream media, and that's sad.
Yeah, bro, because everything you said
YouTubers
was right from the Russian and everything. I mean, bro, you were killing it. I ain't gonna lie. That's the only thing that I just couldn't verify. That's why I had to ask, because I'm confused, because everything you all said was right.
So
But
it's
I couldn't
either
find
that.
information on that. That's what creeped me out.
So
Hey, Seth, do you know
if
do
I'm
you
not-
know the names of all the spies in the CIA? Does that mean they don't exist?
I mean,
if you don't know their
Monty,
names?
I'm not sure what point you're making here.
I see where he's going.
I can't verify that there's this many CIA assets because I can't go find them. Does that mean they don't exist?
I mean, of course not. It doesn't.
The
mean that
equator is
it
not a
is.
thing because you can't see it.
But hold on now. We're not trying to verify the identities of CIA officers. We're trying to verify the information of Khomeini, Khomeini's father had any record of being a Russian asset, Russian agent, or any form, any shape, way, or form. And there is no evidence of that. I
Why
mean,
would
look,
they
here's
leave
the
it out
thing,
there?
though. If you tell me the name of a
It's
CIA officer, I could probably track down that man's name and find some type of contracting deal that would link him to CIA. If you could just give me the name.
I mean, man,
I could at least find the guy's name.
You're trying to parallel the KGB with the CIA, and they operate in two totally different fashions.
The KGB was way more diligent in destroying records they didn't want out in the public, and that's not a secret.
I mean, like I said, then, I mean, let's be real. It's kind of a convenient. That's so convenient. I'm sorry, it's a little too convenient.
I mean, but it's.
I think anybody with some journalistic integrity would tell you that one. Like, nah, I can't run with that. That's why it's never really said, and I see why.
I'm gonna pull what I have, and I'm gonna get with Gamer just to make sure that I'm being very careful, because on public record, my grandpa left the army as a captain, but on security clearance, he was basically at the same level as a 3-star general. So let me get with Gamer once I find my grandpa's notes, and I'll see what we can.
That's not. It's not going to be good enough for Set because it's not the mainstream media telling him that.
Well, no, I mean, if there, bro,
No.
there is no. Here's the thing: is you look into it, there's no declassified documents or anything. I mean, the mainstream media don't gotta tell it to me. You just gotta show me documentation. Shoot, you can even give me an ex-KGB spy. And I was like, yes, I seen him. He was right there. Here's a picture, bro. That's that man. He's a KGB spy, the Russian asset.
So remember how we were
I'll take
talking?
that.
Remember how we were talking about the difference between assets and confidential, credible assets?
Monty, you're trying to get me to take information that can't be verified. If this was coming from the left, you wouldn't be saying this.
But it's not coming from the left. I know the left.
It doesn't matter. If it's not verifiable, it's moot. I'm sorry. It doesn't even matter.
All right.
Anymore.
So, Set, real quick, give me the name of his father directly, because that is my head's a little fuzzy on him. KOLM
JAVADKHAMENEI. He was a Sharia cleric. There is no credible public evidence that he was a Russian asset. I mean, none at all. I'm still looking, actually. And like I said, hey, if they scrubbed it, then there's nothing we can really do. If you're saying that they scrubbed it.
Or Russia has it classified still.
I mean, there's that. And at that point, I mean, we just can't say that like it's a fact without it being verifiable. Now, I mean, gaming is probably the only person that truly knows, to be honest with you, because, well, he has personal on-the-ground experience. But then even gaming knows that it's like, bro, I can't report everything or give you proof for everything, but he can.
Yeah.
Not everything, but some things. And I would take whatever I can get.
That's why I want to. If I can get the chest out, I want to get with Gamer and make sure I'm not revealing anything that can't be revealed. If that makes sense.
I mean, if you have the information and you're not you don't hold a security clearance, you can.
Yeah. Now she could, but I can't. Even I could be like, yeah, that's credible or whatnot because she has the information, but I can't go on record saying, oh, well, this is it, and this is it, and this is it, because there are also a lot of people that I also served with whose identity and integrity I would like to keep anonymous.
And that's why I want to be very careful with what I put out. Well, yes, I can say that it's now known that I talked to you guys, and I just don't want to put.
Hold on.
But
and that's one of the things about working in with intelligence that I hope you're starting to see, because whenever you start, getting into the weeds about why certain conflicts happen or why certain things are the way they are, you run into a lot of red tape where it's like, yeah, I could tell you this, but I also interested in not being suicided in a body of water, even though I live in a desert. You feel what I'm saying? Like,
yeah, I feel you, brother, man. Shoot, I ain't even mad at you. Like I said, bro, I get it. Honestly, I just wish I could actually find a source on that, because I mean, damn, I put a lot together.
And like I said, I know my history, so I ain't gonna tell you anything that ain't historically backed by evidence. And if that's the one key linchpin that is preventing you from buying this, well then
no. I buy everything that you just said. Everything you said is what I heard, except for the Russian asset part. Never heard that.
He was backed by Russia. It doesn't matter if he fucking worked for the KGB and had his fucking name on a KGB payroll. That's not how the world of spycraft and intelligence works.
Yeah, they're not going to tell you.
You're not going to find a record by definition, but you have to look at the surrounding confidential information that has been made public to draw. That's how all of intelligence works. Actually, is literally
no, not really. They got to come with verifiable information, Monty.
No, they don't.
So you know what verifiable?
What the hell you doing it for?
Do you know what verifiable
source? At least a trusted source.
Do you know what verified set? Do you know what verifiable information means in a metaphor? You have all the surrounding pieces of the puzzle, so you can infer what the puzzle looks like.
Now, okay, great. So can you pretty much infer that he was a Russian asset?
Yes, you can, because of the ties to the groups that he was in. He was an educator that had that KGB did have influence in, and suddenly he rises to power. That is the inference you have to make. And I get you don't want to fucking draw conclusions based off of fucking loose evidence, but that is the reason those rumors go around. And if you go and read an AI overview of, is this guy an intelligence asset? Of course it's going to say, because it doesn't have fucking a paper trail in its back pocket to say, oh yeah, he is. Here's the fucking money transferring hands. And it might not even be in that situation where like money is changing hands, it's going to be something like you support you work favorably for us, and we're gonna do this for you, and that is what happened. He worked favorably in Russia's interest, and now Iran is an ally with Russia.
Yeah, still doesn't prove he's a Russian asset. Sorry, Monty.
Oh my God. No, it does. It's never, you can't prove any of these people are assets. You could have a CIA officer tell you he's a spy and you can't prove it. You can't prove it.
So hold up. There were also the other reason why it's so hard to verify his ties is because from what I'm looking through and looking at the time during the takeover in 1979, Russia started sending money through India and through Pakistan through shell companies. And we all know how much of a laundry machine India was for Russia at the time. This is based off of what I could see.
So
and
here
the
we
shell
are.
companies that they use.
Puzzle pieces. We have all the border pieces and most of the.
No, we don't, Monty. Stop saying about Monty. No, we don't. Okay, no, we don't.
Just because you don't want to look at it doesn't mean we don't have it,
bro. I'm looking at it right now. Actually, I was the first person to take a look at it. Y'all just went with it. Excuse me.
I mean, I went with it because that's the history that I know. He's not saying anything that I don't already know.
So you just went with he's a Russian, asset without being able to verify it?
No, what I am saying is he is wrong in saying that he's a Russian spy because that's not what he was. He was a favorable person to the Russian government, had ties, whether loose or direct, had ties to the Russian government through the organizations he worked for. Remember, let's think USAID and all the fucking NGOs out there, because if that's the fucking footing we're gonna take, then we need to just say that Israel and Mossad are not involved, or sorry, Mossad and the CIA are not involved in Iran, and we all know that's bullshit. You don't have any proof in front of you that says that they are. So, but you know that they are because of the surrounding circumstances around what's happening. You don't have any proof that Mossad's in Iran, but you're going with that.
No, I'm not really going with it. I'm just going off of what they're reporting from the inside.
Exactly.
Like and there were reports. I'm going off what they're reporting from inside of Iran and what they're saying outside of Iran. So it doesn't mean I'm behind. Like I said, bro, I mean, you're kind of taking like Monty. It's like you're forgetting what I do, so in a way.
No, none of it's been verified though, Set. So if it means that much to you, why are you not verifying that Mossad's in Iran and just going?
Actually, I kind of already said that I have. Well, actually, you know what? I got you. Why not? I was looking it up earlier to see if I could actually find it because they did say that. Well, let's see. Actually, you know what? When I looked into that, all I could find was that they had their what was it? Their defense minister up there pretty much saying how he was bragging about how we have Mossad operations going on in Iran currently, and we had it going on during Rising Lion. But I got you though. Let's see.
They didn't say which ones.
Which ones? What? Which Mossad agents?
And we're talking about a protest right now. We're not talking about before Rising Lion. That was 6 months ago.
No, I know what you're. Well, Monty, hold on. Listen to what I'm saying. All right. What I said was that an Israeli spy chief pretty much came out and said that we had influence in when India's taking down of Iran. Well, not really the taking down, but the bombing of Iran under Rising Lion and still currently in Iran now. So that's pretty much the guy pretty much saying that, well, we know Mossad is in there now. I cannot say for sure that they're the ones causing the riots or making things worse. No, not really. But I mean, we at least know that there's people saying that they are in there.
But notice how people are coming out and drawing that conclusion, because you don't have to have the entire fucking writing on the wall to get the narrative of the story. You don't have to have proof of this person wiring this person money and sending this person weapons, and to illustrate the fact that there is a greater operation, as there was in 75 when Russia did it, to destabilize and take control of a country. You don't, if you're any good at intelligence, you don't leave that. You don't leave those marks.
Close on all projects and plan which we know in the deepest ways. All right. Well, there I've been until now. Well, this is pretty much what the guy is saying. And this is the Mossad spy chief, David Barney. Now, he says, we will remain vigilant, keeping a close eye on all the projects in Iran, which we know of in the deepest way, and we will be there as we have been until now. So that's pretty much just coming from them. That's pretty much coming from the Mossad chief himself.
So that means without any evidence, you can link them to the protests.
No, without any evidence, we could just say that, all right, well, he's pretty much saying they're in Iran. Now, what they're doing in Iran, are they planning to sabotage the nuclear bases again? Are they planning to protest? They could be doing something different. They could just be
exactly, and that's what I'm saying. So
we'll find out.
If you want to put so much strength on the fact that gaming cannot, right off the top of his head, or without fucking compromising intelligence that he's sworn to uphold, that it's not true, then
I didn't say it wasn't true. I said it wasn't verifiable.
So
right, but you
hold up.
It's a moot point. It's not a moot point that Israel's in Iran right now, is it?
No,
Because
I said you trying to pretty much trying to or you trying to verify it or saying that, oh, well, it's verifiable, even though you can't verify it. I'm like, no, it is. Well, what about the context clues around it? And I'm like,
I said you can infer. You can infer. I did not say verifiable. I'm agreeing with you that you can't verify it because the Soviets are good at fucking spycraft. As we are. You can't verify that we're in Iran right now. You can't verify that Mossad's in Iran right now doing these things that the Iranian government's saying. I'm telling you, without that proof, if it's a moot point that the fucking supreme leader's father was an Iranian asset, not a fucking, he didn't work for the KGB. I guarantee you he did not work for the KGB, but he is a human asset he was a human asset to the KGB when they wanted to affect their mission.
Actually, the KGB sources, and I wasn't saying he was a direct asset. He was in Afghanistan around the time where Russians were having their influence on the Afghanistani people. And during that time, one of the sources that I read was that people were getting upset about the rapid development called white. Let me go back to the name of it. It was called White Western or White something. I want to get the name right, but it was an operation prelude to the revelation. Iranians across many different social groups has its roots in Iran's long history. Some of this stuff is not saying the name of it. It's talking about the key players and the intelligence agencies that were involved, including Mossad, KGB, MI6, and the CIA. But a lot of this centers around a lot of the information that I'm reading off and I'm seeing centers around the Iranian-Afghanistani conflict. And to put it in more perspective, just like Europe was split, just like Germany was split in Europe between the West and between USA and USSR, Iran and Afghanistan was split between the USSR and the USA.
All right. And all right, guys. Well, I guess we're gonna go ahead and call it a day on this one. Appreciate you guys for coming up, man. I ain't gonna lie, really spirited debate. Spirited conversation, a lot of information. I love it. Appreciate my man Monty, Gaming and Tove. Shout out to you guys.
Is Propel still in here? Because I know he had some.
Yeah, he did wanted to come back up, and he was throwing me a whole bunch of videos here. Videos of when ICE officers actually did F some people up, like this one old man right here. Federal agents at Minneapolis school sparks chaotic scene. Then he got like, oh man, that gets thrown down by ICE, sues for $50 million. So he went out there and found some names. I gotta give it to him.
Yeah.
We asked him for American citizens that have been deported under ICE.
Yeah, but he went out and found
us.
us.
Old men that got in the way and got thrown to the ground. I don't feel sorry for old men that get in the way and fucking old, young, black, white, purple, fucking tall, short, fucking kids. I don't care. If you violate the fucking law, there are consequences to it.
Man.
You can't appeal to my emotion on this because it is a logical stance, not an emotional stance.
And all right, now anybody got any gaming? You got anything closing you want to say or anything you want to put in there?
Yeah, so closing remarks is this. What's happening on the ground in Iran is basically a repeat of what happened during the Cold War, but just in a different fashion. If you look at it, instead of Germany, it's Ukraine, and it's still the same old Iran instead of instead of Afghanistan. In terms of what that outcome could be, the United States also stands to gain some from getting involved with Iran, but we also stand to lose a bunch to getting involved in Iran. No one has all the puzzle pieces, and the people that do are keeping those under lock and key for a very good reason or for malicious reasons. We don't know. So all we can do is sit back, speculate, and comment on the way they're going about it. I think it's good that President Trump is taking his time, making considerations, and really putting thought into what he's doing, because Israel did and is trying to pressure him into making a rash decision, but he is still taking his time and evaluating all the pieces on the board and what that looks like going forward. To the Europeans who may be in the chat, go screw yourself, go pound sand. Your entire little subcontinent can't even defend itself against Russia, yet you guys talk tough to a military that was tailor-made to deal with Russia and China, and you really think that any one of you guys are going to be an afterthought? At least show some more respect and don't send roughly 20 or 30 people. At least send 150. The American Marines are a force to be reckoned with, and sailors are a bunch of bored, half-drunk, degenerate 20-somethings that would love to put warheads on foreheads for the fun of it.
They love pushing buttons.
And remember, the American military's service officers, the reason why we have officers is not the same reason why most countries have officers. For us, officers are just there to make sure that we don't do things that would be considered a war crime or just indiscriminately kill things. Whereas other people, you get your commands from the top down. As far as I got one more thing, and as far as the ice thing goes, I will state this, and then I'll be done for the ice. I find it really funny that you guys are willing to burn down cities and have protests of ICE doing their job and performing security apparatus and keeping Americans safe, while at the same time saying nothing when these immigrants rape and kill and quite literally pillage. It is very disingenuous that a bunch of liberal white women are allowed to vote, because they have regularly shown that they ruin everything they touch, and we should deport those women as well.
Anyway,
damn.
I ask you not to look at what people say. I ask you to look at what the results surrounding events have been. Don't listen to anything on its face, because things on its face are heavily skewed. Look at what the result is when the dust settles. So whenever there's someone saying, "Oh, we want this to happen," and suddenly something else happens, that was the intended result.
All right, guys, and I'll go ahead and end off on this one. All right, guys, let's make sure that you never just believe one side unless you can corroborate everything they're saying. You always make sure to keep an open mind when it comes to this stuff, because you never know what's going to happen. And trust me, nobody's 100% sure what's going to happen in the future. And if they do tell you they are, they're bullshitting you. So
I mean, I have a pretty good track record set of predicting things that happen.
Monty, you're bullshitting them. Don't bullshit.
I'm bullshitting them, but how is it every time? Every time I'm like, yeah, this looks like they're trying to do this, and that goes and happens.
I mean, all right, Monty. I mean, don't get cocky now.
I'm not always right, but I'm right when it counts.
All right, I'll give you that one. Fuck it. I'll give Monty that one. Why not? Shout out to my man.
I do have one thing I want to say.
I have a crystal ball.
All right, now Monty's right 100% of the time. But go ahead, Tove.
Go back if you really want to know. It is very easy to go back and check out ICE statistics on Google.
It took me 2 minutes, so you can go check that out on yourself. The second thing is I'm setting up a cuss jar for Monty.
I'm done.
$5.
I know.
$5 for every F word, $3 for the shit word, $2.
So you owe me $3.
I mean, hey, what you mean? Well, Monty's not that bad. He only did like 25. I mean, I'm pretty sure Monty felt like he did more.
I'm getting ready to do I lost count.
Fucking shitheads.
And there you go. 27, man. Shout out. Whoa, wait. Yep, 27. Shout out to my man Monty.
Sons
All right,
of
guys.
bitches. Cocksuckers. Degenerate fools. Fuckheads.
Okay, so I need to come up with a list.
Shout
and
out
the prices.
But all right,
Hey,
guys,
shout
I'm
out
gonna end it on
racial
this
slurs, freaking
I'll
dykes,
take
dudes,
one of every
niggers,
on the menu.
cunts,
Whoa,
cheeks.
God damn it. No, that's what everybody got to go for a second here. Hold on. All right, we're going to go ahead and end on Monty and Gaiman's favorite diss track.
DT, nigga. Drop 3 bombs at the end of discussion. Fuck, I ain't running from nothing. If you see me running, I'm running for president. Missiles on missiles, you know how we coming. Tell all your men we gon' blow up the country. I see you tweeting online, you a sucker. One more threat and I'm pressing that button. They trying to impeach me, they know that I'm thugging. I'm getting locations, I'm dropping 100. They sending that shit, they get stopped in the sky. Said one more thing, everybody gon' die. Since 6 of the men and they making it hot. I don't need no permission to blow up your spot. I don't need no permission to make you a target. You must not heard what happened to Hey, Barack. They must not heard what happened to Bin Laden. 6 men deep in everybody body. If we get it started, nigga, we ain't stop. I take them to world war like I'm Johnson. They done let a real slime in the arm. Stop talking about nukes, you ain't even got it. I won't say your name, but I can't pronounce it. Fuck is it, Masu, Masao, First of the money, we clocking they whip. Plant a home on the head, we tactical with it. Take over your country, infested with it. Tell Ali that he better repent. Setting up base right outside of the fence. Tell Qasim that nigga a bitch. Dig his ass up and I kill him again. You still ain't get back for that boy, he got bent. In the way that I did him, how could you forget? And I'm smoking your leader, this shit getting bored. They're not trying to get like a thief in the night. I send me a strike, kidnap a op, I'm taking his wife. Me and Joe Biden are nothing alike. He fucked up and I'm making it right. I'm in my bedroom plotting on how we gon' fuck up they New Year. Send him a buck. I got your president hostage, bitch. You pay thing and I'm sending him up. Smoking on